Welcome to your new all-in-one solution. That's right, the Adobe Express Beta is here. I'm so excited because this is going to revolutionize my workflow. Hi, I'm Andrew Hawkrattle.
And I'm Katrina Torrijos.
And we are going to be showing you everything that you need to know about what's new in the Adobe Express Beta. Now, if you've never joined Adobe Live before, we are live every single day of the week, usually from about 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific time. And we're just here to help you level up your creative skills. So hit that subscribe button. Make sure that you are tuning in throughout the week. But today we're going live all day. And Katrina, you do some stuff on Adobe Live. What do you do on Adobe Live? What's your vibe?
Yes, so I am the Adobe Express evangelist. So all of my streams are around Adobe Express. I host masterclasses or shorter sessions, the 30-minute ones, just pretty much teaching Adobe Express. That's it.
Which is fun. So today we're going to be showing you all that right away. We're going to be showing you for the next hour or so everything that's new because it is a complete new workflow that is everything we've ever wanted. It's magical. If you are a creative professional, this is for you. So let's hop in and let's just show where people can go to get information. What's your vibe in general with the new version of Adobe Express Beta?
I love it.
Okay.
I love it so much.
Okay, so
no words.
There are a bunch of new features that we want to kind of talk through, and we'll kind of just bounce back and forth on the overview, and then we are going to give you some hands-on. If you have questions, if you have suggestions throughout this stream, please go ahead, put them in chat. Hi, chat. Hello, we see Cody in chat. Hi, friends.
Hi, chat. Hi, Cody.
All right, and also if you're coming from a Discord or any of our other channels, leave us a little heart emoji in the chat. All right, so let's hop in and talk about what is new in the Adobe Express Beta. If you want to get information about it, you can go to adobe.com/express and get signed up. Katrina, let's talk about video creation. You literally were creating videos right before this, literally minutes before this. We're like, you're going to be in my reel.
Oh, yeah.
What is the new beta going to do for you for video creation?
So for video creation, I just love how easy it is. It literally is a drag and drop kind of experience where you can just easily put in clips, add in, a little bit of spoilers, but transitions.
Yeah, transitions, animations,
text,
voiceovers. And you can make everything from TikToks to Reels to videos to send to your parents when they're like, how was your vacation? You're like, Adobe Express, boop, 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 done. And it is super fast, super fun, and we're going to be showing you that today. So we're not just going to talk about it. We are going to show you things, but we want to talk about it.
Yes.
So billions of templates, AI. What's going on with AI here? We have a new thing happening called Firefly. What's going on with Adobe Firefly?
Yes, so we have two different kinds of generative AI integrations happening. Of course, one is text to image. The second one is text effects, both powered by Adobe Firefly. So yes, the playground that if you've played around with Adobe Firefly, the playground, you'll see a bit of familiarity in Adobe Express when we go over it later.
Yes, and it's a really great place to get started if you're coming up with ideas, you're brainstorming, and then you can add in your own design assets, animate them. It really is endless possibilities. And this is a huge one that people have wanted forever, live collaboration.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so excited. So live collaboration is going to allow you to collaborate with your collaborators, whether it's other creatives or even your clients. You're able to work on the same document at the same time, leave comments, as well as make changes, animate, and we're going to be showing you that together. I think we're working on a food festival.
Yeah,
so
fire.
Get hungry, everybody. We're going to be hopping into a food festival. And linked objects. This is the one that I'm the most excited about. So I do brand identity design in my other life, and we now have the ability to work between Illustrator, Photoshop, InDesign, Express. It all comes together, magic. And so we'll be able to show you today how to use Creative Cloud libraries and also how to take your Illustrator files and just bring them into Express and give them new life.
Gasp.
Yes, if you're a designer, this is my business side. This is a great upsell to be able to provide their social media images and be like, oh, they're stills. Would you like to add on the animation package, right? So we're going to show you how to do that. If you want to be a part of this, guess what? Do they have to apply? Is it a closed beta situation? What's going on?
It's a public beta. All they have to do is sign up.
Everybody gets in. Creativity for everyone here at Adobe. So you can go ahead and you can apply, you can just go to the beta by clicking join the beta here at adobe.com/express. So let's hop over, Katrina, to your screen and let's get started.
Ooh, I'm so excited. Okay.
Ooh, new.
Okay, so we got to talk about the big elephant in the room, and that is the brand new interface.
Yes.
Clearly, Adobe Express looks a little different, but still very familiar. So we're just going to talk about what's going on here and like how things have moved around.
Yes, this is Fun Mom version. Yes.
Yes. Okay, so this is the new homepage of Adobe Express, and then you can see that we have the Get Started menu at the very top, similar to like the previous version. But up here we have this navigation here that will actually pull up the templates that are catered or categorized under that project type. So photo, all the photo stuff, the text and images here, and then popular like photo heavy templates and stuff like that. So depending on what you're working on, it is all categorized and organized according to the category.
Yes, and there was something up there that I forgot to mention, that yes, we can do Photoshop, yes, we can do Illustrator. You can also start from a PDF. You can like literally, if someone sends me a PDF and they're like, can you pull this out or can you make this change? And you're like, I don't know how to do this. You can literally convert from the PDF into Express. I'll show you how to do that later. Okay, keep going, sorry.
Okay.
I got excited.
No worries. Okay. So that is essentially the home page. And then this, if you notice, we have a little bit of a generative AI happening over at the very end of this. Firefly, who is she? Okay, so we have text to image over here and then text effects right below it. All you have to do is just type something in here and then it'll open up a new project, but we'll get into that a little bit later. But you can easily get started with generating some AI images directly on the home page. So,
magic.
Yeah. Quite frankly. And then next we're gonna move on to the left side. We have the plus button, very familiar. This is how you'll also create a brand new project. Yep. And then we have a new tab called Your Stuff.
My stuff?
Your stuff,
and
Andrew.
what is in this stuff?
So in this stuff, it is quite literally all your stuff. So all of the projects that you have created, as well as your brand, and as well as your libraries.
That's the one that I'm excited about.
So, yes, so before we had a separate tab for brand kit and libraries, but now it's all under your stuff. You see how that works? So, in case you're looking for those tabs, that is where it is now.
Yep.
And then next we have the Explore page, which has all of the templates, and you can search for whatever template you're looking for here.
And we love that you're watching Adobe Live.
Yes.
We hope that you tune in for the entirety of the day and you learn all the tips and tricks. Then, after that, this is where you want to live. So I don't want to send you there right now, but you can go there right now, kind of look through. But the Explore tab is a really great place to kind of learn and kind of experiment with your own process. So you can work along with us. Go ahead, open it up, try one of these templates, but don't go too in depth. Pay attention. Keep us in a tab.
Okay, cool. And then as we're moving down, we have the content scheduler. It looks pretty much the same. However, if you notice, it did not open a brand new tab this time. It is all still under the same tab. It's all inline, and it's still easy to use. If you click on it, things kind of shifted around, but it's pretty self-explanatory. You schedule it up here. You select whatever social channel you want to add it to, your caption, all that stuff. It's all still here, just a little bit shifted around.
Yes, and hello to chat again. I see some familiar faces, and so I just wanted to say hi. And someone with a question, can I get my stuff from Photoshop as well? Not only can you get your stuff from Photoshop, you can import PSDs directly. It will break out the layers for you so you can edit and animate. You also can link a PSD into a file so that you can go back and edit in Photoshop, and then it will automatically update into Express. So yes, it is a completely different workflow, and as a creative that like builds out big campaigns, I'm still understanding and like getting my brain around these new workflows. So we're gonna show you a lot of that as we go through. I do want to talk about one more place that we didn't look at, and those are the quick actions. Can we show off the quick actions? Because those are really helpful to me as a creative.
Definitely. Okay, so quick actions. All right, so here we have the quick actions panel, and so most of the quick actions are here. Some of them are still coming. Again, this is a beta, so we're still actively working on this. But we have some quick actions here, like the text to image, text effects, remove background is here, resize image, QR code, you know, all the stuff that you love. We have a brand new quick action here. It's called Animate from Audio, and if you've ever played around with that, it's interesting. You just pretty much record a sound bite, right, and then like a character kind of animates to your voice
Yes.
as you're speaking. It's pretty cool, so highly recommend you check that out.
It's really fun. So play around with all of those, and they're great options to, I've used them a lot to convert videos to GIFs.
GIFs, yeah.
I do that a lot. And if you want to get the contrast, you can go to express.adobe.com and it will bring up the current version of Adobe Express. But we want to show you what's new. And if you want to see a little side by side, you can do that, kind of bounce back and forth and be like, oh my gosh, this beta is absolutely mind-blowing, which is really cool. So let's go ahead and hop in. And I want to show off some of the video editing use cases. So let's go ahead and we're going to start on my screen just working with a template. I know that a lot of people want to maybe jump in, work from scratch. I am going to show you that, but we're like easing our way in here. There's a lot of new, and we can't just throw it all at you at the same time.
Yes.
So let's go ahead and get started making a video. And I did see a question in chat. Can it be used for commercial use, brand pages, paid social? It is in beta, same with Firefly. Not quite for commercial use yet. My goodness. But on the way. Adobe, y'all are rocking it.
Thank you.
All right, so all we're gonna do is I wanna post to TikTok. I love TikTok. I had my first TikTok go viral, and now I'm completely addicted. The comments are terrible, but I love it. Okay, so we can go right here, and all we need to do is hover over this TikTok video now. So if you are a person who is looking to get into social media, very, very easy to hop in here. Let's go ahead and click on Browse Templates. And what's our vibe today? What do we wanna make a video for? Chat, do you have any suggestions here?
Yeah, let us know in chat.
We talked about food festival, and I think that's just going to be the theme.
Oh my god.
I'm hungry. I didn't have breakfast. Okay, block party. This is looking good. So we have block. Actually, sorry. Hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and do, because my video is about us being in the studio. So maybe let's do
first day in the studio.
Broadcast and see what comes up. All right, maybe news. See if there's any templates. News templates. Big news. Oh yeah, sure, let's do it.
That was cute, yeah. Oh, this one has the video in the back.
This one's cute too. Okay, let's go ahead and use this one right here. So all I need to do is click, and you'll see that all these pieces are coming in, and this is a completely new interface. So we're gonna go ahead and show you everything that you need to know. We're gonna hit play here to just see what's going on. Click right here. Ooh.
Look at that.
Ooh. So there's a video playing in the background. There is some type that is popping in and kind of wiggling around, and it all looks good. And you're saying, Andrew, there's only one video here. How do I move things around? How do I change things? Yeah. It's super easy. All that we need to do is we have drug in this this video right here, and you can see the video is actually longer, but it's been cropped down, which is fine. And I believe that there actually is a blue background because the video wasn't tall enough. That's funny. So what we can do is we can select any of these items. And so as you're working, if you select an item, it's going to bring it up right above that video. And that's gonna help you kind of augment just that item or just that group. So what's happening here is there's animation that has been added to this group. So each of these is a letter, so we can come over to the animation. Now everything is over on the left now, which is super nice. We can click on animation and see what's happening. Right now it is fading in. So when we play it, let's go ahead and go back to the beginning by just moving our little control bar. And you can see it fades in. All right, that looks pretty good to me. Love a good fade in, but maybe I don't want it to fade in. Maybe I want it to like fall down from the top. So all I need to do is come here, and I'm going to delete, and then come in, and it's so fun. So you can kind of scroll through these, and it will give you a live preview of every different piece of animation. Ooh, I like the kind of grow. I think that's fine. It kind of like zooms in. So we're gonna click there, and then once it's grown in, I think that I want it to have like a little bit of motion. Yeah. So I'm going to click on looping, and these are all new options that are available in the Adobe Express Beta. So we're gonna click on looping, and this is going to continue to go for as long as I want it to. So maybe I wanna do a little wiggle.
Oh, I love the wiggle.
The wiggle's fun. All right, so we're gonna do a little wiggle here, and then we can change the speed. So maybe we want it to be a fast wiggle, the intensity, a very intense wiggle. That's a lot of wiggle.
I subconsciously just wiggled with the word.
It just starts to happen.
I'm so embarrassed.
Yes. All right. So right there, let's go ahead and we can scroll back here and watch what happens now. Actually, let's do an out. Sorry. Let's have it tumble out of the side. There we go. I love the tumble. So now when I play this, it is going to do all of these in order. Okay, so it's gonna start at the beginning right here. It's gonna grow in, then it's gonna wiggle, and then it's gonna tumble out. Are you ready?
Yes.
Play. Boom, grow in, wiggle in, nice little wiggle, and then give me a tumble. Kaboom! All right, so really cool, but maybe I want it to tumble out a little bit faster and just leave the text. All you need to do is grab this little piece at the end, and we can pull this in, and this is going to adjust our timing. So we're gonna come here, hit play, zoom in, nice little wiggle, and let's have it just bounce out right now. There we go.
Yeah.
So you can change the timing, leave the rest there, and if you want to change one of these other pieces, all you need to do is click on it and check it out. It is giving me recommendations, AI-powered recommendations on what fonts to use in this image. I can change the font right here manually, all kinds of options, but also I can scroll down and you see that we do have the animation here that we can edit. So the animation, right now, it's coming in a little bit later. Maybe I want this to go in a little bit earlier. Again, you can just pull that timing in and then hit play, and it will come in a little bit earlier. So you can really play around with the animation, with the video to create your own things. So I do see some questions for chat. You want to hit some questions?
Yes.
Let's do it. All right. This is like a lightning round. All right, Katrina, for 100, sorry, I got really intense right there. If the template is used for commercial use, what are copyrights involved? What's the take on commercial use? We just talked about it a little bit.
Yes, so since it's in beta, not for commercial use quite yet.
Not yet, we're on the way. All right, so next up, can you demo where we create our brand kit? I can't see it on the new site. Katrina, do we want to hop over to your screen and just show where that is, where we can kind of create a brand?
Yes. Okay, so we're just gonna hop over to my screen, and then so under your stuff, you'll see that there's files, brands, and libraries up at the top left corner here. So you're just gonna go to brands, and then all of your brands are here. Click create a brand. This time you start with a name. Before you used to end with the name, but now you just add in a name, pick the storage where it's going to, and then hit create. And then once it's done, it should look something like this. So this is, well, yeah.
No, you go.
What?
I got excited.
Oh, okay. So this is actually the new brand kit. As you can see, there's a lot going on here. You can store all your logos. Colors are here now. Fonts look like this. And then this is a new section here, which is graphics. So it's not just your logos anymore. Any brand imagery that you have, you can now upload it to your brand kit. And also, there's audio. So if you have, what's it called? If you save audio from Adobe Stock, to your libraries, it'll actually pull up here. So I have some default music that I put in my videos, and it's just all saved here.
That's awesome. That's like the producer tag. That's like the Skrilla's like, oh my! Like you can put it there, and then you just like drop it in your videos, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, yo, Katrina on the beat though. 100%. So yes, you can set that all up there, and I love that it shows. I love also that it's right above me. I love that it shows it in use. So right, so this is great for me as a creative professional. If I'm sharing and building a brand for a client, I can see and make sure that they're not going to mess it up, and I can really curate the experience for them and see what it's going to look like when they just click some buttons and make a social media image, and I won't be scared that they're gonna go off brand, things are gonna get crazy. It's right here, we can see it all, which is really cool. All right, let's hop back over. I'm gonna show you how to create your own video real quick so that you can get ready for TikTok. We're gonna create a TikTok video. I'm going to create from scratch. And all I need to do is this is now a drag and drop system. Drag it and drop it. So I took some videos over here in the studio, and all I'm gonna do is just click and drag and drop, boom. And so right here, it is syncing that up to the cloud, and I'm gonna go ahead and hit play, and there we go. I also don't know if this is playing audio, I don't think so.
Oh. There it is.
Good job, everybody, we did it. So if I wanted to, this is not just something that I can create one shot. I can create a full video, right? So I can go ahead and click on add scene, and then what am I gonna do again? That's right, it is a drag and drop solution. Super, super easy. We can continue this going, add in one more scene. Why not? Let's do 3, and right here. All right, so now all I need to do if I wanted to reorder these, I can click and drag to reorder. Let's say that we wanted to do a nice little, let's do a nice little split. So maybe right here, it cuts a little, I wanna cut like right here, I think would be good. All I need to do is have my playhead where I want it, and then click and go to split, and now I have 2 clips. right? And now I can maximize my content by moving that over there, and now we've got 2 shots, right? Really cool. So I can also add in music here. I also could add in animation above this. So let's say that I want to do a little title card at the beginning. All I need to do is click here, and then let's go ahead and add in some text. So let's go text. Ooh, we won't show that yet.
Ooh.
Little preview, but we
Spoilers.
won't show it yet. So I'm going to go ahead and add in text, and let's say, welcome to the studio.
I love this.
STUDIO. Help. So I'm going to go ahead, select this. We are just going to go right here. And what's cool is it is suggesting options for me for fonts. So I can click up here. That font looks pretty fun to me. And we can go ahead. Let's do dynamic. And that is going to scale it so that, so that it will automatically scale. Oh, boy. Sorry, I am working on a PC keyboard on a Mac.
It's
so
chaotic.
My hotkeys are a little chaotic. So I'm just gonna scale this, and you can see that it's automatically resizing, and that's because I have the dynamic turned on. So as I scale this text box, it will actually continue to scale perfectly to where I want it. All right, so that looks good. Let's go ahead and move that to the center, and let's add in some animation by scrolling down here. Let's do in. I want this to tumble. Looping, I don't want anything in the loop, but I do want it to tumble back out. So we're gonna have
Your
it tumble.
choices are so chaotic.
Tumble, tumble, tumble. We're gonna have it tumble back out, and I do want that to come in and out pretty quickly here. And so now look how fast I created this animation. Ready? Welcome to the studio, tumbled out. So easy. And then it continues, it's gonna make that cut and boom. Cut into the studio. We did it. Good job, everyone. So I would also be able to add in music to this. I can add in voiceover, all kinds of cool stuff. So for the sake of time, make sure that you stick around all day because we're going to be showing you in depth on all of these workflows throughout the day. Next up, we're going to show you Photoshop to Express. I will be back to show you Illustrator to Express. We'll show you video, and the whole day we have great content. But let's keep going here with the new features, and let's talk about the thing that people are asking about. That's right, the generative AI Firefly integrations.
Yes.
I don't know why this is Firefly to me.
This
it's
is
like
Firefly.
like a magical firefly.
Yes,
with
exactly.
gigantic wings. All right, and somebody asking, question from Behance. Hi, Behance. Do you know if we're going to get generative video? I don't know. I know that there's a sizzle reel that had some stuff in it. If you want to, you can go to firefly.adobe.com, and there's actually a huge list of all the things that Adobe's working on. So you can get a little preview to maybe what's on the way. Also, if you have questions as we go, please keep putting them in chat. We love to see it. Katrina, show us the future.
Oh my gosh, the pressure's on.
Take me to the future.
Okay, so as Andrew said on firefly.adobe.com, there's so many things that you can do on that playground, but on Express right now we have text to image as well as text effects. So I'm gonna show how you can integrate these features into your project. So let's actually start off with the template. So maybe let's do like what's simple, like a birthday
Yeah, birthday.
card,
Yeah.
birthday party, something. So we're just gonna pick a random template here, and then we're just going to apply it. Oh, by the way, for the search, it not only pulled up templates, this is just an aside, it not only pulled up templates, but also photos, videos, and backgrounds. So, and design assets. So anything related to birthday parties,
Sorry, can you scroll down one more time? I just wanted to experience something. I just wanted to experience the birthday hamster real quick. I just wanted to make sure that we all appreciated that. Guinea pig. Sorry, it's a guinea pig.
Guinea pig.
All right, about your day. Continue on.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's pick a random template. Like maybe let's do this one.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, so just messing around with the template a little bit. Like maybe we want to take out this. Oh, it's a group. So since this is a group, we're just going to ungroup this. And then let's move some stuff out of the way really quick. And so let's say we want to replace this image, right? We want to create something a little bit more unique, something different. So let's just go ahead and get rid of that.
Bye.
Bye. And then we're going to go into media, and then there'll be a button here that says text to image. So click on that, pick the dimension that you want, square, landscape, portrait, or widescreen. So this seems like close enough to like a portrait dimension, so we'll just put that in there. And then this probably might look familiar if you played with Adobe Firefly before, but you just put in the prompt right here, and then you can also pick the content type as well as the different styles. So, okay, what should I?
I would like to
fun
see
part.
chat. Chat, you
Okay.
can make a suggestion for us. There is a little delay, so we're gonna have to wait. So first of all, let's just maybe do a.
Give me something.
I want. This is so chaotic. Why am I so chaotic? I want a cupcake, but like instead of a candle, it's a dynamite. Like I don't know. It just feels like it feels fun, but it's like a fun dynamite. It's like a confetti dynamite. Yeah, with confetti. Maybe with confetti and see what happens.
Okay.
Chat, give us more suggestions if you have them. We do have some cute pug and cat suggestions, so maybe we can also play around with those.
Do you want a photo of it or an art or graphic?
Let's do a photo and see what happens.
Okay.
This is gonna get content filtered 100%. Let's see what happens. I'm so sorry.
Think of synonyms for dynamite while it's.
Yeah. Just in case. It looks like okay. So there are. We'll do some maybe some pugs and some cats and see what happens here.
Oh, I love birthday pugs.
We did have a question. Yes. Yes.
It did it.
My imagination.
Perfect.
It's there. That's so fun.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
That's so fun.
Okay, yeah, these are so fun. So
thriving.
you'll see all the images here, but if you want to see more, you could just click load more and it'll generate 4 more images, but it won't get rid of the first 4. So like in Firefly, when you hit, load more, it'll like completely refresh. Your original searches will be up at the top here, so you don't have to worry about it.
Cool.
You just keep loading more and you keep going. And then you can adjust the style. Do we want to make any adjustments?
Maybe let's work with layers. Let's show the layers panel floating in the top right. See if
Okay.
we can kind of mess around with these layers.
Yeah,
Also,
of
question
course.
from chat. Does the beta version of Express require a specific amount of storage on your computer or space in gigabytes? If so, how much space does this beta version need? How much space does it need on your computer?
0.
0! That's right, because it is living in a million tiny pieces floating above our heads on the internet. So it is a web-based service. It is. Here it is, right here on the internet. So no storage, 0%. Love it.
Cool. Okay, so layers panel. So we have the layers panel off to the right here. Before it was at the bottom. Now it's at the very top and it takes up the entire right side because we got rid of that right hand panel. So more room for layers and then you can easily just, same thing, click and drag if you want to move things around, or you can, I believe you can move things up and down.
Yep.
Right,
And if you have an issue with something that like you can't select or the selection is weird or there's things stacked on top of each other, you can use the layers panel to just click on one of those layers and then it'll bring up all your options to animate, dang it, on the other side. I was so confident. So if you can't select something, it is still in your layers. And let's say you have something behind an object that you want to like bounce behind an object, right there. You can select it directly in the panel there. And we did have some suggestions for chat. We do have a lot to show you today, but chat, we love you and we want to show you everything that you want. So we have suggestions for a teddy bear holding a birthday cake. Let's see what that looks like here in Adobe Express Beta.
Yes.
Again, if you want to get more information, you can just go to adobe.com/express.
Teddy bear what?
Teddy bear holding a birthday cake.
A birthday cake. Okay, let's see.
Let's see right here.
And also, like, I will be hosting a later session today about Firefly and generative AI in Express, so we can, create some more stuff.
So
later
cool.
on.
And what's cool here, too, is we didn't generate a new image there, right? We replaced the one that existed.
Mm-hmm. So cute. It's so chunky.
We have so much to show you, and all I want to do is look at these little teddy bears. Okay, so that is a great way to use generative AI. There is one more thing that maybe we want to add a fun thing that just says, maybe we want to add some text. Actually, yeah, let's use that text. Why not? So this text, we want to go ahead and give it a new life. How can we give it a new life? Using something that has existed in firefly.adobe.com, which is also an open beta. What do we got?
What do you mean?
Text effects?
Oh yeah, text effects.
Let's do
Sorry.
some text
I
effects.
was like, that was a very.
It was like a wiffle ball pitch where
I
it
know,
did
I
yeah.
Okay, text effects.
Yes. Let's talk about text effects.
Yes, so all you have to do is just click on the text you want to edit and then go down here and then you'll see it says text effects. You click on it and then this is where you enter the prompt.
Ooh.
And then we also have some sample effects here, which I also love playing around with because I am like not very good at creating prompts. But,
Can you go back to that? Sorry.
Yeah.
I just love that the zone with Adobe right now, and this happened too in Photoshop when they did adjustment presets, that it's like, oh, you want options? Here's options, right? And they just dumped a million options to help you get started. Again, we're trying to help you be more creative and get started in your process. And so there are a lot of templates, a lot of things to help you discover what works for you and your brand.
Yes. Exactly. So, shall we have another prompt, or?
Oh yes, I saw somebody put something in here. Let's do a pug thing. Oh no, sorry, we're doing text.
Text with pug.
Sorry,
faces.
chat is suggesting all kinds of generative images.
There is one text effect that is dogs, like it's dog faces.
I'm terrified. I need you to apologize to me in advance.
I know it's somewhere in here, but yes, there is something.
Let's maybe do cake. I'd love to see like some cake type.
Okay, cake type. Okay, let's just look up cake.
Cake. All caps.
Sorry.
Yes.
That's a really aggressive way to say cake.
And if you wanted to do this along with us, you can. Again, it is open beta. You can go to adobe.com/express to get in. I feel like this type might be a little thin for like cake.
Yes.
Or maybe it's like birthday cake or frosting or something.
Mm-hmm.
So all of your options are right here.
Font.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can change the font. Let's do something a little bit more blocky.
Ooh,
like
thick
this.
boy.
Yes. Yes, yes. So we have cake. So yeah, there's frosting and stuff on it.
Okay, so it's pulling in cake. So you can play around and it will generate like infinite, infinite amounts. For me, I love using this as like a big call out, as like a big like boom for something. And yes, Mylar balloons. There we go. There's some fun balloons, some nice contrast. So you can play around with that. It could be a big feature in your design. It could be a nice little highlight. And again, we have to do it. Can you go down to animation real quick? And at the very bottom, yes. And then the middle one, can you change that to like bobble? What is it?
Oh, Bob. I love Bob.
Yes, there it is. This feels
and
like
now
the
it's
balloon.
A video.
Yes, and so now when you play, now it's a video, which is so cool. So this was a post with one click. Now it's a video, which is really cool. So we got the little like, ooh, Bob. All right, so let's go ahead and say that we wanted to send this out to our friends. We did have it as a social media image. Now it's animated as a video. How do we share any of this?
Yeah, so if you want to share your posts, you can just simply download it to your device and then just share it manually, of course. Or you can hit the share button and then you can invite collaborators, or send it out to whoever you want. And
yeah. And so you see there that we have like a bunch of different places where it's talked about like, hey, it's beta, it's beta, it's beta. You've heard us say a million times, it is beta. What that means is that we want your feedback, right? This isn't just us being like, check out the new tech. It's like, hey, we're testing this, trying to get information, trying to help you understand. And so up in the top right, there is that little beaker. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Yes. There is a little beaker, and right there you can do report a bug, or you also can join the Discord and let us know what you're thinking. You also can post on social media, let us know how much you love it. Tag us. Tag us, actually.
Us. Yeah.
What's your Insta?
My Insta is at Katrina Treehouse, just my first and last name, all one word.
I'm Andrew. I'm not Andrew. I just did my intro. I am at hawk.co, HOCHDOTCO. Tag us. We'd love to see your creations. Maybe we'll bring you onto the Adobe Live Instagram. If you want to follow Adobe Live, at Adobe Live on Instagram, you can give it a follow. All right, question for Karas. Any clue when this comes out of beta? Will beta users still have a free version? I believe that the structure is still going to be the same as it is now, that there will be a free version available for you, as well as the premium. When it is coming, all right, can you export these text effects to another Adobe program, let's say Premiere Pro or Photoshop? I believe that it would probably be easier to generate in Firefly and then export with the background that is transparent. So firefly.adobe.com, you can do that, bring it over. All right, let's go ahead and hop over. Actually, let's not hop over because we don't need to anymore.
Oh.
Because we are going to be talking about collaboration, rainbow, collaboration. Somebody please clip that and just edit in a rainbow for us. And yes, not for commercial use in beta, thank you so much. All right, so let's talk about collaborating. Yes. We are gonna be working on something together. And you'll see, look at me, hi. It's me, so this is brand new. This is my favorite feature that I am the most excited about is I no longer have to go back and forth with my clients. I no longer have to send and close while I'm working. Yes, snaps all around. We can go ahead and work together on this. So, Katrina, let's go ahead and I'm gonna open up the comments here. And I'm just going to start adding a comment. So on your screen, we're not going to show my screen because we don't need to because we're collaborating. So I'm going to type in here and say, hey, Kay. Nobody calls you Kay.
One person does.
Okay, cool. Let's transform this to a festival, food festival for Pride Month. It's June here in San Francisco. And so let's change the direction, right? How many times have you had a client that's like, hey, I love your design. What if, hear me out, it was something completely different, right? That's what's happening here. So food festival, and they're like, oh, we're gonna it's happening during June. Let's go ahead and do it as like a Pride thing. Great, awesome.
There it is.
Sounds good. So it popped up right there. And not only can I do that and make a comment with her, is I can place a pin. So let's go ahead and place a pin right here. And I want to make these, let's go prism here. I'm going to hit submit, and watch what happens is on her screen, it is going to actually pop up with that little pin and say, hey, let's prism here. She can hover over and it will show what I am talking about and where I am talking about. Yes, that made sense. All right, where I'm talking about, and then you can make the edits. So go ahead, let's make the edits and make those like maybe a red, green, blue.
Red, green, blue.
Let's see what happens.
Okay. So this is a group. So, wrong button. Ungroup, here we go. This is also a group, ungroup. So if you're working in a template, my pro tip is to check for the groups and ungroup everything.
Every template has like 90 groups. Just know that that's the way that it is.
Okay, so would you say red, green, blue?
Sure.
Right?
Some primaries. Why not?
Yes. If you want, we could also look at your screen so you can see my little cursor moving and what it looks like on your end.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we can hop on my screen. And so literally she is changing that right now. And maybe also I want to come down here and I'm just going to start ungrouping stuff for her so that as we collaborate, we won't have to go through all of those groups. So we are working on the same document at the same time, concurrently together. And I'm going to do some blue and purple down here. Let's go ahead and go here.
I just love how you can see my cursor.
Yes. So again, this is just making things way faster. You can work with your collaborators and not have to go back and forth. At the same time, we are creating an image together. It's so good. Oh, it's so fun. It's so good and it's so fun. So live collaboration is here. It is wild. So let's go ahead and maybe you want to leave some feedback for me. Let's do that on the other side, which would be really fun. So let's stay on your screen so that we can show how to leave a comment. Because I was leaving the comments, I wasn't showing you how to.
Right.
So over on your screen, how would you leave me a comment, or how would maybe your client or your collaborator leave a comment?
Of course. So if there was something I needed to specifically change or give feedback on, I would click on the general area or the whatever asset that I need to comment on, and then I will actually place the pin, and then I'll just put it here. Like, let's say this is, the wrong year. So can we change the year to 2023? And submit.
Submit. And then back on my screen, in just a second, it is floating in a million tiny pieces above our head. That's the second time I've done the Willy Wonka. I love that quote for talking about when things are in Creative Cloud. It is syncing here. It will sync up in just a second. There we go. Can we change to 2023? So I can click right here. I also got a notification up here that there was a new comment. You can see the little red. So we have a new comment, and I can say sure. And I'll just come in here, and we'll change this to 2023. Looks good. And then I actually can mark this as resolved. So if you have a bunch of comments, boom, gone. And it actually disappears and removes that. If we wanted to, down here in the bottom right, sorry, behind my head, my body, there is a filter comments. So you can click to filter comments. And when we filter those comments, you can actually filter to resolved. You can see right there. And so it will pull up, thank you, Studio Manager. You can see right down here, there's a filter, and you can filter to all of these. You can see by time, by date, by person, all kinds of fun stuff. You can do unread, you can clear everything. It's really good for collaboration. Like really good. All right.
Yes.
Whew, let's take a breath.
I know.
It's so much.
I'm
And like,
sweaty.
I still have so much to show you. We have 15 minutes left in this stream, but how much do we have left after that?
Hours.
All of, yeah.
All day?
All day. So if you want to join us all day, right after this, we do have our friend Jesus Ramirez, who you might know from some of our Photoshop content. Absolute whiz in Photoshop is coming in to do your Photoshop challenge for the day. And he's going to show you how to work from Photoshop into Adobe Express Beta, which I'm going to show you right now as well. Then I'll be back to show you how to work with Illustrator into Adobe Express Beta. Then our friend Voodoo Val, who we love dearly here on Adobe Live, is going to be giving you everything that you need to know about video in the new environment in Adobe Express Beta. Then social media scheduling for designers. We'll show you how to create social content and schedule it without a thought. What's after that? Starting at 11:30, Katrina.
It is the Gen AI and Express and how to use it with yours truly, as well as Alex.
Yes. Then we have some brand kits and libraries with our friends Alex and Voodoo Val. And then at the end of the day, if you are a marketing manager, if you work with a marketing manager, if you have a friend who is a marketing manager, send them in at 2:30 because we will be bringing in our marketing manager for Adobe Live. And I'll be collaborating with them to show how professionals can work with marketing people. So it'll be really easy to expand our network and the ways that we work. And someone asking, can you collaborate with clients, marketing team, or someone who does not have Adobe? Are they able to collaborate, make any changes on the graphic? That's a good question. I think the answer.
What do you think the answer?
I think the answer, this is where I get fired. The answer is in chat. Let us know, Mod, if you know the answer to this. I believe the answer is, as long as they make an Adobe ID,
yes,
right, they'll have access to the free version, and they should be able to leave a comment, and they should be able to use all of the free features that are available. So
exactly.
Yes, is the answer for you. Yeah. What was that, a quiz? You knew the answer?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
I just had to read the question again. The text is kind of small.
Just made sure. All right. I know these glasses are not my regular ones. They're hyper glasses, so we can hang out with chat. All right. So let's go ahead and hop into the thing that I am the most excited about. Are you ready? Creative professional. So,
I'm ready.
There have been a lot of times that I've had clients come to me and they're like, hey, can we make all these social media things? And I was like, oh yeah, I'm like working on the brand in I'm working on the brand in Illustrator. I'll just pop things together in Illustrator, right? And we end up with a file that looks something like this, right? So this is some work that I did for the students team here at Adobe. And we end up with a file that looks like this, right? And I'm looking and I'm like, I could have built this in Express, right? I could have built this in Adobe Express. I was just unfamiliar. I was familiar with Illustrator and I was here. I wish that I could like do some animations. I wish that I could get this into Express. On this project, I took this file and rebuilt it in Adobe Express.
No way.
It took me a bunch of extra time that I now don't need to spend, which is awesome. So check it out. Here's what we can do with the magic of Adobe Express Beta. We're gonna come back into Adobe Express Beta here in my toolbar. Andrew, pull it together.
You got this.
Instead of anything, instead of going anywhere to do anything, all I need to do is click Start from Your Content. And my content is going to be that student piece right there. So let's go to the downloads because I'm chaotic. And right here, I believe that we have next gen templates. So this is what I saved out. I am gonna hit open here and watch what happens. So this is an AI file. This is an Illustrator file, not an Express file. Here we go. It is going to open this dialog which says uploading. So it will upload this and convert it for you into an Express template. So we're gonna do a little baking show. Imagine like we put that in the oven and suddenly we are gonna open this right here. Suddenly with magic, boom, it is here.
No way.
It is here. Magic. And so not only is it here, right? So in our file in Illustrator, right, that we saved out as our AI file, there's 4 different artboards, right? And I'm like, I have to create 4 different projects in Adobe Express Beta. False. It has taken all of my artboards and exported them into the different sizes that we had for our social media straight out of Illustrator. It's so easy and fun. Okay, so we're here. Great. It's doing all the resizes for me. It has everything there. But do you think like, hey, is it just like a PNG to just like compress it down?
Yeah.
False.
Oh.
It is independent. So every single piece that I have grouped or every single piece that I have is separate here in Adobe Express Beta now, which is incredible. So if I wanted to, right? So we have right here, maybe we have some text. Let's go ahead and animate this. So I'm gonna come here, this is a group, I'm gonna ungroup it. And I have this text here that looks pretty good, but I wanna do a fun little fade in. So let's do this. So again, this was an Illustrator file that is about to become a video. We've literally never had this workflow before, which is awesome. So check this out. We're gonna go ahead and I'm going to do in. I'm gonna have this one fade in. Ooh.
Oh, the pop. Ooh. Pop.
I want to use the pop on the mouth. So I'm gonna do a fade in. There we go. That looks good.
Okay.
We're gonna loop nothing. We're gonna out. We're gonna have it fade out as well. So that looks good. Great. I'm gonna come over to my layers and I'm gonna find the mouth. Just select that and then come to animation. We're gonna go in, and here is where I want it to pop.
Ooh.
So we're gonna do the pop. We can do a duration intensity. There we go. I want like a very like pew, big pop. And then we can do looping. So maybe we want to do a loop. We can do like a little like breathe.
Oh,
that's
cool.
fun. Let's go ahead and take the intensity down on that so it's just like a small.
I can hear it. I can hear it breathing.
Cool.
There you go.
All right, so it looks good. And then out, let's go ahead and have it just, let's have it pop out. Looks good to me. So now we are going to go down here and right behind my body, sorry, Studio Manager. There we go. We just whipped across the screen. So right behind my body, we have the timeline. And so if you don't see it when you start animating, you want to make sure that you have the timeline selected right here. So timeline bottom right there. And then from there, body whip again. Here we go, over to the, that way. Thanks, Studio Manager. We can go ahead and move our playhead and watch what happens. This was literally an Illustrator file. Now it's animated. Now it's a video.
That is insane.
Right? Magic. And so like this little fun disco ball that I have here, again, animation in, time me here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And there we go. 6 seconds. We have an animation on our Illustrator file that I just built.
And there was like no lag. You didn't even have to wait.
I didn't even have to wait. Like it's just done, right? So again, this is my business side. If you are a creative professional, this is a really great upsell. Build your stuff wherever you're building it, Illustrator, Photoshop, bring it into Express, and it would just convert seamlessly, like boom, done. Absolute magic, which is crazy. All right, so that's all good and well. But let's say that I want to add in an element here, right? So I want to add in an extra element. And I've actually created a library. And you know what? I'm going to show you this whole workflow. I'm not going to show you this whole workflow because we have 5 minutes. I'll show you this whole workflow in about an hour if you stick around and come back. I'm going to go ahead and add something from my library. So I'm going to go to your stuff. And then I'm gonna go ahead and go to brands and libraries. And I actually think I have a full library that I've built for this client. So I can come down here and I believe it's next gen right there. And you can see, look at all these images, right? So we've got all kinds of things looking good here. Let's go ahead and grab this. Let's go scroll down and see what we got here. I think these are all TIFFs. Why not? Let's go ahead and let's use my demo one just for the sake of time. So I'm gonna come in here. I have one that's called brand. And we are going to toss this brand asset on here. So we have this badge that I created the other day. So this is gonna be a travel badge. We click from the library and check it out. It is linked immediately onto our artboard. So this isn't exactly the colors that I want it. I might want it to be green or might want to change something else. So I can come into Illustrator where I created that, open my libraries panel, and you'll see here that the libraries will be right here. So all I need to do is double click on this asset that I've pulled from the libraries. And right here, let's say that I want to change the color. So I'm going to grab this yellow, and I'm going to make this yellow into a nice red color. So with this, I double-clicked on that asset in my libraries. I am just going to save this, File, Save.
I'm holding on to my seat.
Hold on to your seat. And then what I'm going to do is I am going to come back to Adobe Express. I'm going to turn on my syncing real quick. I'm going to come back to Adobe Express. And what's going to happen is this linked asset is going to pop up, and it's going to say, hey, update linked asset, okay? Just know, this was something that was in Illustrator. I'm so excited. In Illustrator, it has pulled into a library from Illustrator, pulled it into Express, and check this out. Update linked asset. Here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready? Did I click it? Did I click it? Update?
Oh, you exited?
Update. Come on. Yeah! So it updated right there. So this is a great way that if you're using logos, if you're using brands, and you are building stuff in Illustrator using libraries, all you need to do is double click on that image in the library, edit it wherever it is, and let's say that I had this in 100 different applications. Photoshop, Express, Illustrator, it would update across the board in a second. So use linked objects, use Express, use libraries, because it is the greatest workflow possible. We have 5 minutes left, so I'm going to show you one more thing. And yes, indeed, you can do this with PSDs as well. So let's go ahead and open this thumbnail that I was working on for the show that I do here on Adobe Live every Wednesday at 1 p.m. called Office Hours. We help you level up your creative careers. And so it is going to bring that in as a PSD. And watch what happens. It is going to convert this. And not only will it bring it in with Photoshop files, it is going to convert it into layers for me as well. And question, can you do this with Photoshop files? Katrina, can you do this with Photoshop files?
Oh, totally, yes.
100%. So there we go, completed. We have saved it. I'm gonna go ahead and open an editor, and dun, 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 there's all my pieces. Bum, 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 looking good. And when the image comes in, you'll notice that it is in color because there is an adjustment layer on that PDS. PSD, thank you. Photoshop file. So there is an adjustment layer there. And so all I need to do very easily, come in, grab my photo right here, and I'm going to go to adjustments. I'm going to jack up that contrast. We're going to bring the saturation all the way down, the highlights up, and we can really just edit this to be exactly where we want it. And there we go. Now we have an awesome image right here. And look at this. All of them are individual pieces. So if I wanted to, tumble, you can tumble that in very easily. So you can create, again, Photoshop files, Illustrator files, wherever you want to go. Illustrator. Adobe Express Beta is already there. It's amazing, incredible workflow. So, Katrina, let's just do a quick recap of where people can go to get more information.
Yes, to get more information about the Adobe Express Beta, you go to adobe.com/express. And all the information is here for you. And we're also streaming the entire day.
Yes, we're streaming literally the entire day. So just to recap the things that we talked about today. Everything is here in one place. You can stay in Express, create everything that you need, but you also can come over from Illustrator or Photoshop all into one place. Video. What did we do with video today?
We dragged and dropped footage into a timeline, added animations, and then we also, we didn't do this, but added music.
Oh yes, you can add music, you can add voiceover, which we will be showing you in the video challenge coming up a little bit later today.
Yes.
Again, tons of templates. We know that. They've already been there. And AI. You showed a little bit of AI. What's integrated? What's the fun?
Yes, you could do text to images or text effects.
Yes, so much fun. And iterate, get ideas. And my favorite, live collaboration. We didn't get to show you a ton of that for time, but we did show you how it works, how to comment, how to collaborate with your clients. I'm most excited to collaborate with my clients on that. Like, it's going to be so helpful and easy to be able to get real-time feedback and just share with like a whole bunch of people. All right, and then linked assets. My favorite at the very end were those linked assets being able to show everyone everything. All right, a great question from the chat. Can we rewatch these videos later?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Yes.
They'll be right here on the Adobe Live channel. Make sure that you subscribe. Hold on, wait for it. Wait for it, and hold on, Studio Manager's getting it. With 1 minute. There we go.
There you go.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Wiggle.
There it is. Subscribe to the YouTube channel right here on Adobe Live. Follow us on Instagram at Adobe Live. And stick around all day. We are streaming. We'll see you back in about 5 minutes to show you how you can use Photoshop and Adobe Express Beta seamlessly and integrated using linked objects. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Camera 2.
Hey everybody, welcome back to another very exciting Adobe Live. This is a Photoshop Daily Creative Challenge, and it's a really exciting day because we have the new Adobe Express Beta with us. And we're going to work with Adobe Express Beta and Photoshop, and I'm going to show you how to create some really cool graphics starting in Photoshop and then moving on to Adobe Express Beta. So we're going to move on to my screen now. We're going to get right to it. I have a lot of information to show you guys, and the first thing you're going to want to do is go into new.express.adobe.com. I'm sure somebody's going to post the link there in the chat for you guys so that you can click and head over to it. If you haven't already, make sure that you click on it and check it out. It has a lot of incredible new features. Again, new.express.adobe.com to access the Adobe Express Beta. And there's a lot of interesting new features here. I wish I had time to cover them all, but I'm just going to focus on how to work with it with Photoshop. If you have any questions, leave them in the chat. If you're watching this on YouTube or anywhere else, make sure you head over to behance.adobe.com, or YouTube. If you're watching from YouTube, head over to Behance so that I can see your comments and leave any comments that you have in the chat.
The YouTube chat.
I'm sorry?
You're on the YouTube chat.
Okay. But yeah, so what we're going to do now is go here into Express, and it's going to have a whole new layout. I'm sure that you probably watched the stream just before mine and got a little acquainted with it, but one of the coolest new features is that you can work directly with Photoshop documents. So a lot of you guys probably know that I create YouTube videos, right? And one of the things that I have to do all the time is create a YouTube thumbnail, usually created in Photoshop. But now I have the ability to take my PSD file, this Photoshop file that I created here. You can see that I have the Photoshop Beta logo. I have these callouts, this headline, and the background graphic. I can take all of that and put it directly into Adobe Express, and I can continue editing it from there. I can also animate certain elements, and we're going to see how we can do all of that. It's very, very simple. Once you go into the homepage here at new.express.adobe.com, you can get started from your content right here on the left where it says get started. You can hover over that box and you can see that you can bring in PDFs, PSDs, and AI Illustrator files. It's weird, now that I say I think about like GenFill, so I have to like clarify that I'm talking about Adobe Illustrator. But anyway, when you click on this, you'll obviously open up a window where you can select a Photoshop document, Illustrator file, or a PDF. In this case, I'm going to enable the PSD that I just showed you, and I'm just going to click on Open. This is going to bring up this window, and it's going to start generating sort of like an Express file where you're going to have access to all those layers we had in Photoshop. And this is something really, really cool, especially for creative professionals, because previously we were not able to take all these layers into Express and work on them individually. So it just makes the whole Creative Cloud ecosystem even that much more powerful. And when it's completed the import, you'll see this complete. We've saved this in your files, in your Express files, and you can click on this button that reads Open in Editor, and you're going to see the layers and everything else. When I click on a layer, you can see here on the right, the layers. Every single layer that was in Photoshop is here in Express on the right, and you can of course click and drag them and reposition them if you like. A couple things are misaligned, but that's okay. I can just click and drag and place them into position, and I can use the bounding boxes to stretch them out if I need to. Also, if you decide to make a change in one of these layers, you can do so. For example, this tutorial was about how to create a fish using the GenFill AI, but have different intensities. So 100% on top and 50% at the bottom. But I remember that in the actual video, I made it 40%, not 50. So I can just come in here and change it to 40%. So all the text layers remain editable in Adobe Express, and you can move things around. And you might be wondering, well, why are we bringing all this into Express? Why don't we leave this in Photoshop? Well, because with Express, we have the option to resize our canvas really easy. So I can click on this resize option here, and you can see all the different other recommended templates for different sizes. So I can do something like an Instagram square post. So I can click on this and click on resize, and now it resizes that canvas, and I can easily work with this, and I can resize it accordingly. Also, I mentioned layers. Notice that when I click on a layer, it activates the layers here on the right. So we have 9 layers, but they're no longer grouped. And it's a lot easier to work with these layers, in my opinion, if you group them together. So you can click on the individual pieces while holding Shift to add them all into a selection. And then just like in Photoshop, you can press Control-G on Windows, Command-G on the Mac to group. So now they're all in a single group. And when you hover over the thumbnail here in the layers, you'll see the contents of that group. You'll see that there is a 100% text layer, the red box, and the arrow pointing to the right. And I can do the same thing on the other side. And I'm going to use the arrow keys on the keyboard to nudge my title there, my 40% text box. And I'm going to add to the selection by holding Shift and clicking on all the other different items that make up that set, that graphic set. So Control-G to put those into a group. So now I can move them all at the same time, which is what I want to do. And now I can simply move these things around and place them accordingly. And maybe for the Instagram post, this intensity title here it's not as nice as I would like. So I can go into the recommended styles here and see if Adobe Express can recommend a better title here, something that looks nicer. So I like this one better, so maybe I can find a position for it. Maybe I'll put that here and maybe bring the Photoshop logo to the center, adjust the background. The point is that everything is editable and easy to work with. And one of the cool things that we can do now is maybe animate something to not make, maybe we don't want to make this into a static post, maybe we want to make it into a video now, so we can actually animate these elements. You can just, not only, you can click on the element and then go into animation, and you can do an animation to bring something in, or a looping animation, or an animation to bring something out, essentially get it out of the screen. But I want to just have something that loops. So when I hover over one of these options, you can see how that graphical element is animated using whatever option you hover over. And I think this is one of the biggest benefits of using Express over Photoshop. You can definitely animate in Photoshop using the timeline panel, but it takes a lot more work. You have to work with keyframes and things like that. With Adobe Express, you literally hover over one of these boxes and it automatically animates it for you. So in this case, for attracting attention on social media, I'm thinking maybe Pulse, I think, would bring a lot of attention. So I'll just click on that. And right here at the bottom, you can click on the play button to see your animation. And you can, of course, select another object if you want and apply an animation to it. Totally up to you if you want to do that. I'll do another looping animation, and then maybe this one, I'll do a different one just so you can see. Maybe this one's a blinking one because we're talking about transparency and opacity in this video. So it probably relates more to the topic at hand here. So it's a really powerful feature that I really think you should try. Remember, simply drag a Photoshop document directly into Adobe Express and it will convert it into one of these files. Before I continue, let me see if there's any questions I can answer in the chat. There's a very good question by Roland. He's asking, does Adobe treat Smart Object? How does it treat a Smart Object? It'll bring it with essentially like a flattened version of it, so you won't be able to edit the adjustments you've made to a Smart Object. That's another good question in the chat by Keep Creating. When you make the 40% change, does it save it back in the PSD also? It does not. So this is separate from the PSD. It just imports the PSD, but it doesn't link to it. And I'll show you a way in a moment in which you can use both, where you can use the link PSD, if you will. I'll show that next. Let me see if there's another question. So it separates. Yeah, so it's a question from Monica. Yes, it separates the layers and you can animate them. That's right. Cool. Awesome. So let me show you how you can actually have something linked. So we're going to use the same bounding box here for the square aspect ratio from Instagram. And we're just going to keep this graphic, but this is unrelated. This might as well be blank. If I wanted to, I could just delete all of these. I'm not going to do that, just to show you how this works. So if I have another graphic that I want to import a Photoshop file, I can simply like drag and drop it in there. So let me get that out of the way. So I have this thing called design here, and I'm just gonna drag and drop it in there, right? And this is gonna create a Creative Cloud document, a Photoshop Cloud document that will live in the cloud, but it's going to be linked to this Adobe Express file. And then that PSD, that asset will be linked to the cloud, which means I could edit it in Photoshop. So I'll press OK. And it's gonna bring this graphic of a burger. So maybe this is a completely different project. It's not the same one, but I wanna use some of the same elements from the previous one. So I can just drag this over. And I know it looks really weird right now. It looks really blurry. But if you notice this icon here on the top left, it's being uploaded to the cloud. So it'll take a moment. You'll know that it's done uploading when the image looks sharp. But if this is my document here, now this document has been uploaded to the cloud. You can see that now is sharp, and you can now access it through Photoshop and make changes in Photoshop. And anything that happens in Photoshop will reflect in Adobe Express. Let me show you what I mean by that. If you go into Photoshop here, you can go into File and Open, and you'll see it right here. You see it was uploaded just a second ago, and this is just the practice file I was using a couple moments ago. But if you look at the time, I just uploaded this 1 second ago. By the way, when you go into File and Open and you see something different, if you see that when you go into File and Open, that means that Photoshop is looking for files in your computer. You need to tell Photoshop to look for files in the cloud. And the way that you do that is by clicking on this Open Cloud Documents box here. When you click on that, it opens up the window that says Open from Creative Cloud. So now Photoshop is looking at the Creative Cloud for this document. So if you see this, don't worry, simply click on Open Cloud Documents. I'm not exactly sure what it reads on the Mac, but I believe it's the same thing. I'm on a Windows machine at the moment. But if you click on, it should look something like this, and I know it's hard to see, but just click on Open Document, there it is. Look for the one that you just uploaded, and when you click on it, it will take a second for it to now come back down from the cloud, but we're going to be able to make adjustments to it. So for example, if we decided that we wanted a different color background, right? Let's completely change this design. We'll just make a blue background, and that doesn't look too bad actually. Let me just reduce the opacity, and we'll say that this is our design that we like. I can save this, and when you save it and go back into Adobe Express, this will update in a moment. You see how it says your link asset has assets have changed? When you click on the update button, it should read the file that we worked on in Photoshop, and it automatically updates in Adobe Express. Now, to be clear, we have two different projects here. We have the Adobe Express project, and on top of that, we have the Photoshop Cloud document. So it's not going to affect the layers that we had below. So maybe, let me open up the layers panel here, and maybe I'm just working on a new tutorial, but I want to keep the same animation. I don't have to worry about the fish, and maybe now instead of it reading, 100, I can come in here and just change the word to, perfect mask or something, or maybe just mask. So people know that we're masking a burger or something, whatever the product is, right? So now I can, take something that I worked on previously, like a completely different project, but then adjust it to my needs in a new project like this one. And I know I'm taking way too long just trying to resize this box, but I think you get the idea. Anyway. So mask here, and I can just, move that accordingly, and it's not letting me move it. Let me try that again. I'm just gonna move one element at a piece. I'm not exactly sure why it's giving me that issue, but no worries. I can just move this around and resize it if need be. So there you go, mask. It just says mask, and there it is. We're talking about, oops, the arrow needs to be outside. I need to keep the same design. And the point is that now we're just saying that we have like a nice little mask, and maybe we want the Photoshop logo like on this side now, whatever it is. The point is that now we have those same animations that we created a moment ago, but now the background image is a Photoshop asset. And again, you can change this as much as you want. you can come in here and maybe change your mind and say, you know what, instead of green or blue, why don't we make this green? Press OK, save, and it will update to Express once you hit the update button. And there you go, it's now green. When you hit play, the animation continues, and there it is. Also, something very important to note, if you're working in Photoshop and actually, I opened the wrong file. Sorry about that. Let me cancel that. Let me go into File, Open, and open this file. So if you're working in Photoshop and you make a change, so I'll make this, green or blue, I guess, and save it, and then you come to Express and nothing happens, that's probably because you open the local file, because when you upload the Creative Cloud document, the Photoshop Cloud document, it doesn't erase your original document in your computer. So if you make a change and it doesn't appear in the Creative Cloud Express file, excuse me, that's because it is not the cloud document that you're working on. And the way that you know that you're working in a cloud document is by looking at this little cloud icon. You see that little cloud icon here on the top? That little cloud icon is indicating that that particular document is the one on the cloud. Notice that the other documents that I have open do not have that icon. So that means that those particular documents are stored locally, so they have no connection to the cloud. So that's something very important to notice. And before I move on to the next thing, let me see if there's any questions I can answer. Cool. Awesome. Yeah. It does it. Yeah. How can I use the files for social media? So the files could be, exported as regular JPEGs, PNG files, GIFs, and MP4s, pretty much any file that you need to put on social media. Awesome. Cool. All right, so the next thing I wanted to show you guys is, I have a Photoshop logo that came in here with this particular graphic, and I'll delete this because I don't like how that looks. But I have this logo here. And this logo came in when I imported the Photoshop document. But what if I want to have a logo or any graphical element that is tied to the Creative Cloud? So for example, if I were working with a client and the client changes their mind on the graphical element or the logo, I want to have access to that from the Creative Cloud so that it updates on all the other projects I'm using that logo with. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So I'm just going to delete that logo. And if you go into media, you can obviously upload all kinds of things. And there's a section called Your Stuff, which is where you keep your stuff, not surprising. And from there, you have access to the Creative Cloud libraries. So under Your Stuff, you have your files that you've downloaded, including some of those cloud content that we just looked at. And then there's also brands and libraries. When you click on brands and libraries, you'll see a list of all your Creative Cloud libraries. You can see that I have a ton for a lot of the projects that I work on. And if I scroll all the way down, I know I have one called PTC Assets. Photoshop Training Channel is my YouTube channel. So all the assets that I use for my social media go in that Creative Cloud library so that I have easy access to it from Express. Obviously from Photoshop, you can see here in Photoshop now, we have the libraries panel and we have the PTC assets there. And all those same assets are found here. They're all there. So if I need to use my picture, my company name, or tell people that I'm working on a live stream, I have logos for that. I have arrows, I have X's, and obviously the logos for a lot of Adobe products if I'm talking about those products on my video. So I know that if I type PS, we'll see the Photoshop logo there, the beta logo. And I can also find it here. I can look for it here. If I type PS, it should come up. And of course it didn't come up. I know that it's exactly in that library, but no worries. We'll just use another logo. We'll use the regular Photoshop 2020 logo. No big difference. I can just click and drag that over, and I'll just put that there. And it'll take a moment to upload it to Express, but there's my logo, and look at the icon. The icon on the top left indicates that that object is linked. So I can place my Photoshop logo here just to tell people that this is a Photoshop video that they're about to watch or an ad for Photoshop. But as you notice when I hovered over the logo, this is the logo from Photoshop 2020. What if Adobe updates their logo and I need to update the logo on my video? But I've already created all these graphics and all these ads. It's in Express, and I don't want to take the time to individually change them. If you're using a linked object like I am here, you can go into the Photoshop file or Illustrator, and you can find that logo. There it is this one here. I'm going to open it up in Photoshop. I created this logo in Photoshop so I can edit it in Photoshop. So here I have the text and the color. So maybe Photoshop, now they're going to go with a lighter version, and maybe the text is white or something. So we'll pretend that's the new Photoshop logo. And when I save this file, it will save this file in the Creative Cloud, because that was the object that I opened. I opened a Creative Cloud object, or library asset, I should say. And notice here that it says your linked asset have changed. So when I click on update, it's going to update. Oops, there you go. There it is. It updated the logo to that change that I made. So I think you can see the power with that. That same asset could be linked to Photoshop files, Illustrator files, Premiere videos, whatever you want. It's just linked to the cloud. And it's also linked to this asset in Express. So if I make a change to the primary object, it changes it on everything else. So I really think this is the power of the new Adobe Express Beta, that you have access to all these different tools that can help professional creatives create. And you're no longer stuck with not having access to that ecosystem that we all have come to love, which is the Creative Cloud. And let me see if there's any other questions in the chat. Does your Adobe Express update the cloud documents in Photoshop? Okay, Anika, so very good question. So no, I can't directly edit anything from Express that will show in the actual Photoshop file. If you recall from this example, the burger example here, that became essentially it's a library asset. You can think about it as a library asset. It's an asset that resides in the Creative Cloud, and when you edit it in the Creative Cloud, it will change in Express. But as you notice here in Express, Adobe Express, we only have essentially an image. It's just essentially a flat version. So I can't, double click on it or anything to edit it within Express. But if I go into Photoshop and find that document, I can make a change here. So we'll make it, I don't know, we'll make it a different color. Like we'll make it purple now. I don't think we made it purple so far. And maybe, we can change this to, I don't know, burgers or something. I don't know, burgers, ? Whatever the new copy is, save it. And then this will update in Express, Adobe Express. There you go. So that's the link relationship. You can think of these cloud documents essentially as an image, but the image can be edited through Photoshop. And we don't have a lot of time, but one of the things that I also wanted to talk about is that the new Adobe Express has access to text to image, right? So I can just create a new image here. I can just type fish. So maybe maybe we want more fish in this particular image. So I'll type fish, and I can just generate a fish. So it has the Firefly essentially built into Adobe Express Beta. And whoa, did I not type the word fish? Oh, wow. So that doesn't look like fish, but that's what I got. Maybe I can change some of the content types. Maybe I can do photo to try to get something more realistic. And maybe I can give it a different prompt. So like, how about fish underwater? Underwater. And we can see what it generates. The point is that with Adobe Express, there you go. We have a fish underwater, and maybe we can make adjustments to this particular image to make it work. We can probably make that one work, and we can go into editing this particular image, like with the remove background feature. We can probably remove the background just with one click, and maybe we have a fish coming in from the side. So the point is that you can easily generate all this content directly from Adobe Express. Also, something you can do is just work with text. I have the text here, and I can apply a text effect, maybe like, you can type in a prompt if you like, or you can use some of the sample effects. You can see them here. Maybe I can use a cool dragon skin for that. So I can click on this one called dragon skin, and it will create a dragon skin effect on that text. So you can see that there. And I'll just make it larger so you can see what that looks like. Obviously, maybe not the best design, but you'll get the idea. See how the word trick, you can really see that dragon skin. So I really think that Adobe Express is incredible now that it's in the beta stage because it has access to Photoshop, the Creative Cloud, and the entire Adobe ecosystem. Feel free to check it out, new.express.adobe.com. Make sure you check it out now. It's an incredible tool. And thank you everybody so much for watching. We're gonna be right back to show you more cool stuff with Adobe Express. My name is Jesus Ramirez. Thank you so much for watching.
Hey everybody, what's up? We're back. Thanks for sticking with us all day. I am Andrew Hochrattle and I am here to do your Illustrator Creative Challenge for the day. It is a very special one because we are going to be using Illustrator and the Adobe Express Beta. It is mind-blowing. I work a lot in Illustrator. If you have watched Adobe Live, you've seen me teach you probably a million things. Even this week, I've been doing the creative challenges and all that is about to change. My workflow is about to shift. And if you're a creative professional, this is for you. I'm gonna make your life easier. I'm gonna make it so that you can work with your clients in a more streamlined manner. So let's go ahead and hop in. If you would like to be a part of this, you can go to adobe.com/expressed, and that way you can get into the beta. It is a public beta, so you can get in, have some fun. There's a bunch of features here that I'm not gonna talk about because I wanna show you some cool cool stuff in Illustrator. It's really freaking rad, y'all. All right, so I have a project here. If you are a designer, if you're an illustrator, you probably have a project like this, right? You've worked on it completely in Illustrator and it is for a specific use. So for me, this was created for a tote bag, question mark. I think that we did a tote bag with this design and that's all that it was, right? And what a waste, right? That you as the designer are getting hired by a client and saying, hey, cool, let's make a tote bag. I make the design for the tote bag and then I need to do something else with it. So maybe I could like build some more artboards and like twist it and reimagine it. No more. Express is going to help us build this out into a whole campaign very quickly and very easily. So I'm going to show you a couple things in Illustrator, and then we're going to take it over into Adobe Express Beta. So stick with me here. Things we need to be familiar with today. Libraries are going to be very important for us. And if you don't have that window, all you need to do is go to Window and then scroll down to Libraries. It looks like this over here. And I've done the cooking show where I've pre-built some libraries, but to create your own, all you need to do is click on Create New Library. And I'll show you the entire workflow to go through this. If you have any questions, feel free to ask questions during this stream and I will kind of clue you in as we go. So this is my file that I have built. It is very 90s nostalgia. That's what we were going for, a little 80s, 90s. We've got our little shapewear on, our leg warmers ready to go. And so as you can see, it's a normal Illustrator file, right? We built out all these different pieces. We have all of our layers, all of our colors, looking good, right? I could show you how to build this in Illustrator, but there's not a lot going on here. It's a lot of basic shapes. So I'm gonna go ahead and show you how we can get this into Express. So what we're gonna do first is we are going to take this type that I've created, which I created using the 3D assets in Illustrator, 3D tools, is I am going to grab this type. Now this is all grouped together. It's very important. So it's all grouped together. And what I'm gonna do is I'm actually going to pull this out of the composition. So this is where our workflow changes a little bit. As designers, I'm used to thinking about the final product kind of just being in there and the final product being the end. But as we start to work with Express, the easiest way to do this, and especially with libraries, is to think in pieces, right? So break apart your design process and think that you are kind of just designing something start to finish, and think of it almost as building a scrapbook or a sticker sheet, right? We're gonna take all of these final designs and break them into elements, and that way we'll be able to use them in a lot of different ways in a lot of different versatile applications. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click and drag to select all of this type here. Now, I love that this type is a part of the composition, but I want it to go other places. So I'm gonna go ahead and put it in a library and make it into a linked asset. So I'm gonna click on, let's click on brand right here. And all I'm gonna do is click and drag right into there. So you can see that we click and drag right into the libraries and it will put it into that library for me. So I'm gonna rename this Stay Creative. All right, so from here, this type is gonna go away. It's gonna, bye-bye, adios. Killed it. So all I need to do is, it's gone, but it still exists. Don't worry, it still exists right here in this library. It's just not in our composition right now. So what I'm gonna do is I am going to click and drag this back onto my artboard, and you'll see that it actually has an X through it. And the reason it has an X through it is because it is a linked object. So this is not a vector. It is a vector, but not a directly editable vector. But what we can do is I'm just going to align that back into my composition. And then maybe we want to push it back so it's behind some of these elements, right? And I'm just hitting, oops, I'm hitting the wrong hotkey is what I'm hitting. We're going to send this backward behind a lot of these elements. There we go. That's what I want. There we go. So it's behind some of these elements, looking good, looking integrated back into our design. But I want to do like a really cool kind of 90s vibe, and I want to offset this to add like some grid lines to it. So I'm going to double click right here. And now I can edit this as if it was my regular document, right? So now I have all the vectors, I have all the points, I can work with everything that I need to here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do some little quick tricks, and I'm going to draw a line right here. I'm going to make this a black line for now, just so y'all can see it. And then we're going to do a quick workflow by making this a blend. So we have our line right here. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to click and drag holding Alt or Option to the other side. I'm going to grab both of these, go to Object, Blend, Blend Options, and we're going to do specified steps. Here I'm going to do maybe 15. Sure. We'll hit OK, and then go to Object, Blend, Make, and boom, we have a nice little grid there. So I'm going to rotate this and make a copy, hitting R, and rotating, holding Alt or Option, and then just drag this out all the way. So there we go. We got a really cool little grid, easiest way to do it. And we are going to change this to white. I forgot where colors were. All right, so we're going to change that to white. Looks pretty good to me. Have that selected. Let's make it a little bit thicker. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a clipping mask. So I'm going to grab all of this yellow here using my magic wand tool just to click on the yellow. And then we are going to paste Control-Shift-V to paste in place. I'll go ahead and right click to bring that to the front. Actually, let's go ahead and cut that. Sorry, my hotkeys are off. Cut, there we go. All right, Control, copy, there we go, paste in place. We are going to select both of these as well as that yellow and just create a really quick clipping mask. Andrew. I got it, guys, don't worry, we're here together. All right, clipping mask, we're here to show Express. Make clipping mask, Andrew. There we go. All right, so we got our cool grid inside of our type looking great. And all I need to do now is just save this file. So I'm going to Command S to save, and then we close it. And it's automatically updated here in my Illustrator file. So looks great, love that. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to delete this, and then we are going to save out this file. Okay, so we're saved this file, great, without the type in there. Now we're going to go into Adobe Express Beta by going to new.express.com. And all we need to do is click right here to start from content, and we are going to choose that file that we created, right? And so I believe that we have it in here, and we just have the stay creative right there. So when you click it, it will upload to the cloud and make a copy so that we can start working on it. Now, I am not going to use that one. You can use that one. I'm just going to baking show this so that it goes in a little bit quicker because I don't want to wait for loading time. So you can upload your Illustrator file directly, and it will come up like this, right? So it looks pretty good here, but this has all these pieces that I don't necessarily want with the letters. So that's pretty easy. All I need to do is click on one of these, and then I am going to open up my layers. So let's go ahead. Actually, I'm just going to click and drag to delete a lot of these letters. Bye-bye. So we're going to delete these letters, even though we deleted them in the other one. We're going to take these out real quick, and I'm going to replace this with that linked object that we had. You know what? Let's go ahead and save that. Let's do this. Let's do the actual workflow, y'all. All right, we'll save as, and I'm going to do this as Final Creative. Sounds good. So we have this Illustrator file saved, and then we're going to come over into Adobe Express. We're going to click on Share Your Content, and we are going to go and select our final that I do believe we put right here in our video. Final Creative AI, hit open, and it will convert that. So it's going to pull all of these elements in for me to convert it into a document, right? So it's not just taking an idea. It's not taking like a PNG. It's taking all of the actual vectors in for me. So now we have all of our elements here looking absolutely fantastic. We can ungroup them, and you can see that it's actually pulling all of those elements in for me. So if I wanted to maybe get some of these together, I can just group them, and I'm going to grab a couple of these because I know that I want to animate in just a few of these. So I'm clicking and dragging over the shadows that I have, over the outlines that I have on a couple of these pieces, because I know I want to give it a little bit of extra oomph. Let's add that one there too. Cool. And now we're going to combine all of the things that we've worked on so far. We're going to take this that we've created in Illustrator that now is in Express as objects. If I wanted to, I could come in here, select one of these. I can change the color. I can change the border. All of those things. It is an object, right? It's just an object that has come over from Illustrator. But I'm going to show you how to use libraries to really level this up. We're going to go to Your Stuff. And then from here, I'm going to go over, and I'm going to sync my library real quick. And I'm going to go over to Your Stuff, which is great, and go into Brands and Libraries. From there, we are going to go into the brand that we created in Illustrator. So we see right here, brand. This is our Creative Cloud library. We're going to come back into Illustrator, and I'm just going to search for brand right there. All right, so here, there are graphics, and it has our graphic here perfectly. So we're going to click, and it will place it directly into that document. So it looks pretty good. I do want to scale it up quite a bit. So we're going to scale that up right here. All right, and I think that looks pretty good to me. Let's go ahead. Oopsies. Wrong one. All right, so that looks pretty good to me. Let's go ahead and select a couple of these, and maybe we want to do a little bit of animation on some of these pieces that we've created. So let's do an animation here. Let's go in. Let's give it a nice little tumble. That looks super fun. Same thing here. Let's do animation. Give it a nice little tumble in from the other side, so you can actually change the direction. There we go. Looks good to me. I do believe that we had this as well. And if I wanted to change the order of things, I can actually come in here and select the timing of everything. So let's say that I want this bubble to come in first. We can go ahead and select our animation. And then as I click on this object, because it has the animation in there, I can click on Show Layer Timing right here. And from there, maybe I want this one to bounce in a little bit later. Maybe I want this top one over here to bounce in a little bit earlier. Right there. All right, it looks pretty good. All right, so let's go ahead and play this, and we'll get a quick preview of what it looks like. Boop, boop. All right, so we got two things that are bouncing in, looking good. And oops, I actually changed the wrong side. I want this to bounce in on the left a little bit less. There we go. So what we're going to do now is, I don't necessarily like the lines that are happening in this Stay Creative, right? But let's say that we've worked with our client and we've built out a full social media campaign. So we have this one here, and let's say that we had wanted to make an Instagram square post, right? And they had said, hey, we really, really want this to feel like it is in a 90s arcade, right? And so maybe they went into Adobe Express and they've shared something with you, they're collaborating, and they have done text to image, they've done a square, and maybe they did like arcade neon at night. So they've created this image using Firefly, generated an image right here, and watch what happens. So it is going to magically generate this image from us, some options. I think that looks pretty cool. And so I can select this, and it looks good to me. I can go ahead and set it as the page background, and then I want to put my art over that as well. So I just go back to Your Stuff that I created in Illustrator right here. I click, and now our Stay Creative graphic is going to be on this image as well. Looks pretty good, not bad. All right, we're gonna go into effects here and see what we can apply. We've got some duotones, and we could recolor this if we want to, but guess what? We don't need to, because all I need to do is come back into Illustrator, and let's go ahead and double click on this. So I wanna go ahead and change this file. Let's go ahead and take it from the library by double clicking, and we want to move these lines, right? So this little line pattern that we have, these little strokes that we have on top here, let me grab those. Where are you? There we go, those little guys. So let's say that I want that to be at a 90-degree angle. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to grab our blend that we made and just rotate it. So R, rotate 45 degrees. Great. So we're gonna come here, I'm going to File, Save, and then we are going to close. And again, we're working all in Illustrator using these pieces that we have through libraries. So we're gonna come back into Adobe Express Beta and watch what happens. This little thing pops up at the bottom that says, your linked assets have changed. Now what we can do is hit update. Dun, 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 dun. Boom. So straight from Illustrator, we have created this asset, placed it, and linked it as a linked object in this document, and it is updated live from our vectors in Illustrator into Adobe Express. Now, y'all aren't ready for this. What we can do is we can come over here and we can go to our other project. Okay, so we have that other project that we created right here. Let's click, and guess what? Oh, your linked assets has changed on this document as well. Oh, let's just click update. I don't have to replace any graphics. I don't have to change anything. It is updated in every single place that I have used this graphic before. And check this out. Oh, I need to place it back into my Illustrator document. Great. If I click and drag to place it back in, yeah, it's updated here too. So anywhere that you change this, anywhere that you update it, it will update across the board. Illustrator, Photoshop, Express, every single place that it is created, right? So think about it. If you're working in Adobe Express, right, and you're working with your client, you've built out templates, you have an email marketing campaign going out. That email marketing campaign has 15 variations in 17 different sizes, right? They come back and they say, hey, we actually changed the tagline. What? Right, that would take you so long to go back through all of those images. But if you've created the tagline in something like Illustrator, creating a library, and then placed that in there, it doesn't matter, right? You can go in, you can change that one word, and every single place that that is used on all like 500 of those documents, it'll update in a second. It'll update in like 10 seconds, but it will update all of those across the board so quickly. It's amazing. So what I've done here is I've actually built out a library of all of these individual elements. Again, if you are a designer, if you are a creative professional, build in pieces, right? So all of these are just pulled from right here. All I did was I clicked and drug it into a Creative Cloud library. This is shared with my client so that they can use all these pieces and they can create their own documents, right? We've got cool backgrounds here, and we even have some fonts, some colors, all synced into this library. Now, this is all pulled directly out of this image here in Illustrator. Watch what happens. I'm going to come over into Express, okay, right here, and we are going to go ahead and make a video. Why not? So let's go ahead and make a TikTok video. We're going to go create from scratch, and here, maybe I want to search for a video to get started. Maybe they don't have any video to get started. I can come in here and just type in arcade. Curious to see what comes up here. Cool. Okay, so, oh yeah, okay, all right. There's some cool stuff here. Let's do this one right here. So this is a VR headset. We're in VR. Not very arcade, but we'll use it for now. We're gonna click on fill video, and it is going to video it all the way across for us, right? It has filled that completely. I'm not crazy about this video. Let's go ahead and try. There we go. This is what we want, 100%. So there we go. We've got this cool kind of like 90s, 80s neo-noir vibe. Now, let's say that the client wanted to add in some of their elements to this. Guess what? I built everything in Illustrator for them, and I shared that library with them. So what I can do is have them come into Express, right? I've set up a template for them, or they can come into Express, and they can go to Brands and Libraries, and they'll see shared with them that library, right? That just is, let me confirm what I called it, Student Express. So I can search right here for student, click on Student Express, and you'll see that every single one of these graphics that I have used are now in the library and able to use over here in Adobe Express. So let's say I want to put a lightning bolt on there. I can just click on that lightning bolt. And then maybe I want to put in some other assets here. Let's go ahead and put in one of these little swoopily dooblies. Let's go ahead and stack in a little bit of a jagged edge, little angry guy. And then maybe we want one of these pop outs to kind of be the big boom that's happening right there. So all of these are created in Illustrator. And then I'm just gonna kind of move them around and get some nice elements kind of floating around my artboard. Big lightning. And then this one can go right here. All right, looks pretty cool. Maybe I want to add in some text over this as well. So we're gonna have these time in with different animations. This one here, I definitely want to kind of like swoop in. So I'm going to go to animation and we're gonna go in. I'm gonna give it a lightning flicker. That's fun. So we'll do flicker, and then once it's in, I'm going to have it continue to blink. Yeah, so we're gonna do some blinking. I'm gonna speed that up a little bit, and we're gonna give that some intensity. That's a lot of blinking. All right, let's leave it, why not? And then on the way out, I'm going to have it kind of bungee out. Oh, let's have it flicker back out. Sure. All right, so we have the flicker, and if I want to change the settings of when this is coming in, all I need to do is click on Show Layer Timing right here. And so I want that lightning to come in first, and so I'm just gonna leave it right there, but maybe it flickers out a little bit of the way through. Okay, looking good. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to continue this right there. And you can see that right now the clip ends right here. And so I'm just going to trim to the end to make it easy. So I'm gonna leave my playhead right here, come in, and we are going to split and then just delete the second half. Don't need it. All right, cool. So when we play, boom, looks good. We got our little lightning bolt in there. But let's say, Andrew, this lightning bolt looks a little bit wonky, right? Maybe we want the lightning bolt to be a little more of like a thin lightning bolt. Again, my client gives me that feedback. And you know what? My client can actually give me that feedback right here in Adobe Express. They can click on comments, they can click on this pin, and then pin right there and say, let's make it thinner. We can hit submit, and that is going to show up for me, the designer, and the client, right? If I wanted to share with them, all I need to do is click on the share and put their information in. So back in Illustrator, we're here, and it doesn't matter where I am, but I'm going to scroll up in the libraries panel over to that lightning bolt. So we double click here on the lightning bolt. All right, our lightning bolt is here, and let's go ahead and make that thinner for the client, right? They want it a little more jagged. So all I'm gonna do is literally just drag that in, squash it, hit save, exit out, and we'll come back into Adobe Illustrator, we'll come back into Adobe Express Beta, and 3, 2, 1, update linked assets, here we go, and dun, 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 boom, done. So it has updated that, made it more squishy. So again, if you're working with libraries and all of your pieces are coming from libraries, you can create some really dynamic stuff very, very quickly. And for an example, if you wanted to make a badge, right, that you could make in Adobe Express, but let's say that we wanted to put our Stay Creative in here. Actually, that's a better use case. Let's go ahead and grab that out of our brand that we had right here. Oops. We're gonna toss our Stay Creative in there because that is our hero. And now, boom, transparency stays the same, looks good to me right there. Cool. So built in Illustrator, and someone's asking, how do you share a library with someone? So over in Illustrator, you just need to click on this little button right here. So this little button is the share button. You want to make sure that they have edit access. You type in their Adobe ID and it will share that library with them so that they can collaborate with you on everything that you're creating, right? So maybe they are a client that is not necessarily familiar with Illustrator. That's fine. They can work in Express, and as long as they're using assets from the library, you can update an Illustrator and do all of the complex design work that maybe they couldn't do. So very easy. Now, let's say we want to create some more social media images for them. I can go to Resize. I can go to a square post. Let's maybe do a YouTube thumbnail as well. And then I'm going to hit duplicate and resize, and watch what happens. Boom. It has duplicated, scaled, and has all these images here for me as well still. So this is, again, linked objects. Anything that I change on these would change on the design as well. We can click here, grab this lightning bolt, pull it above our type. Maybe our type gets a little bit bigger on this one. And we can share this with our client so that they can design and create on their own. I do want this maybe in front a little bit. No, I don't. And this one right there. So the clients can animate on their own. You can animate for them. Let's go ahead and have this one swoop in from the side. Where's our bungee? I like the bungee. We're gonna have this one animate and tumble in. And then this one is gonna do a nice little pop and grow. Boop. And of course, our main is going to do, I think, the same pop and grow. Let's see, let's do big grow right there. So everything is going to play with that video playing in the background. We have resized, we built one thing, and now it has gone all the way across. Watch what happens. Magic. And guess what? I built this in Illustrator, right? So we built mostly in Illustrator for all of these assets and then brought it into Express to piece it together to add that animation. And this would have been something that from Illustrator to After Effects, it would have been a bit of a process. Now you can do it in minutes here in Adobe Express. So very, very easy. Again, to recap what we did here, we uploaded an Illustrator file, right? And created an animation using this Illustrator file, right? Uploading directly an AI file. We also used libraries as linked objects to mix our workflows in Adobe Express Beta to add animation and even resize to different sizes, right? We have all these different sizes here for us as well. So if you want to try this out, make sure you stick around for the rest of the day. We'll be showing you a bunch of content. Next up, we're talking about video in Adobe Express Beta, and then we'll show you a bunch of applications throughout the day of how to work with clients, how to work with marketing, and how to collaborate in cross-app workflows, Photoshop, Illustrator, all here in Adobe Express Beta. It's gonna be a great time. Stick around, and I'll see you in a few minutes. Bye, everybody.
Welcome back, everybody. I am so excited to be here. My name is Voodoo Val, and I am here for a video challenge, and not just any video challenge, but an exciting video challenge in the Adobe Express Beta. If you're just joining in, thank you so much for coming in and hanging out. We were going to get some links in the chat for you folks who would like to learn a little bit more about the Adobe Express Beta and all the wonderful things it is capable of doing for you. But today, like I said, we're going to get into editing some videos. So I'm going to pop over real quick and just kind of dive into it. What's new? All of the magic happening on the front page here. I am kind of looking over here at our Get Started bar at the top. There's a lot of really excellent things that I personally am loving for my own personal process, such as the videos and photos and files you can add into the Adobe Express. Now, PDFs, Photoshop files, Illustrator files, which is a good time. You can kind of come through here and see all of the different ways to get started, and we are actually going to dive into Instagram Reels today. So I'm going to just browse a template real quick. We're going to take a look at what is new in the video editing, and then we're going to start editing one from scratch. So if I just select one of our Instagram Reel templates here, you can see there's a lot of stuff going on. If we just go ahead and press our play button here, and just kind of look at what's going on in our video. I'm going to zoom in here so everyone can see what's going on. There's a lot of stuff happening. We've got a video playing in the back. We've got text kind of coming in. We've got shapes and stuff coming in from the edges and animating and bouncing around. And as I come into our timeline down here, which you can access if you select your timeline, and then you can toggle it down as I did there with just our little toggle down arrow, you can kind of see not only the video itself here in our timeline, but you can also come in and take a closer look at all of the different elements which have been added here. So we're going to peek at them, and then I'm going to show you how you can add them to a project yourself. So I'm just going to click on our text here, and let's take a look at that. You can see if I have my show layer timing toggled on, as I start to click all of these different elements and things that are positioned around my canvas, they start to show up on my timeline, and you can see when they come in during the video. We could move them around if we wanted that shape to kind of come in at a different time of our video, all that good stuff. And as I kind of move through the project as a whole, you can see there's a lot of shapes that will come up. You can see all of the different animations which are applied to them. We have such an awesome ability here to kind of animate in, do a looping animation, and animate out. And it kind of builds this really, really nice, pretty fleshed out video project here. I could come in and add a scene if I wanted to. I could come in and duplicate this scene if I wanted to kind of extend and do some changes on my project here. A lot of really exciting things happening, and I would love for you guys either to jump in and check out all of the wonderful templates we have, or do what I'm going to do next, and that is kind of build out our own projects, exploring more in depth a little bit about some of those features we just took a look at. So I'm going to come back over to my Instagram Reel. I'm going to say create from scratch. And we're just going to start building something awesome. So I had an idea for a video that we're going to do today, which is promoting a fictional project that I am calling Vaporwave Summer, a Fantasy Opera. That sounds like an opera I would love to watch. I feel like there's going to be some like-minded folks in the chat who are excited about that same kind of thing. So we're going to jam on it. I'm going to come over to our media panel over here. And you may notice some differences here. There's a lot of stuff that you can dive into. You can come in and search photos, search Adobe Stock, and snag any photos that you want. You can actually use the generative features and do some text to image. You can upload from your device. You can come into the audio tab, and you can snag some really awesome music for any videos that you're editing. You can record a voiceover right here in Adobe Express Beta, and you can also upload audio from from your device, but we're gonna dive into video first, where you can upload your own work, or you can come in like I'm gonna do and snag a great video. And I do have my 80s previous search here because we're gonna do kind of a Vaporwave project. So I'm just gonna search 80s in our tab here because we get these really, really great projects that come up that are like, you know, got this whole grid system coming up, these awesome cars, and I really love this video here, which is kind of a blast. It's a nice kind of a loop video of just driving down the street in a Vaporwave world, which I think looks cool. So we're gonna come in and start with this. One of the things I want to do is, this is supposed to be an Instagram reel. I want it to be pretty short. And as you can see, if I come over and look at our timeline, it is about 40 seconds long, which is a little much for me. So I'm actually just going to drag my footage down until I hit about 10 seconds, which I think is, you know, 7 to 10 seconds I think is good for the kind of project I'm looking to do. And then I'm just going to, right down here, just kind of extend the size of my my footage itself. So it's still 10 seconds, but it's just allowing me to see a little bit more of the workspace, so to speak. So now that we have our project, and I will zoom in just a little bit more so that everybody can see kind of what we're working on. And maybe I wonder if we could go down to, well, that'll work. So I'm gonna go ahead and just press play so that we can look. It's only 10 seconds. Everything works very nicely, and I think that it's going to look great in my overall arching project, but it needs a little something more. So I'm going to, let's go ahead and just toggle my timeline down for a moment, and I'm going to snag some design elements to add into my piece. So I'm going to come over to the Elements tab, which is beautifully organized. We can kind of cycle through from design elements to backgrounds to shapes and icons as well. And you can do the same thing here as in the previous panels, where you can just kind of search around for whatever it is you need. I'm going to be diving into the shapes because I just need a nice, elegant, simple shape, I think, to kind of frame all of the information I'm going to put into this animation. So I'm just going to snag an arch, I think is going to work. I'm going to snag this tall arch here. And I'm just gonna go ahead and size that up and center it on my canvas, because I think what would look really, really cool is if we kind of made this thin and elegant, sort of, and kind of that bold pink color. I think that would look really cool just to kind of frame up all of our information. So I am going to take a look at all of our settings for the shape now. There's a lot of stuff here we can do. I am going to just snag a color. You can come in, I do have a color set to primary colors here, but you can come into more colors if you want to select colors, which is really, really helpful, especially personally for me, just being able to come in and snag something here. You can set colors from your libraries. You can come into custom if you'd like and select a custom color and experiment a little bit, or if you have the hex code for a color that you would like to use, you can definitely add your hex code in there as well. As I said, though, I'm just going to use this color here, which is also, or we could use this pink color. I might actually do more of a pinkish color here, which is cool. And then I'm going to kind of thin out this border because I think something that's very thin and elegant looking will look really cool for our project. It's already starting to look pretty neat. So now we have that, and I would like to add in some text and get into a little bit more animation with what we're doing today. So I'm going to come into my text panel, and there's a lot of excellent stuff happening in the text panel. As you can see, we get a nice little blurb from the developers. More text layouts coming soon. Hang tight, we're working on it. Thanks, guys. And I just kind of scroll down through here to show that you can do the text generative AI. Here, the generated text effects, which is also really cool. So you can select a font, as we're going to do here with just our add text button. And you could type something in. I'm going to switch to a white font real quick. And I'm going to select, I think maybe we'll select, I have kind of yeah, like Calgary Script OT, I think is a really great font for like a Vaporwave type project. Typically with things that are designed in this way, you want like a like a font that's kind of slashy and handwritten paired with something that's bold and futuristic. So we have ethnocentric here, and we have our Calgary script T, which I think is going to look really good. So I'm going to come in with Calgary, and with my caps lock on, I'm going to type in Vaporwave. This is going to be part of our project title here for our promo. So I'm going to put Vaporwave down here. And if I really wanted to, I could come in and add a little more to our project. So if I scroll down here, you can see there's text effects. I can add shadows, I can add shapes, or change the shape, and I can add an animation. I could come in here to the text effects and just start describing kind of what I would like this to look like. Maybe I want this to look like glowing neon. Glowing neon. Let's see, sign, lights in pink. Could do something like that, which would probably look pretty cool if that's what I wanted to kind of take this project, the text for this project, and it'll do a little bit of thinking, and then as you can see, it'll start to kind of select. You can have like 4 different things to select from here, different versions and variations. You can load more to kind of look more versions and variations of whichever generative prompt you added until you find something that you prefer for your project. I'm not going to go the route of doing the generative text for this specifically because I would like instead for it to be kind of subdued in the back, because we're going to make the other word in our title a little more fancy. So I'm just going to go ahead and let me decide. I think let's just add another text real quick. So we'll go add text. Let's switch this to our ethnocentric, because I did really love ethnocentric. And I would like to change this to the pink that we're using for our border. So I'm going to come into more colors, select our pink, and I'm just going to write summer. So it says Vaporwave Summer. I might actually kind of resize our border just a little bit, just to kind of make it a little more, yeah, give it a little more breathing room. And I'm gonna snag our summer. Let's make it a little bit smaller so it doesn't feel so cramped. We'll throw that right there. And I'm also gonna zoom in here because I think that you guys should probably see this a little closer. So I've got Vaporwave Summer. This is my title. I might want to add a subtitle to this, maybe with a third font, and however many fonts you folks decide to use really is up to you. I don't mind using a third font. I think in some cases that could be pretty cool looking. So I'm going to go ahead and come in here with this other font, and I will say a fantasy opera. I think that looks pretty cool. And I'm gonna apply some other effects because I feel like this is really cool to have like the text giving us the title of the event I'd like to promote with this video, but I feel like it needs a little more oomph, you know, a little more pizzazz. So I'm going to add kind of a glow to my text. So if I come into shadow, there's a lot of different settings that you can choose from here. I think glow is a good setting for this, especially if I set it to glow and throw just a white back there. It looks really almost ethereal, which I think is perfect for this sort of thing. So I am going to also do that to our Vaporwave here. Let's go ahead and add our glow. There we go. I think that looks pretty cool. Gives it a little bit of a, like I said, kind of an ethereal vibe to it. But we can also animate this. I feel like it needs to be animated, because if I zoom out here to like a 25% and then we press play, it looks pretty cool. You know, it's starting to come together. We've got that awesome, like we're kind of traveling down to another place in this Vaporwave world. We've got the title so everybody knows what it's called, what it is. But I feel like it should kind of have a little more something to kind of bring that magic and that ethereal nature into the promo itself. So let's go ahead and add a little bit of animation. So I'm going to come down to our animation and see what we've got going on. As you may remember earlier, I was talking about all of the anime ins and outs and the looping stuff that we can add to our elements now, which is going to make this look super, super cool, I think. So I'm just going to add an in, and I think that because our Vaporwave here, let's go ahead and zoom in on this so we can get like a nice close look at everything we animate. I think that since Vaporwave is on the top, we should have it drop down, right? So let's go ahead and do our in. There's a lot of things that we can choose here. We can do the drop, which is probably what I will choose for this, but we can also do a grow. We can also do a flicker if we like. There's a lot of really fabulous little gestures and things to choose from here. The tumble is kind of cool depending on what kind of project you're doing. But I think for us, having kind of a nice drop or fade would work really, really well. Drift is actually pretty cool. We could have them kind of cross each other and drift in, which might be nice. Maybe we'll try that, because I think that would be pretty cool. So let's go ahead and do drift in. I can change the duration for how long it takes for that transition to happen. I think 1 second is good enough, so I'm going to change it to 1 second. We can change the personality of this, so we can do soft. I think soft is going to be probably what we end up going with. Smooth is another one that may work well, and you can kind of come through and really experiment with these and just figure out which one is right for you and your project. But I'm gonna let's go with soft. And then we can change the direction. So if I do have it coming from over from the left, and I think that that does look the best for me, is for it to come from the left. And then we can do kind of, we could make it breathe if we wanted to add, you know, something like a state that it rests as in between the in and out. I think that with this being the title of our project, however, that it might get a little bit busy. So I'm just gonna have an in and an out. And we will do a drift out. And we'll have it drift out, like just kind of continue on its way. Maybe, I think that would look pretty cool. Let's go ahead and check that out, what that looks like. So Vaporwave, and then at that end of the video, it should just kind of, just kind of drift over. All right, that looks pretty cool. Let's do the same thing with summer, and let's do it in the opposite direction, however. So let's grab it in, let's do drift, and let's do 1 second. I think I need to change the duration of it, the end of Vaporwave to 1 second as well, because I didn't change that again. But let's go ahead and do this real quick, and then we will drift out. Okay, let's do 1 second. Change the direction so that it's going to the other side. I'm gonna put it to smooth or soft. Make sure this one's on soft. And then let's come back. Let's make sure Vaporwave is set the way we want it to be set. Animation. Yeah, here we go. Let's go ahead and 1 second. Works for me. Make sure it's set to soft. And that looks pretty good. Now, one thing is I'm previewing this, and it's great. It takes a while to get through the entire, oh, that looks good. It is looking cool. It takes a while to get through the whole 10 seconds to like see how it works. And I'm not honestly sure if I want it to happen at the beginning, like the animation between those two begin right at the beginning of our video and right at the end. I think I want a little more breathing room, because if it's gonna loop, I'd like to give some room for our audience to kind of take in the cool video in the back for a little while before the text and everything appears, before I bombard them with information. So I'm gonna zoom out just for a second. We'll come back and look at our timeline. And I'm gonna start editing these different elements. So let's go ahead and do show layer timing. And I have Vaporwave selected, and I think what I'm gonna do is kind of bump this in a little bit, just to give it a little more time. Maybe not so far, maybe we'll have it kind of fade out towards the end here. I just want, same thing with summer, I just kind of want there to be a little more breathing room for both of these elements before everything begins. So let's come back, let's move our playhead back and hit play. Yeah, just a little bit of time, you know? And then as the video loops, it will kind of have that little empty space there, which is pretty cool. So I like that. And then I think we could do something with a fantasy opera as well. So let's do an animation here with that, and let's actually add a kind of loop state to the middle between our in and out animation. So let's come into animation. Let's do in. I feel like we could experiment with a different in, so maybe a fade could look pretty cool. Let's see. Let's also do a fade out so that it's a little cohesive. Fade out. And then for our looping, we've got a lot to choose from here. So we could do bob, we could do breathe, which is, you know, kind of interesting. Maybe a little too much for this, but flicker could be cool too. There's jitter. I do really like blinking though. I think blinking is probably what I will go with because the others seem a little too much for this particular project. And I'm going to tone down the speed. This is really cool to be able to edit all of these settings here. Maybe 20. Yeah, just something that's like really soft. You know, I don't want it to be crazy. And then we'll do soft here. I'm wondering if that's too slow because we're going to preview it with the rest of our video. I'm going to scroll here until I see our Vaporwave Summer come in. And I have Fantasy Opera selected, which allows me to see where Fantasy Opera is relative to when I see my main title appear in my video. So I'm just going to have the playhead here, resting there, and I'm just going to slide the Fantasy Opera portion layer there so that the animation begins a little after my main title comes in. I think that'll look good. Let's go ahead and preview that. Vaporwave Summer, a fantasy opera. I think it looks pretty neat. There's a lot of other things you can do here though. If I wanted to add another scene, I could add another video that starts to play directly after that with more information, kind of build out another portion of my video. I could duplicate this whole scene and start editing and altering that next to you know, in the next 10 seconds over here. I'm just gonna go ahead and undo that because I'm gonna stick here with this. But I think it needs one last thing before we take off, and I think that's gonna be using music. It's definitely gonna need a little bit of ambient music. A project like this absolutely needs a super cool soundtrack in the background. I think it's absolutely necessary. So let's come over to media and let's explore the audio a little bit. So in audio, you can see if I scroll all the way down, I've got like acoustic music, I've got background music, I've got blues, all kinds of super cool stuff, classical, country, and you can come in and view these different categories of audio just the same way as you can go and view different categories in your design assets, in your icons, in your shapes panel as well, which makes this really, really easy to find exactly what you need, the kind of music that's perfect for your project. I am going to type in 80s again though, because 80s, oh, maybe not in acoustic. I don't know that 80s, the kind of vaporwave stuff we're looking for would be acoustic music. So we'll search the media tab in general, but searching 80s I think will give us what we need. I have listened to this back to the 80s loop here, and it is pretty fabulous. So I'm gonna go ahead and just drag that to my timeline. You can see it comes up right at the end here. It automatically becomes as long as my main project here. I can also shorten it or lengthen it if I decide that I want to, which works really well, especially if you want to have other kinds of sounds, effects, and things come in if you are not doing a promo, but maybe something a little more in depth where you need little action effects and things happening in your project. You can do that. So I'm gonna scroll this back and I'm gonna make sure that we're zoomed out so we can see everything on our project, and we're gonna take a look at what that is like with music. And I can't hear it myself because I am in the studio, but hopefully you folks can hear it. I know what it sounds like, and I love it. I love it to death. It's a song that I would listen to myself, honestly, because I'm a big Vaporwave, retro wave fan. But this is pretty cool. I feel like it's looking pretty darn neat. Let me zoom in real quick and kind of line up our frame, because I kind of want to bring this tab up. Boom. Just kind of line that up. Let's go ahead and watch it one more time. I'm loving it. Vaporwave Summer, a fantasy opera. I could also, because we do have a couple of minutes left here, I could also duplicate this fantasy opera text here and make it change to something else in the same scene. So let's experiment with that real quick. Also, for those of you who are sticking around to hang out with us throughout the day today, because we have so many awesome, wonderful segments coming up after me, I am going to be up again with Jesus Ramirez directly after this, doing some design based on this same project, kind of diving into some graphic design for it. But I hope that you will stay with us all day, because it is kind of an Adobe Express Beta extravaganza. All right, so I'm going to snag this fantasy opera here, and I'm going to just pull this back, and I am going to duplicate it. So I will just come over here with that text selected, hit my duplicate button, and with that selected, I'm going to line that up right on top of itself. And because I have it selected, that means that this fantasy opera here that is in my timeline is that one. So I'm just going to put it on the other side of my playhead here, and I'm going to change this to June 8th, let's say June 8th, 2023.
20 seconds.
All right, and there we go. Now I have a bunch of different elements in my project. The animation is looking great. Stay tuned, because I'm going to be right here in a few minutes doing some more design. Thank you so much for joining me. See you soon.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jesus Ramirez, and here with me is the lovely, the amazing, the incredible Voodoo Val.
Thank you. Such an intro.
We're going to be discussing social media scheduling for designers in Adobe Express. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so I actually did a video editing project, which we're going to be kind of elaborating on. And I'm really excited about all of the features and things that we get to dive into today. We're going to be going over a little bit of like our linked assets. We're going to be jumping into some of our, maybe a little more animation, honestly, we could do that, but mainly scheduling for all of your social media needs. We're going to be diving into the schedule and taking a look at all of the different platforms you connect and how easy Adobe Express can make your online marketing tasks. So it should be cool.
It's going to be amazing, I'm sure. And you have any questions, make sure to leave them in the chat. I'll be happy to answer them if I can. If not, I'll ask you. If you see something you enjoy, make sure you give us a like and a follow.
Yay! All right. So I'm going to preview real quick, just for anybody who is just diving in. This is the video which I created, which we could take a look at real quick. We're going to be kind of doing our branding kind of based on this project. So I'll just play that. I'm sure there's music.
I gotta bring it in. I don't know if music will be in soon.
Okay, music will be in soon, but you can see it's actually pretty cool. This is definitely my sort of vibe, like the Vaporwave, 80s sort of thing.
Yeah.
And I like all of the simple shapes and stuff. I think it makes for a really cool project. But we're gonna dive into kind of making some social media promos that fit with the set, so to speak. So I'm just going to kind of come over and hit the main page here and open up a brand new file. So
cool.
There's a lot of stuff you can do on this main page now. I've been just exploring it like crazy since I've had access. I can bring in PDFs, PSDs, Illustrator files now, which is really awesome. And I'm just loving this top bar here where I can see all of the different projects that I can start from. I'm thinking that we can dive into kind of creating an Instagram square post, which is, that's my go-to default. I use Instagram a lot. Are you an Instagram guy?
More of a TikTok person.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I came into Instagram way too late into the game, but I was really early on with TikTok.
Okay, I'm exactly the opposite. Every time I visit TikTok, I feel like I don't know what I'm doing. I feel totally crazy, so much respect to you. Okay, let's go ahead and start from scratch.
Do you usually do that? Do you usually start from scratch, or do you use templates?
I do start from scratch often, actually. Let's take a look at the templates, though, for anybody who might want to explore them, because that's just my personal workflow, is starting from a blank canvas. But there's a lot of really awesome stuff that you can choose from here that can really get, kind of the creative juices flowing, right? Like, we can jump in. This one is actually really, really cool. I just like this whole lockup. And I like the fact that we have like this crumpled paper texture. Sea salt coffee, $75. I don't know about you, but I maybe wouldn't buy a can of salty coffee for $75. But very, very cool. But using this templates is really great, so we can come into our layers and noodle around with some of these elements that are here and move things around. You can start to add in your own elements if you want to, as you get into the project, whatever you want to do. But let me see, actually.
I like how that layer you just dragged has a blending mode applied, and it created that cool effect.
Yes, this is actually, I kind of saw that for a second, and I was like, is that what's happening
Yeah,
here? This
pretty
is great.
cool.
So we actually we can kind of look at the settings here, just for anybody who would like to take a closer look. So we've got normal multiply screen, which you can apply to a lot of different images. It doesn't have any effects or adjustments or anything on it, but we can come in and kind of check it out. In fact, I think it would be really cool if we put a duotone on this can. Let's just do a little experiment.
Yeah.
I think that, that's pretty cool. That looks pretty cool. We could kind of transform it into something that is totally different from what we began with. But yeah, as you can see, the templates are a really great place to just kind of grab something and get started, especially if, when I first started designing, I was a little intimidated by the blank canvas.
Right,
Sure. So it's a great way to go.
And even if you have some experience, you might not, and you're new to Express, you can at least see how things are built, and it gives you ideas and a starting point point, if you will, on how the application works.
Exactly. I agree 100%. And I would say too, I did say that I start from a blank canvas, but it isn't 100% of the time. Because sometimes I do feel like, you know what, this is something that's really cool. It's working for me. I wouldn't have thought really to pair up the font with these big shapes and put it in kind of a border like this. So that's a cool idea.
Yeah.
Maybe I see this and it's right for my project one of these days, and I decide to just snag it and work on it. But I will come over, and this should be saved because I've edited it. So it's going to be in my little taskbar down here, which I can come and noodle with later if I decide that I, want to do something with that, which I probably will.
I'm gonna start using that word noodle.
Noodle.
I like it. Noodle.
It's
a good word.
It's a good word to describe most things. I feel like noodle with this is typically how I use it. Okay, so I've got my my kind of blank page here, and what I like to do is come into our photos and search for something that matches our 80s retro wave vibe. There's a lot of really cool things to kind of experiment with, to noodle with in here. And I feel like, something like this, it could be cool. I feel like something... I really love the Vaporwave vibe of like the sunset with the grid texture kind of receding, So we could do, I wonder if we could do like 80s car, and
Yeah, there you go.
kind of get us like, this is really cool. That could be neat. This is for a promotional piece, so I don't want to get something that's so busy that it's like, would distract from any text I want to add here, but there's some pretty cool ones. Let's see, 80s wave. That's another way. Ooh, yeah, there we go. That kind of gives us more of that vibe kind of stuff. Let's see. Let's grab maybe this one is kind of cool. That could work. Let's go ahead and tap that and throw that in there. That one could be neat. I like this.
And I like how you're just thinking about images that could work, and you're like, I like this. Click, it appears in Express. Click, it appears in Express.
Yeah.
And you can play around and experiment.
Just
I like
kind of work around and take a closer look at what is available, because I think that's one of my favorite things here, being able to work in Adobe Express, is just the insane variety of images that we have available to us, so that I can do that. And I could do that in other apps maybe, but like it's so easy here to like do that experimentation. So I think I do like this one. I think this one would be really fun. I am gonna go ahead and just remove that one. We could come back at another time to that, but I think we're gonna go with this for our background. But I definitely want this to kind of match with our existing project, right? Our video project. So what I'm gonna do is, let's go ahead and crop this, first of all, into like a square. I think that will, let's go ahead and kind of center that. And I would like to extend this to the edge of our canvas. And we were messing with Duotone earlier, so I think that adding a Duotone that incorporates the blue and pink colors, which we have been using for the animation previously, would look really good. So let's go ahead and come over to my, my settings for this. I've just tapped my image, and we can come into effects, adjustments, animations, whatever we want to use. And I'm going to come into effects and go to Duotone, and then I'm going to just click it again so I can go into my settings and come into more colors, because I do like this more colors. I'm going to leave this blue as is. I think that's a good blue for our project. And then I'm going to snag this pink, because I did use this pink from more colors for my video project, and I think that gives it like the vibe. That's the vibe. Let's go ahead though, because this is great, but we need it to be a little more closely related to the other pieces. So let's go ahead and grab an arch, because I had my arch kind of framing my piece before. Let's grab our square arch.
So we were looking at graphics or photos, and now we're just looking at essentially vector graphics. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, I'm gonna turn that fill off, and I'm going to change the border to our pink color, which is easily accessible. Boom. I love this more colors folder. I cannot tell you guys how much I love it. And I'm gonna make it really thin and like almost kind of elegant. I want it to kind of match the width of the elements already in the piece.
Makes perfect sense.
And I think it looks really dynamic with the sun kind of setting there, which looks really cool. But I think it needs a little more something. I think that, you know, in our video, we had a lot of variation of color with the blue, like there were shadows from the cars driving and everything. So something we could do is come into design assets and get some really cool like gradients and shapes and wacky things to kind of throw in here. So I'm gonna do...
I like how you're using all the different elements to create this piece, not just stuck with photos, not just graphics, you're doing it all.
I like to, this is like my favorite thing here though, because like I said, we were, you know, it's so easy to have access to everything. Why not just throw paint at the wall and see what sticks?
Right.
So we've got gradients, and if you guys didn't know this, Adobe Express has these really cool, just like, almost like noisy, strange shapes like this. This is so cool. You know what we could do? You know what this looks like? It looks like a kind of a sun. Yeah, let's throw that in here. It looks like we could make this into like a bright reflection. So we kind of have a reflection of our sun here, but if I go ahead and line this up and I make it larger, then we've got like this wiggly, let me make it a little bit smaller, this kind of wiggly shape here.
Super cool.
And we can start blending it, you know, because I think maybe we could bring it up a little bit. I feel like there would be a little more glow on those mountains.
Yeah.
We're making it our own. This is ours.
And we're just noodling at the moment.
We're noodling at the moment, exactly.
Yeah.
So let's come in to effects and adjustments. So we could, no, let's do adjustments. Adjustments is awesome. So I can come in and I can change the saturation of this. I like that saturation, but it is a little pink, a little more pink than I kind of want. But we can kind of change the tone of it if we want. Yeah, like there we go. Kind of get it to match that background. I think that looks pretty darn good right there. So we have like this cool kind of burst of color working in there with our piece. I might bring it down a little bit more, and I will stop noodling with it, because once you start noodling, you might get stuck in the noodle
won't
loop.
Stop.
Yeah. But there's more of these shapes in here. So I am gonna grab, I think I would like a weird little burst.
Yeah.
Let me know in the chat too, by the way.
In the chat, people are saying that you can lower the opacity, and absolutely right. You can lower the opacity if you like on any element. And as you saw, change blending mode as well.
Exactly, yeah. And I kind of want certain things to be bright, especially as I bring the pink in, but we can mess with the opacity as we start to kind of bring in some shadows.
Right.
Like, let's grab this. This will be like our last bright piece, because I feel like that will look really nice just over the top of our... I don't know why there would be a weird burst of color above. I don't know if that's like scientifically accurate.
We'll call it a lens flare.
Okay, there you go. Okay, perfect. We're noodling with lens flares now. But that works for me. I think that looks cool. It kind of continues this archy shape, you know, that's going with our pieces. So let's come into adjustments. I want to saturate it because I think, yeah, there is color in that for sure. Let's saturate it and let's make it a little more closely related to the top of that piece there. And I won't mess with it for too long because, like I said, you know, you get trapped in the noodle loop. But that looks kind of cool. You know, that works.
Yeah.
Could be interesting. We can make it a tiny bit brighter. All right, and that's all the noodling. But I also think we could probably group these together too, because, you know, I don't want them just to be kind of scattered out, and all I've done is just selected one and held shift and selected the other, and then I can hit group over here, and I am going to drag them underneath my arch here.
And for those people that are really into keyboard shortcuts, you can also use the same keyboard shortcuts as Photoshop.
Which makes it, for me, I'm a Photoshop gal. You know, that's my bread and butter when it comes to like my illustration as well as fresco. So being able to have those that transfer over makes things really, really comfortable for me.
And I like that you're staying organized because this might be a simple design, but when you start getting more complex, you can have dozens, if not, you know,
yeah, it just
hundreds
looks
of layers.
Like,
Yeah.
I was working on one the other day where I was like, wow, that's starting to look good, but I want to kind of move this someplace else. And I was like, well, let's take a look at my layers. And I was like, oh, I've been here for 2 hours and I didn't even realize how crazy this gets. I think we need some shadows, and then we can play with the opacity settings like was mentioned at the chat. So let's come over to the elements. Let me know if there's any shapes or anything that you folks would like to throw in, you know, because I feel like we could do some weird wacky shapes like overlapping.
Give us some ideas.
Let's snag.
So question in the chat, is this web-based Cloud Photoshop Express?
Yeah, this is web-based.
Yeah, it is web-based. I wouldn't call it Photoshop Express. It's Adobe Express, but it's a web application, a web-based application where you can do a lot of things, including design Instagram posts.
And edit videos.
Edit video,
and all
yeah.
kinds
Whole
of
bunch of stuff. Edit
all
PDFs
kinds of super
and
awesome stuff.
it's got a lot of the best Adobe apps in it. So it's got a little bit of Illustrator, a little bit of Photoshop, a little bit of Premiere, a little bit of Acrobat. So it can do it. It can do a lot.
I agree, and it's transformed into something where, for my personal workflow, if I need to get in and edit a video and make a branding package for an event or whatever it is I'm doing, there's not a lot I have to leave for if I get comfortable with the features and things. I can do a lot here, which is really great because sometimes you're on the go and you don't have access to all of the things you need access to. You jump into this and you have your own studio with you. I'm going to come in to the blue. And we are going to bring this blue into the highlights, and then we're going to add a dark shadow is what we're going to do, because we're going to make this blue kind of blend in, kind of give us some amorphous looking shadows to our blue background there. So I'm going to snag that. We can also edit with the opacity in just a little bit, because I think that was a good idea. Just kind of give it a little subtle change over there. And I think we could probably duplicate this. Let's go ahead and kind of move this over here just to add a little more, because that curve kind of goes nicely into that curve right there, which is cool. So this is how I like to kind of make my own work of art.
We're getting some wows in the chat. Yeah, wow.
Oh, I'm so glad. Welcome in, Nardos, by the way. Thank you so much for popping in. It's good to see you. And I also see Tin, welcome in. Smart, hello. 84 Productions, it's good to see you. I see our good friend Wade Acuff in the chat as well. Oscar, welcome in. It is good to see you folks.
It's interesting to see that a lot of the names are names that I've seen for years in the chat, you know?
These are our friends. This is our Adobe fam.
No, but it really is, because we hadn't met in person and we felt like we knew each other once we met, because we've seen our names in the chat, we've seen each other through streams and things like that.
I think that's like the weirdest thing sometimes is like I will come here like today to the studio and see a bunch of people, and I honestly can't for the life of me remember, like, have I met this person in person yet? Or has it just been online?
Yeah, just an Adobe Live?
Because we're close, but it's like sometimes it's just remote and it doesn't feel that way.
And like we like message, like you had a question once about something, you messaged me privately and vice versa. So you know, like you've developed relationships and meet people, but then you don't realize, wait, have I actually seen them? You know,
do I know him?
Yeah.
That's really cool.
So one of the suggestions in the chat was what was it? A hollow repeating triangle.
A hollow repeating triangle.
Yeah, from 84 Productions.
Okay, let's go to, I am going to invent an interpretation of that.
Okay.
Because I like retrowave stuff. I think I kind of get what you need. So let's go triangle. Spell triangle correctly live on the stream, Val, please. I am such a horrible speller.
Oh, Val, me too. Me too.
Okay.
I think that's why we're all designers, because we decided we couldn't write.
Yes. All right, let's add this.
Lenny Perez is saying that the beta is mind-blowing. That's right. The Adobe Express Beta is mind-blowing. There's so many cool features, and we're going to see a lot more. This is just the beginning.
Let's go ahead and turn this like that.
Sam's in the chat. Hey, Sam. Thanks so much for watching.
I feel like Sam?
Sam, yeah.
Sam, welcome in, Sam. It's good to see you. I think we're going to change this border. Let's make it a little thicker, like an 8, because that's, we could do something like this. Maybe we change the color to be very subtle, like the blue color, and then have it subtly like encroaching upon something. I thought it would be cool if it was like intertwined with the, well, maybe we could do it like right here. Yeah, okay, I got an idea. Let's go ahead and duplicate this.
It's gonna be great, I'm sure. And this is actually going a little bit of what Lynette was suggesting. I like the idea of bringing in more geometric elements, so definitely.
I think that we're onto something together, chat. I think that we're gonna make something super cool. I think this is neat. I could use my arrow keys just to kind of bump it and really make that a little more even.
Yeah.
I'm eyeballing it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna group all these together.
Yeah, but
okay?
see, again, you're seeing the arrow keys just like in Photoshop Illustrator, and now you're grouping just like in Photoshop and Illustrator, so it's great.
It's been very intuitive for me, so I feel very comfortable. So I have these, I'm turning them underneath the frame, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have like the tip of that kind of encroaching there. We're gonna turn this all blue.
Masson is asking, is it available for public? Yes, it is. You can go, there's links in the chat, so you can click on it right there, right above your comment, you can click on it, but it's adobe.com/express.
Yes. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna...
Yeah, just look at Wade's comment. He just posted the link in the chat, and you can check it out.
I think if we turn this to a blue that is like just slightly different from the background, it will make them appear like a very subtle shape kind of thing happening. So that they're there, but they're not so loud that they are distracting from the rest of it. Let me actually put this over top while I'm editing this so I can reach it good. Okay, there we go. Let's turn this to blue. Blue. We will put this underneath now. So then we have like this little pop of like geometric something coming out over here. I think that could be pretty cool. We could do that with a bunch of different shapes, like depending on what everybody wanted. But I think that does look really, really cool, just kind of encroaching upon the space over there. So I'll leave that, that's something we can come back to, but I feel like we need to kind of create, add our text and do some cool stuff here. So let's come over to our text. And you can, do the generated text effects, which is a lot of fun. And I feel like I'm going to do our text in a way that matches how I did it in the video, but then I feel like we should elaborate a little bit and do some more work. Because this is like something I would post on Instagram with like the title of my event. But then I feel like we need to do another one that has like information for the event and things like that with some variations of design. So let's go ahead and go to the white. I think we need white for this.
And also, I don't know how you feel about generating content online, promotional content, I should say. So I do oftentimes try to capture that same feel and vibe from the original content. But then since it's promoting something, it needs to be clear, it needs to be impactful, it needs to stand out. So there are some changes that I do.
Yeah.
I don't keep it exactly the same. So I don't know if you do the same.
Yeah, and I think too, like as you develop content for various social media platforms, I think some kinds of design are more popular on various platforms.
I agree.
So kind of flavoring it for the different audience you might be appealing to in each place is also a good idea.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and set this to ethnocentric. And then I want to, maybe if we can, explore the different weights for ethnocentric and see about using some of the generative effects to make it like neon.
Yeah.
So let's do summer. And let's set this to our pink. And I think we're going to set this to pink, and then I think we're going to customize it because this is going to be very, I need to select all this so I can change it. Please? I keep accidentally clicking it one too many times.
That happens all the time to me.
Let's go ahead and turn that. But if I go ahead and drag this down, I feel like we lose it. right? Like it's just,
Yeah.
you know, when it's not highlighted, it's just kind of, it's there, but it could pop more. So let's go ahead and go into our handy dandy custom tab over here, and let's just make it related but brighter. I think that's fine, you know, to do. There we go. And then we'll bump our Vaporwave.
There's a question in the chat that we can get to later, but I'll ask it now. Is it possible to import Firefly items directly from there? There, I'm assuming Express, Adobe Express.
You know, it's not something I've tried as far as going to Firefly and creating something and then bringing it in here, but you do have the capability of doing text-to-image generation here within the Adobe Express Beta.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Yeah.
I get, yeah.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
It's here.
And you can also generate an image under the Your Stuff tab if you wanted to, and then just type in, you know, whatever, a 1980s car or whatever, and then see what it generates, and then import it into your work in progress. So it definitely, you can definitely, if you want to use the word import Firefly items directly from Adobe Express, then you can definitely do so. You can generate.
We can actually kind of try it out.
Yeah, let's try it out.
Yeah, you know. Like
Yeah,
we could,
why
I
not?
feel like we could. So let's go ahead. I'm just gonna make another page here.
Yeah.
And jump in.
Yeah.
And let's go over to images.
Actually, under media, I said Your Stuff earlier. Sorry about that. I meant to say media. I was reading Your Stuff on screen, and then
I do
text to
that.
image.
I
Yeah.
do that. Okay, let's go text to image. Let's do square. And you know, if anybody caught Andrew Hawkrattle stream earlier, the challenge that he was doing, he was creating some incredible images, which I absolutely loved. And I remember thinking to myself, I need to do that today. So we're gonna take some inspiration from him. We're gonna do synthwave because that's perfect for our project today. And I think that we are going to do, let's see.
And this is one of the reasons why I think Adobe Express is better at getting results than, say, some of the competitors, because you can input all these different styles and different options rather than trying to prompt engineer something.
Yeah. So let's do, I feel like another thing that's very 80s is like arcade stuff, you know? So I want to do, I think Andrew was generating arcade, like neon arcade stuff, but I feel like what else is something that would go in an arcade? Like we could do like arcade signs.
Okay, yeah.
You know? Arcade. I can spell. I can spell. We could say, we'll do a game system first. Arcade game system in blue and pink, because I feel like, you know, should try to do something at first that kind of goes with our piece. And get us some. Ooh,
there we go.
Give us some ideas in the chat.
Yeah, give us some ideas for prompts.
Because I feel like this is really cool. I'm gonna load more. And I also want it to be darker though, like, because this is like a bright scene almost. Like I kind of want it to be darker, but we can take something that has like a very good contrast and we can apply a duotone to it if we want to, because I kind of like that vibe. This is kind of neat.
And I like what you just did there. I know you you did it so fast and it happened so quickly that people might have not seen, but I think it's great that you generated 4 images and you're like, these are cool, I like the vibe, but let me see what else it can give me. And then you clicked, and not even 2 seconds later, we got 4 more.
What else is there? What else can we, you know? I like this one, and you know what? I think that if we do this one, where, I mean, this would be cool because I could put something on the screen, but I would really like, I can't remember who that was that said to put the repeating triangles, but we could take that same element and throw it here, like kind of like at an angle, kind of coming out of the screen. So I'm gonna go ahead and go with this. This is good for me. Let's come to the effects. Duotone.
Oh, look at that.
And let's edit our tone a little bit, because I definitely want it to kind of feel, let's do it brighter. Let's kind of pop it. One thing that is good to remember, I think, with the duotone is that it is blending it, right? So, you know, the color that I select, it might not, the pink, you know, it might not pop as much as like just the sampled color does, because it is kind of doing like a gradient map. Right? So sometimes when I need a color to match the rest of my elements, I will actually come in and bump the pop of color a little bit, and it works well with everything. Just to give it more of a, what is that, like more range between the 2 shades and the 2 values. So I think that looks pretty cool, actually.
I agree.
And we can kind of look, if we look at our pages, maybe a little more red tone to kind of blend it, which I like doing. I like being able to like kind of preview everything that I've got going on. Let's start from a red
Oh,
and
interesting.
then edit that.
I like
actually.
I like where your head is at.
Yeah, I feel like. And then I'm going to make this color slightly more pink. And the reason why I do this is because sometimes I feel like when I have my heart set on a color, I'm not always, if I start with something similar to it, I don't always deviate from it the way that I should when I experiment. So if I start from something else, then my brain can kind of go, kind of like what we talked about using templates earlier. You know, sometimes that's what you need to really kind of get it going.
Yeah, your mind just needs like the little jump start just to get it going sometimes.
Yeah. And I could pull this into red just slightly. I think that's going to be good. I won't noodle with it too long. But that actually matches a lot better.
Yeah.
And I think I like this because we've got like the lines in our sunset and we've got the lines across the screen here. That's looking pretty cool. Like almost just a little bit of,
and also like
related.
something that people need to keep in mind, if you're trying to match something, a lot of times, you know, like this matches, but one image has a dark background where the other one has a bright background. So just because of that, it won't quote unquote match, but it really is matching.
It's they're, what is the phrase that people who do their eyebrows use for eyebrows? They're sisters, not twins. So that's what it's. So these are definitely sisters.
This might come to a surprise to you, but I've never done my eyebrows.
Well, I hope that somebody else in chat has heard that saying before. But I think you could use that for design elements that are sitting, you know, in a set together. Maybe in some projects you would want design elements to look identical, just resized for various platforms. But I think, you know, as you experiment with, like we were talking about, having a different flavor for different platforms, you might do more of a bright, you know, the brighter ones for TikTok and the darker ones for Instagram. By the way, I just Control-C, Control-V pasted our shapes here so that we have like kind of a repeating thing. And I was kind of thinking it would look cool next to the screen right here. I don't know. Just a little something. But yeah, I think, you know, the variations in a project can be sisters, not twins.
Yeah. There's a couple prompts in the chat if you want to try them out. We have Neon Outline Retro Jukebox, Black Mac Paint 3D Smooth.
Oh, we've got like a whole prompt for us.
Yeah.
Also, I see Travis is saying that's a little painful for colorblind folks. That is a great point. Maybe we can tone it down just a little bit because that's not something I thought about right at first. But they're probably vibrating real hard.
Definitely.
So maybe we could make our blue slightly darker, at least for the purpose of our stream today. We can start from here. Let's come in. I do like just kind of clicking around and looking at our various different duotones. I kind of get addicted to like going and snagging them. But let's do this dark color. Let's do like a almost black and get a lot more contrast between, so they're not so closely related. I will brighten this up a little bit.
Yeah, also, thanks for the link, Wade, in the chat. So Wade posted a link to color.adobe.com where you can find accessibility aids to help you with issues like this, where you can test out what colors would work even for people with some disabilities.
Yeah, definitely check that out. It is a tool that I do use often, especially if I'm going to be making something for a client. Also, my brother is colorblind, so maybe I have no excuse for not thinking of that. So I definitely recommend checking it out. One of the things, there was one thing that I really wanted to do as well. So we'll kind of move away from this one for now. But I wanted to do another one and show off the linked assets because I do have a super secret extra image that I wanted to try for a background, which was really cool. And it's something that I found, by the way, on the free section of Adobe Stock. So if you would like to have this image, you can have this image too.
For free?
For free.
Wow.
Yes.
And maybe you can show us how to do that.
Yeah, let me go over to...
because in case you didn't know, you can get a ton of free content from Adobe Stock.
Absolutely. In fact, real quick, I'm gonna pop. Can we pop to full screen of us? I'm speaking to the studio deities.
There we are.
There we go. Because I'm gonna pop over here, and what I want to make sure is that as I go in here, that. Okay, just making sure that my top secret art is not showing up.
Okay, great, great.
When
Yeah.
I go to search stuff. Okay, just be careful. All right. There we go. Yeah, we can pop right back over here. So I'm going into the free section here, and if we go, you can see I typed in 80s Vaporwave, and you can come down here, and that's it right there. So this is called 80s Abstract Colorful Night Background. So you can, I downloaded it for free, you can license it for free as well. It's great. And I'm gonna go ahead and let's start another piece here. And I'm just gonna go ahead and jump in from scratch. And I have my background saved as a Photoshop file. It's saved into my files, like my cloud files. And so if I come over to my Adobe Express Beta, I can come into my stuff. And it'll show my folders and things. It'll show like my paintings, my illustrations and stuff, everything that's in my my folder. So I'm sure it comes to no surprise that there are little monsters, strange little creatures, and Star Wars fan art in here. I'm sure nobody's shocked.
Into Star Wars?
Oh, you know what? Funny you ask. But you can see here that Vaporwave background is saved because I have it saved as a cloud file.
Yeah.
So if I click it, I can throw it in here and I can edit it, however I like. But the thing that's beautiful about this is that it's linked. So if I decide that I want to kind of alter it or edit it in Photoshop, I can come over to Photoshop and maybe here just to do something that's dramatic so we can see a dramatic change. I'm just going to crop this into a square.
Okay.
And we could add some more stuff to it, but I feel like this is one of the things where, we're going to be able to see it kind of dramatically change. I'm going to save it, and then over here, if we come back into Adobe Express Beta, it'll say, look, your link assets have changed. Go ahead and update it, and I've got my square version of this. So if I had, a bunch of things that I was working on, and I needed to edit it in Photoshop. Maybe I'm using photos which I've done photo editing on in Photoshop. Maybe I need to, I throw all my photos into a flyer or poster and realize that they need a little texture. I could do, actually, why don't we add noise
There you go.
to this, Let's add a little bit of noise. And this is not something that this is kind of on a whim and not something I've done in a while, but I think that we could, let's go ahead and grab a brush, and I'm going to snag like a hard round brush. Do you have a technique for making noise textures, by the way? Is that something that you do often?
I mean, I probably would just start with like the noise, basically what you're doing now. I'm guessing you're gonna fill with what, 50% gray, and then
and then just
add,
kind of
add
maybe some darker, and then either excuse me, go into like the filter noise, or do like even the dissolve filter, reducing the opacity. That would give you some noise. Yeah.
So there's different ways.
Speaking of dissolve, I like to use dissolve as a brush because, I like to use dissolve as a brush because I like to be able to get like kind of a weird texture like that. Maybe we could just do that because, I mean, I could come in with the filter and do some fancy stuff, but for the sake of not being too precious, not noodling with it too long, we could just do this. This is cool. And then I can turn this on a blending mode if I want, and just like kind of give it a little bit of something. Maybe I think overlay is a little too harsh. Yeah. Honestly, we could do like a screen and we could just turn the opacity down on it just to give it kind of a subtle grit to it, which, it might lose us a little bit of detail, but not much, kind of gives it that vintage vibe. And I'm gonna go ahead and just save. Let's save. and we'll have a little bit, it'll give us an update. And then I'm going to put a duotone on it too, so it's like a little less crisp.
Right.
Let's go ahead and update. Yeah, we got our, because now honestly, it looks less like a vector illustration and more like a shot from an anime. Or
Right,
something.
right,
I don't know
yep.
if there's any anime fans in the chat, but I think that looks pretty cool. It kind of makes it more look like an illustration.
And by the way, if you're noodling with these things and there's no update happening, make sure that that icon on the top left is there. That little link is just indicating that it's connecting to a cloud document, a Photoshop cloud document. So that's very important. Sometimes you might mess around with things and you're dealing with something that's not linked to the cloud. So make sure that's there, and then that connection will work.
Yes. Ooh, I like that. I feel
Very
like
cool.
that's like just
Very
like
cool.
super bold. Looks cool. And then I think that it would be really neat to do like another animation. And this is something like, you know, maybe you could export an MP4 and like create some kind of animated GIF, you know, which would be cool. But we've, you know, we're slowly kind of making our way into some pieces here. And we'll see if we like which ones we like and which ones we don't. I'm gonna snag these. Let's group these together. And I'm gonna Control C and come over back into my pages and Control V. Ooh, wrong one. I still had this copied. I must have hit the wrong. It happens. Maybe I'll leave that there. It didn't look bad there.
I think it looks great.
Yeah, let's because I just don't want to have to like go through and make my title from scratch. You know, if it's already in my project, why make it again? Can I? Yeah, there we go. And I think maybe at the bottom here. And we won't do the frame because we've already got that arch, and we kind of wanted them. We want them, the designs, to be sisters, not twins. I think
Sisters, not twins.
Sisters, not twins. I think that's kind of cool. Maybe it needs to be a different blue, but that's fine for now. I think that's kind of neat. You know what I don't have on any of these, by the way? We're promoting a fictional opera event, and there's no date. Nobody knows when it's going to be. So I am going to put today's date on it, I think. We could do like a, in our Vaporwave font. And then I think we need to get into doing a little bit of scheduling, because we want to definitely show how we can take all of these and schedule it directly to our social media. And it is something that, I'm going to be honest with you guys, is an absolute lifesaver for me. I don't know what it's like for you, like promoting your own stuff and like working with content and things on social media, but for me personally, I have a hard time doing it.
Yeah.
Like I really, it doesn't come naturally to me. Using social media has never come naturally to me, actually. And I like to spend the time painting the thing, you know, and making the stuff. But when it comes to like promoting it and all that, I feel like I'm not very good at it. I don't remember to do it sometimes. And being able to like just very, very quickly come in and create something on the fly with that looks like super, super good, and then schedule it right here so I have all my stuff scheduled for the rest of the week and I don't have to touch social media.
Well,
makes me very happy.
It's very time consuming to just simply post. Just simply go into, you know, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever, and post is very, very time consuming. So taking, you know, maybe 20 minutes in one day, just scheduling the whole week.
Doing it all. Yeah.
Such a time saver.
I agree. And it makes me feel very thankful for all of this because I'm able to do it. I feel like we probably have time to do one more thing. Like, we've done a lot of square posts. I think this one is still my favorite, honestly, because I just, you know, I'm a little partial to it. But I feel like we could maybe do one more thing before we got into the scheduling, because I think we have some time left here. Maybe we can come back to our main page and kind of peek at what we've got.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
And you're thinking of doing a portrait style post, or what are you thinking?
It could be like, I mean, it could just be as simple as like creating a logo for it. You know,
Okay.
that could be interesting. So let's see what the, look at what the templates look like. If we don't have to finish something totally here, but just
Right.
kind of checking out what that means. This is cool.
That's
amazing.
exactly the one I would have clicked on.
That is solid.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna change this to the colors I'm using for our project. And we're gonna pretend that I came up with this one because that's really cool. We can add maybe our font, which would be cool. Let's change it to our pink. Let's make that pink a little bit brighter. Boom. And then let's change our blue. Change it to our blue. Can we change each individual? Oh, it's a font.
It's text.
That is
super
an
cool.
NW something else.
What is-
No, it's LMN, and then they rotated it.
Yep.
Oh, whoever made this template is a genius.
It might have been Lawrence. What does that say?
Lawrence Michael Nichols?
Nichols, yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
Okay. Genius. Let's change this one. I'm just going to play around. Lawrence, if this is yours, you're fabulous. You should know that. I think we'll do that. And then I'm just going to change the text at the bottom here for the sake of like having it a little more cohesive. I didn't make it dark. Maybe I should have done it, swapped it, like, blue
Right.
and pink. It probably would have looked a little bit better for our project, but I'm going to go Vaporwave Summer. Something tiny like that. All right. So now we've, kind of messed with logos. I think this one definitely needs some work.
Sure.
Of course. But it could be fun. I think let's go back to our other and do a little bit of scheduling. So right here, I'm going to just go ahead and look at our pages, and I would like to select all of these. Actually, you know what? I think I might get rid of that one. I won't be picky. I need to not be picky. Okay, let's, real quick. If I go to share, I can go to scheduled post.
There you go.
And it'll bring up my social media posts. So I've selected one of my my pieces here. But I can come into publish now, or I can kind of select my calendar here, and we can select maybe we want this to go live on Saturday, and we want to send it live at like 5:30, p.m. in the evening. I think that's kind of late to be selecting, promoting something, but maybe that's what we're doing. You can select a channel, so select whatever you are connected to. So I've got my Instagram and my Twitter selected here, so I'll go Instagram, Twitter, just to get that going. And then you can put a caption here. I might actually, legitimately, we're gonna post it today.
All right.
I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post it. Yeah.
Let's do it.
So we're going to get out of here at, I want to see it on my timeline in like an hour, at least within the hour. So let's just do noon. Let's do p.m. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So it's gonna go live at, well, I said 12:30. My bad. But that's good enough. So I'm gonna send it to Instagram and Twitter, and I'm gonna say, who's in the chat? I see Wade.
Yeah, Wade's in the chat.
I'm gonna say designed, if I can spell, designed this with Jesus, Wade. I see Travis. Travis. And
Oscar.
I see Oscar. And Oscar, let me do just another comma. Travis, Oscar, and Angel. Angel. If I spell your name right.
You got Oscar wrong. Sorry, Oscar.
I'm not a great speller. On Adobe Live today. Thanks for joining, everyone. Boom. Okay, so we've got that. We could add some hashtags to this. We could do hashtag Adobe Live. We could do hashtag
Adobe
Adobe Express. Adobe Express.
Do you have a hashtag of your own?
I don't. But you are more than welcome to hashtag my name whenever you guys want
Voodoo Val,
to.
hashtag,
Yeah.
yeah.
So maybe we'll do that. Hashtag Voodoo Val. I use it sometimes, but then other times I feel like, am I supposed to be hashtagging my own name whenever I post?
Why
I feel
not?
weird. I don't know. Okay, design this with Jesus, Wade, Travis, Oscar, and Angel on Adobe Live today. Thanks for joining, everyone. So that's going live. And you can also add more here, too. So you could post your pages together in the same schedule post. You can kind of add specifically from your files, your device, whatever you want, if you want to add more there. And we can preview so we can see, boom, there it
Look
is
at
on my
that.
Instagram. There it is on my Twitter. I'm going to go ahead and, ooh, no!
What happened?
I think I hit.
You scheduled it.
Did I schedule?
I don't know what you hit.
no, hold on, we're going to go back to schedule. I think I hit X.
Oh no.
I think I hit
And
X
we
out
have
of
like
it.
a minute.
Do we have,
Like
I think
2
we have like
minutes.
3 minutes maybe
Yeah.
left. Okay, we're gonna do this.
We're gonna do
do
this.
this.
Let's
I'm
do
not
it.
letting you down. I'm not letting you down, folks. This happens.
Yeah,
this is something that
yeah.
happens, okay? Let's go ahead and snag this. Let's go ahead and share again. We're
Yep.
gonna share.
And by the way, don't forget to check out the Adobe Express Beta. So check out the link in the chat. I think Wade is posting all those links. Check it out.
I'm gonna do a little refresh here. I think this is what I get for spelling like 4 words wrong in
Yeah,
the
and
last
then-
5
and then
minutes
back,
and
back,
not
back,
yeah.
back, back.
I think this is I think I'm cursed. Maybe hello. Maybe let's come in here
It's
and go
coming
ahead and
in.
share
There we
the
go.
one.
You got 2 minutes.
I'm trying. Oh dear. Okay, well, I remember exactly who I tagged in the post.
Great.
So I
have better
am
memory than me
gonna,
then.
yeah, I will definitely post this and
Yeah.
tag everybody, which I said that I would tag. Well, I don't know if we're going to be able to do it before the end of the
Yeah.
broadcast, but definitely stay tuned because
We have
the
a
whole day is
yeah, the whole
jam-packed
day.
with
Yeah.
with design and creativity. So
Yeah, so-
I'm pumped. Thank
Yeah.
you for
No,
hosting me today.
Thank you for doing such an amazing job. And thank you everybody in the chat. Oscar, Wade, Angel, everybody who commented throughout. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Stay tuned. We're going to be right back in just a few moments. Thank you so much, Val.
Thank you so much, Jesus.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. More content coming to you today from the Adobe Express Beta. It's going to be a great time. We're here with the legend himself, Terry White. Hi, Terry.
Hey, Andrew. How's it going?
It's going well. Can you tell us real quick just a little bit about you, who you are, what you do, all that fun stuff?
My name is Terry White, and I just started working for Adobe yesterday.
Cool. Welcome to the team.
Yeah, it's great.
You've been around for a hot minute doing a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, it'll be 27 years in July, something like that.
Oh my gosh. So
I do photography. I did design before that. I do pretty much all products. I do the video stuff. I dabble. Let's put it this way. I focus on photography, but I dabble in everything else.
I love that. So today, during this segment for the next hour or so, we're going to be showing you how to kind of come from Photoshop and Illustrator into the Adobe Express Beta. We've got a whole bunch of use cases. We're going to show you as much as we can and give you as much knowledge as we can. But I do want to show you one more thing. If you want more knowledge, you can join us over on my screen. Oh, I hit the wrong button, y'all. Oh my goodness. Look at this, we're falling apart. There we go. Studio Manager saved me. Over on my screen, thank you, Paco. We have an Adobe Express Bootcamp coming up next week. If you want more information after today, you can go to adobe.com/event/bootcamp/Adobe-Express.
Nice short URL.
Short URL. Yeah, you can think about it. Our mod will drop that in chat for you. But you can go here, and each day next week, the 20th, 21st, and 22nd, we have great content coming to you from our creators, Voodoo Val, who you just saw, all about the Adobe Express Beta. So tune in for this. You can set your calendar reminders. You can join the beta, get all your information right here, or at the link that's happening over in the chat. I think that's over there. I know, it's
yeah.
Everything's reversed.
For me,
here
it's
for
right
us.
there.
Oh yeah, the chat that's right there.
Right
Perfect.
there, right.
Thank you, Cody.
Yeah.
Actually, Wade. Thank you, Wade. All right, so if you want to join the beta, you can get more information and you can get access by going to adobe.com/express. That's a better link.
Yeah.
That's, a little bit shorter.
Adobe.com/express.
So you can-
I can remember that one.
Yeah, I got it. Chat, you also, thank you. Annika coming through with that long link. So you can get access here and work along with us as we show you how you can kind of prep things in the programs you're familiar with if you're a creative professional and bring them into Adobe Express Beta. So Terry, where do we want to start today?
I'm going to start with answering Oscar's question.
Oh, good call.
So Oscar asks, have I done macro photography? Yes, I have. As a matter of fact, I do a regular masterclass here on Adobe Live, and one of the topics, we spent the entire hour doing macro photography in the studio. Go check out the replay.
Yeah, check it out. You can actually see all of the replays by clicking on our subscribe button. So subscribe to the channel. We have content every day from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. every weekday, 9 a.m. 2 p.m. Pacific time. And Terry is generous enough to give us all of his knowledge on Adobe Live. So search through the channel, find it, and hit that subscribe button.
Cool.
All right. Where do we want to start, Terry?
Dude,
We got
there's
a lot to
so
go.
much to show.
So much.
And since you're such a gracious co-host, co-presenter, I'm going to let you start.
I love it.
With
Let's do
some
it.
cool things that you talked about that you want to show.
Let's do it.
I'm not even going to spoil it. I'm
Cool.
just going to let you talk about it.
All right, so I do a lot of brand identity design with clients. I love specializing in building really big systems and kind of visual identities with my clients.
Wait, I got to stop you.
Hit me.
I got to stop you right there. Because I bet there's somebody in that chat right now
Yes.
that doesn't even know what we're doing.
Oh. You're right.
Doesn't even know what this is.
Thanks, everybody.
What
See you later.
what application are we in?
All right. Right now, we are
He's
in...
been doing this all day, so I'm just messing with
It's
him.
true, I got one more. All right, we're in Adobe Express Beta. We also are going to be working in Illustrator and Photoshop. So I will be showing the I will be showing the Illustrator side of things. Terry will be showing the Photoshop side of things. So,
We flipped a coin.
yeah. So I'm going to be showing you a little bit of my branding process in Illustrator and how I get it from Illustrator into Adobe Express Beta and how I equip my clients to create their own social media in Adobe Express Beta. All right. Got it?
Perfect.
4 minutes down, baby.
Yep, let's do
50
it.
more to go.
All
All right.
right.
So let's go ahead and hop over into Illustrator with me real quick. So this is an example of what I would deliver to a client, right? So I'd build out a brand. We have logos, logo types, badges, marks, favicons, all this fun stuff. Okay, so if you are a creative who works in branding, you probably have something like this. There's a bunch of ways to get this over to the client. What I used to do, if I needed them to do stuff for social media, is I would come up here to File, I'd go to Export, Export for Screens, and then we'd do
Yes.
PNG, we'd make a little folder here.
You're
that's
bringing
like
back memories.
assets, yes. Hit choose, and then I would just export this, and then our client would literally get 72 files.
A folder of stuff.
A folder of stuff, right? And then they would upload this, and they would kind of like piece together their social media. No more. This is not the workflow that we want to use anymore. So there are a couple different workflows, and I'm going to show you the one that I think is the easiest and kind of quickest to work through. And that is creating a library. So all we need to do, if you don't see it, you can go to Window and then scroll down to Libraries, and it will pull up this little piece right here. So we're going to be using a live library that my client is using today, but we're going to change stuff. I don't know. I'll get a text later, but we'll figure it out. So you can create a new library if you want by just clicking here. And libraries are basically, think of it as a creative pantry, right? And you're stacking in all the ingredients that you might need to use to make a dish. Okay, so this is not for finished artwork that you're just going to like ship out a PSD, right? This is, you can do that in libraries, but think about it as if you're scrapbooking, as if you're cooking. We're breaking apart pieces that we'll put together later.
I am so hooked on libraries.
It's so good.
This is one of the best things the Creative Cloud team has introduced. I love libraries. I use libraries every single day.
Yes, and I love the interoperability, not a word, but being able to use it in Illustrator, Photoshop, InDesign. Across the board, you have everything there. When you need to pull it, you can. And now in Express, it's there.
But it's even better in Express.
It is so
Even better
much better
now
in Adobe
today.
Express.
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna come in here and I'm just gonna give you the baking show version of this. I have something here called Lakeside Assets. And so this brand, it's a lifestyle brand. You can see we have some badges over here. Community is where you make it. We're all feeling all happy and good, a place for you. So everything that is key to this brand, I have a version of it in vector sized in a different color. I'm gonna cough real quick.
Wow. That's an impressive no, I'm just
wanted to warn you.
Impressive library if you got all that sorted out.
Yeah, so we sort this out. I'll name them, and then I actually use this as a template for all of my other projects as well.
So basically, in the library, you have all the groups.
Yes.
For what you're organizing.
Yes,
right?
as I open up this library here, I'm going to drag this down because boy, is it a good library. You can see here that I have each of these in whatever color that it is, right? So I have the badges. You can see all of these have gotten pulled into the Creative Cloud library. And the way to do that is you just click and drag it in. So literally just click out of Illustrator, drag it into your library, and you can sort everything into folders, and your clients get to see all of this as well, right? And the cool thing is, if I want to share this with you, Terry, and you're like, oh, we need one that like is a hot neon pink. Very quickly, I could come in here, make one of these a hot neon pink. Oh, I put a stroke on it. Andrew, pull it together. Hot neon pink, and all I need to do is just click and drag.
Drag it in.
And it's gonna upload right there. So super easy and super quick to load in these. It does take some time to get your library set up, especially with a brand this large, because I've gone in and we even do each of these individual marks here, but then I also have broken out all the brand elements. So they have a bunch of like lines, these kind of topographical lines are used in their branding. And so again, we're working with different ingredients. I've broken all these out so when they make their social media, they can just grab these pieces and piece it together. So
I also love that if someone does use something in the library, and if it's a shared library and you update it, it updates in their content.
yes, magically. In seconds, and not just in one place, like it updates every place that it has been used. I've done this and I made a mistake on something and I'd used a linked object and I updated 35 images by fixing the linked object and I didn't have to go into any of the files. It literally was just like, fix that and it's done. All right, so let's go ahead and show you the workflow of how we take this over into Adobe Express and start using it. If I wanted to share this with my client, all I need to do is click on this little plus button right here and I'd be able to put in my client's Adobe ID and they would have access to this library. Now, let's go ahead and hop into Adobe Express Beta. Now, my client wants to create maybe an image, right? It's called Lakeside. They're down by the lake. They're down by the water. They want to create some kind of, they're by the side of the lake. Sitting on the dock of the bay.
I knew that was coming next.
That's
why
it,
I
yeah.
said it. Yeah.
So we're going to go ahead and make an Instagram post for them. And we can use all of the power of Adobe Stock here in Adobe Express Beta by going into, right here, searching photos. And let's just do lake waves. The dock of the bay.
Hey.
And this one looks pretty good. So let's go here, and I'm just gonna select this and set to the background. So we've got some cool waves. Yeah, sure. So we got some cool waves, and I could build this, or I could train my clients to build this, right? We can collaborate on either way. If I don't have time to do social media support, I can very gladly train them how to do it, or I can add on that extra little fee and do this all for them, and we can animate it in a second and charge them for that too. All right, so we're here for business advice.
More revenue sources.
That's it. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna start branding this for them. And what I can do is I'm going to go to Your Stuff, and then all I need to find is go to Brand and Libraries, and I can type in Lakeside Assets. Right there, you can see that my assets are in. So we're gonna click and check this out. My library, and this is why it's so worth it to spend, it's gonna take you like an hour to do all of your libraries if you're doing a big brand like this, but it is so worth it because look, every single piece that I need is here. It is named, right? It is just absolute magic. My colors are here, all these little pebbles. So I want to do maybe like an intro for them. So I'm going to grab this little pebble and I'm just going to drag it over into my document. So it is linked, which is really cool, to everywhere that this has been used. And I need to get really careful because I just realized that it also is going to change everywhere my client has used it ever.
It is.
All right, so fun. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull this and position it over our image right here. Looks good. And maybe we want some of those accent lines on this side as well. So let's go and right back to my library. I'm going to add in some of these fun little woobles and wobbles to go off of the edges here. Swoop. Give me one of those. And then we'll do one more on the bottom left just for funsies. And for some of these, I know that you're going to have a time when you're like, Andrew, I really want to change the color of this, but the library has it as a certain color. Here's my hack. This is not the right way to do it, but it's not the wrong way. So what you can do is, let's say that we wanted to make this the same yellow, right? Because this is a linked asset, we can't change the color of it here. We'd have to change it in the linked asset. But what I can do in Express is I can go to Effects, go to Duotone, and what's cool is with the Duotone, if you make them both the same color, it is an unotone, and that will change that object to the exact color that you want. So if there's ever something that is a different color that you can't augment the color, Duotone, set both of them to the same color, and you'll be good to go.
Boom.
Again, wrong way, but like, not bad.
It worked.
Yeah, it worked.
It worked.
All right, so what we're gonna do now is I am going to actually edit this, right? So let's say that this is great, but everywhere that I have used this, we actually needed to put like a little dot in the middle, right? That maybe it's a new metaphor that we're like taking over our brand and we need to edit that brand, or maybe we wanna have the name on here. All I need to do is come back to Illustrator and I'm gonna find that pebble. So right here, the yellow pebble, I'm gonna double click and it will open it in Illustrator. So looks pretty good in Illustrator. We're actually just gonna rotate it so I don't ruin everything. We're gonna rotate it 90 degrees right here, which we could do in Express, and maybe we will write the word on here. Hopefully they're not working on anything. Good luck, clients. All right, so we're gonna put the text in here. We are just gonna randomly slam it. Oh, Andrew. Oop.
Got a little mouse carried away there.
And oop. All right, we're just gonna drop this right there, and I am going to hit save. Right there. Now when we come back to Adobe Express, we're gonna get a little pop-up, and that little pop-up is gonna say, hey, a linked asset got changed real quick. Can you go ahead and fix that? So let's see, count it down. It's usually pretty quick.
Still updating?
It's usually pretty quick. Still updating. It's thinking about it. Did I save it? Oh, let me close it. All right, we're here. We're there. and
Wait for it.
wait for it. It's gonna happen, I promise.
If not, I'm going to show it after.
If not, yeah. If not,
I got
he's gonna
one.
show it after. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's hop over. Let's keep going here.
But I've
keep
got
going.
an example where I'm going to do the same thing.
Which is actually going to be really cool if it does work. Because what I'm going to do is I am now going to animate this, right? So I have my social post. Looks okay. I'm actually going to take this effect off because I think it looks silly. So I have my social post here. Looks okay. Let's say that I also want to do an animated social post. All I need to do is go resize. And let's say that I want to do an Instagram story. Let's do another Instagram post. And why not? We'll put it to TikTok too. I can hit duplicate and resize, and now I have a bunch of different versions of this.
Rocks compared to the way it used to be.
Oh, it's incredible. It's so good.
Because you know, I feel like a lot of times people don't understand how good it is unless they understand the pain. So before, to do that, to get 4 versions of that, you'd have to duplicate the page, resize, duplicate the page, resize, duplicate the page, resize. Now you do it in one step.
Yep, it's magic. Still don't know how it's linking, but we'll figure it out. So I can have the static version for my client, and I could say, hey, client, I would love to contract some more hours for you and do some animated versions as well. And all we need to do is come in here. We can type animation, and here I'm going to do maybe let's do a pop in. So let's tumble in. I've used that like 90 times today. It's just so fun. We're going to do a fun little wave in the middle.
Cool.
Turn the speed down and maybe less intensity so it stays a little bit more, there we go. And then out, we're gonna have that maybe tumble back out. Why not? So we can do all of that right here, and then down at the bottom, there is a whole new bar that the second you start working with animation, it gives you an animation video bar. So if I play this, ooh, wavy.
Nice.
And then bounces right out.
Nice.
Magic. So we have our still that we can ship to them, and then we also have an animated version now as well. So
And also, key point on the animations is that prior to today, you could only animate one thing.
yes.
Whether it was a text or an image, you could only do one or the other. Now you can animate everything in your design.
Yep. So this, I'm going to do bungee. Let's do a little bit shorter, a little bit less. And you can animate each of these individually to come not only just animating them, but you can do in, looping, and out. So there are 3 different steps. And if I wanted to change the timing, right? So maybe I have this one kind of swipe up as well. I think I can do drop and then change the direction. Yes. All right, cool. So what we can do is if I wanted the timing to be different to where maybe the waves come in and then that logo comes in after, all I need to do is select this, and then we're going to open up show layer timing. And this is going to allow me to retime that logo layer. And I don't want it to show up until those are in. So I'm going to pull it all the way over there. And now the waves will come in first, and then the logo bounces in after.
Very cool.
So you can change all the timing, create really fast animations straight out of your Creative Cloud libraries. And these are all still linked assets. So once this syncs, which I will figure out, it is going to apply both to the static image, but it also will update the animation, which I think is the biggest thing. That it updates that animation with that new linked asset, which is going to be magic. I do see a question from chat. Is the new version of Express free? Terry?
It's $1,699 free. Yes, it is free.
For free?
Free to use.
Yes, that's right.
Now, there are premium features you'll get if you are subscribed to any of our plans, but it is free to use.
Yes, absolutely. Andrew, it's there. All right, well, I'll figure it out. All right, so let's hop over, Terry. We've done a lot of Illustrator stuff. Let's maybe show some Photoshop stuff.
No, is it my turn?
And then we can come back to me. We'll bounce back and forth. We'll do a
Okay.
little ping pong here.
I was just enjoying you. I didn't know I had to do stuff.
I could keep going. I'd prefer not to, but I could.
All right. We're going to switch to me.
Take it away.
So one of just so many things I just like, where do I start? Okay, I want to start with one of my favorite things, and that is now when you click this little button right here, let me show it to you again, you have the ability to now start from not just a JPEG, but your PDFs, PSDs, and AI files. So you can start with your native files. So if I click this, then it's going to ask me, where do you want to get a file from? And it could be a JPEG, but I'm going to go for a native file. and I'm going to go to my Adobe Live folder, and I'm going to start with the Salt and Sea. Now, and I'll hit the spacebar so you can see it. For those of you who have ever played in Photoshop and looked at the Photoshop templates, this is actually one of the free templates. So this is a layered PSD file native to Photoshop. Now I'm going to go ahead and import that in. It's going to go and upload it. So it's going to take it from my drive, upload it into Express, and then now it's going through the conversion process, converting everything in the file so that it becomes a Express document, a basic Express template. So I'll go ahead and open it in the editor, and it takes a second or two to render, and there it is. Now I did notice like one thing kind of got moved around the way I don't want it to be moved around. Let me go ahead and pull that all back up. But that's it. So I just moved the thing that was moved down a little bit back up, but everything is now movable, editable, or replaceable. So for example, I could change the text. Before I change the text, I'm going to say, actually, I'm going to change the text first. Let's go ahead and do this. Double click on Salt. I'm going to say Learn. And the box is not big enough, so let's go ahead and make it wider. There we go. Learn, and I'm gonna just change the whole feel of this document. Learn and explore.
Ooh, give it a vibe check.
Yep. All right, again, box is too small for the word I just typed in, no problem, just make it bigger. And I love the smart guides because they'll help me keep it centered. All right, so let's go ahead and just move this down a little bit. And I'm gonna zoom up a little bit just to make sure I got everything.
And most of the hotkeys that you're familiar with are still here. So you can Control+ to zoom.
Yep.
You can use the hotkeys to move things around just a little bit. So try a hotkey. If you don't know that it works or it doesn't work, just try it and see what happens because Express will surprise you.
So I'm selecting all those things because I do want to group them together now. That way, if I decide to move it, resize it, whatever, it now all moves together. So let's undo that. Great. So now that I got that done, the thing that I want to do is we're changing the whole theme of this from Salt and Sea to Learn and Explore, and I want to put a different scene in the background there. So I can select the photo that's there. I can hit the Replace button, and I'm going to get all the free Adobe Stock, and I can even search for example, I'm from Atlanta, so I can say, give me an Atlanta scene. I just hit Atlanta, and it gives me all the Atlanta cityscapes. Great, this is cool, and there's one that's even vertical. I could use that one, and that works great, but I want to take it up a notch.
Ooh.
I want to replace it with something I don't have, something that's not in Adobe Stock, something that I can't upload, something that doesn't exist.
Imagination replacement.
Imagination replacement, that's right. So we're going to go to Media, and text to image comes to Express. So the same Firefly engine that we're used to in Firefly and now Generative Fill has made its way over to Express as well. So I'm going to start with a portrait. And I like how it gives me the bounding box for it first. So I'm going to go ahead and put it in place.
That is nice.
I know how it's covering everything, but don't worry about that. I'm going to fix that in just a minute. Let me get my image in place first. Now that I got the box there, I'm going to go ahead and say what I want it to be. I want futuristic.
Also, if you've ever watched any of our Firefly streams, you've heard us spell more than ever. Because if you spell something wrong in a prompt, it doesn't recognize it as
and
English.
it gives you sometimes weird results.
Yes.
So I'm making very sure I look at that and spell that right. I think I got that right. And I want it to be photorealistic, not art. And let's go ahead and generate.
Yes.
And we'll give it a few seconds. I'm going to get 4 results, provided I spelled everything correctly, and it looks like I did. And I can pick one of those results. Oh, I can pick one of those results and go from there, or I can hit the very bottom where it says Load More and get 4 more results. So I kind of like this as opposed to the Firefly site where it would replace those 4.
Yes.
I get to keep the original 4 and just keep building upon it. And it's asking for feedback. So I'm going to go ahead and I think I clicked the feedback by mistake. There we go. All right, so that's the one I want. But as you can see, the problem is it's on top of everything else, but I got a nice layers panel over here on the right-hand side, and I'm just going to drag it down over the top of that other city. And there it is. So now the text here said an art exhibit San Francisco. We're going to change this to an art. Let's change it to a future exhibit in Imagination land.
Yes, take me there.
Imagination land. Sure, Imagination land, California. Why not? All right. So there we are, our Learn and Explore. So starting with a PSD, bringing it in, all the layers intact, replacing the content that's there. But wait, there's more.
Oh.
Because I really like the resize thing. I show it every time now.
It's good.
I don't need to resize this, but I'm just going to. So anyway, I click resize, and I love the fact that I don't have to be a social media expert and keep all the different sizes in my head.
Oh, the amount of times I've Googled.
Right. Like what
Facebook
size is a
yes.
Facebook event cover? What size is a LinkedIn banner? Like I don't have to think about any of that. So I want an Instagram story. I just check that one. I'm not even looking at the size. I don't care. It's going to be what it needs to be. I am going to come down to Facebook, and I'm going to say, give me a Facebook event cover. And if I want more, I can get more. I can even do a YouTube thumbnail. But let's go ahead and just go with those. Now, if I had only checked one, then I would just have the resize button or duplicate. But because I checked more than one, it knows that I want more than one result. So I'm going to go ahead and say duplicate and resize. And it just gave me all three. Now, this one needs some work because it's a wide image as opposed to a tall one. But let's go ahead and go into this one first. I'm going to just go ahead and say that I want the image to be bigger. No problem.
And if you do want it to fill the background on the resize, if you snap your image to the background instead of the page background, it'll resize to all the sizes.
Oh, that's a good tip.
Yes.
I should have done that. Okay, I'll
But
be
sometimes
doing
the
that
crops are like totally insane.
Yeah.
If you're cropping to like a Facebook image from a vertical.
Right.
But it is helpful sometimes just to get sizing.
Okay, so now what I want to do here, I want to see what this will work. I never tried this before, so I'm experimenting with you live.
Ooh.
I want to go in here, and I want to see if it will let me.
I'm curious about this too.
I don't see the option to do it. I was going to see if it will let me do it wide. Oh, well.
Oh, change the aspect
Yeah,
ratio.
change the aspect ratio after the fact.
Oh, that would be cool.
That would be cool. All right, we'll put that on a list of things we want. So in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and fill it myself. But yeah, it would be nice if it gave me the aspect ratio.
That would
up
be
front.
really nice.
But I like your snap. Your snap thing would do it. It would have done this basically.
Yep. It gets very chaotic at times, but with something like this where you could crop anyway, it's perfect.
All right, so those are my three sizes. There's the Facebook event, there's the Instagram story, and there's the original flyer.
Sorry, the
You saw the
animation of the
animations?
flying
Yeah,
was real
right,
tasty.
right.
That's
I know, right?
delicious.
I was playing with that yesterday. I was like, oh, that's cool.
That's great. This would be a great way to like do a presentation.
Yeah.
Like I could build slides here and then do that like cool little animations through.
Yep.
That's
Also,
incredible.
you can go ahead and download all three or download any individual page as you need. So, go ahead.
And I believe, so can you go to the pages real quick just so we can show that?
Sure.
If you want to see how many you have here, you can do that. And then you, I believe, can select which ones you would like to export.
Sure.
And then do it as separate files or as a PDF together?
I think in the download, it lets me selected pages
Yeah.
or all pages, and then I can choose the file format that I want.
That's really cool. So if you have certain clients that need certain needs, you can give them, oh, you just need the social stuff? Great. Oh, you just need the Facebook stuff? Great.
So I shift-clicked both of those pages, so now there are only two selected, and so I would get 2 of the 3 pages if I were to download those now.
Yes.
So very, very easy to start with something now from Photoshop, Illustrator, or PDF, and then go from there. Speaking of PDF.
While you open that, sorry, real quick, can we cut
Yep,
back to my
go,
screen?
go for it.
Chat, I made a promise, and boy have I delivered. So at the bottom here, my linked asset has changed, and it
did.
pops up. It did it. It needed a second to sync it. So linked asset has changed. I'm going to hit update here. So before I update, here's my animation. Looks good. Here's my social post that is still, and I'm going to go ahead and hit update and watch what happens. So very, very quickly, it's going to update that linked asset, and look at this. The animation is now linked to that asset. So the type is on there, it is rotated. I didn't have to do any of that in anywhere in Express. And check it out, it also did it on this page. So every single place that linked asset is used in Illustrator, Photoshop, InDesign, or Adobe Express Beta, it will sync that linked asset across the board regardless of how it's being used, as long as it hasn't been rasterized.
Okay, so we got some font questions because these usually come up.
Hit me.
First one is, can you upload local fonts? Can you upload your own?
I don't believe in beta.
Maybe not in beta, but no, branding.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can upload fonts and brands.
Yes. I know that you can in the current version of
I believe
Express.
that's
I
in the
believe
beta
that's
as
true,
well.
yes. Okay.
Well, so yes, it's possible. Second one is that any Adobe fonts that I've used in the PDF, in the Photoshop file or Illustrator file, automatically get activated by the user that opens it up in Express. So the only time that wouldn't happen is if it's not an Adobe font. You've used some custom font, and then what Express will try and do is match it to the next closest Adobe font that it can.
Yes. Which,
Unless you've uploaded your own font.
yes. Do we want to show some more Photoshop stuff?
I got one more.
All
I
right,
got
one more. Here we go.
One more will pop over.
Also, if you have questions, yes, please ask the questions. We love questions. We have a lot to show you, but we also have a lot that we want to tell you. So ask your questions in chat, anything that you want to know about design, creativity, photography, design, or Adobe Express Beta.
All right, so here's a PDF. And this was from an original InDesign file. So this was another template from InDesign. Saved it, just opened it as a template. I think I changed one or two words, and then saved it as a PDF right out of InDesign. Because although InDesign isn't a native file format that Express takes, everything can make a PDF. So you make a PDF, if it's not natively supported, open the PDF in Express. It converts it to an Express document, which could also be shared and collaborated on, which we're going to do some collaboration as well. And once the PDF is converted, you'll get the same button to open it like that. So I'll just say open in the editor, and it'll redraw it, and there it is. And obviously one of the big, like, hey, this is just jumping out at me that this needs to change, is this your image goes here button, or graphic. So I'm just going to click on that. I'm going to go ahead and hit, let me click down on it one more time. Oh, actually I can just replace the whole thing, I think. Hold on. There we go. Sorry, didn't mean to hit duplicate. I do need to drill down. There we go, drill down, replace, and I'm just going to use the first stock image that came up. So I'm just going to grab this one. And the thing I liked about this one is, like, you know, she's leaning against a wall that has nothing to do with this flyer, so I don't need that wall. So I'm just going to go ahead and click on this once again and just say remove background.
When we're talking about things that like work really well and are surprising every time, remove background every time for me.
Remove background has been more happy than not happy for me. Yes,
Yeah.
I agree. So now, again, this was a PDF, so I can go in and say, hey, instead of a 50% sale, we're having a 75% off sale.
Ooh,
Or,
big summer
you know,
blowout.
again, some of the sample text that was in there. And by the way, just because it came in from the original template doesn't mean you have to keep it. If you don't need that, don't keep it. So you can make any changes you want, and everything came over, again, with the font. If I were to go into this, this is the font that came over from that PDF. It automatically activated. I've never used that font before, but here it is. All right, I got more, but I'm going to switch back.
Magic. All right. So a question from the chat. Can you do a mock-up? Yes, there are some great applications for that, especially out of Photoshop. Our friend Alex Lazarus is coming up next, and he's going to show you some examples of that. So stick around for Alex. We're not ending right now. I just wanted to plug that, yes, we will be showing that, but during the next stream, he's got some stuff.
And Ryan's asking, is there a way to go from Express to Photoshop? Kinda.
Kinda.
So, yeah, let me... I'll do it after you.
Yes.
I'll do it.
Okay,
I'll get ready for it.
What I'm gonna do is we're gonna pop back over here, and we're actually gonna work together. Why are there two of me in this document? I'm confused by that. But what we're gonna do is I'm gonna show you how you can collaborate with your clients. Again, there's Terry, my client, swimming in the ocean. Hello, Terry.
I'm orange.
He's got your little floaty just floating around. So you can use the button right up here that is share to share with your clients. Something that is new, that is interesting, that is not necessarily related to Adobe Express Beta, but I do want to show you either way, is you can share your Illustrator documents now. So
Or your Photoshop.
Or your Photoshop, yes.
Or your InDesign documents.
Or InDesign.
Right.
Options.
Yes.
It's all about collaborating with your clients, with your creative friends. You can click on this share button and it will give you an option to generate a link to then share it with your friends. And you can get feedback on there. And we're gonna show you what that feedback looks like. It actually looks the same in any program that you use. We're gonna show you what that feedback looks like here. So I'm gonna go ahead and again, use my libraries, and I'm just gonna drop in that logo in the bottom left corner, right? And I'm gonna ship to the client and say, hey client, look at this, we're done. And Terry's gonna give me his opinion on me trying to sell them a single image with their logo in the corner. So if I wanted to, I could come into, adjustments, animation. I'm not gonna animate this right now, but I'm working with the client. Hey guys, oh.
Make the logo bigger. No,
Yes, right.
That was bad joke. Bad joke.
Oh no,
bad
that was
joke.
fantastic.
Make the logo bigger.
I
Okay, we're done.
got PTSD from like knowing that a client's going to give me that feedback and then them just doing it.
You're right. Yeah.
So
I
yes.
just did it. Make the logo bigger.
I just did it. Which again is great. That if we're collaborating with our clients, they can hop in here. They can make copy changes. There have been so many times that I've been working on projects to where copy's changing up to the last minute, but I'm still working on the design. And so we're able to collaborate in real time to where Terry can be moving the logo, I can go ahead and add text, but also Terry can leave me feedback. If it's 3 a.m. and for some reason you're up and you're like, oh man, I can't sleep because of the feedback that I need to give on this document, this single social post, you can leave me all those comments. So do you want to show quick workflow of, actually, I'll show how to do the comments, and we can show on your screen what the comments are. All right. So all I need to do is I need to come up to this top right where there is the little speech bubble. And from here, I can type in a comment, whatever I want to say. So I say, looking good. Let's add some text. And let's say, big summer blowout. So all I need to do is hit submit, and then that will notify Terry that there is a comment. And it not only will notify you here in the document, oh, thank you. Make the logo much bigger, I love that. So not only will it notify you here, it also will notify me in my Creative Cloud desktop app, I believe.
Because you're not gonna have this open 24/7. Well, maybe some of you might, but most of us aren't gonna have this open 24/7. So it's great that the notification comes in the Creative Cloud app as well.
Yes, and this would be so helpful to me to be able to wake up and be like, oh, there's feedback on the document, I need to go to that, right? And come back to that and actually see right here that Terry has left a pin, and I can click on that specific pin. It will highlight that comment, and then I can make the feedback. So boom, we'll make the logo bigger for you, Terry. And then I can click on resolve, and that goes away. What's cool is I can actually click here and see all of the resolved comments. So if Terry's like, Andrew, I said to make it bigger. And I'm like, I did. I resolved it. It's right here, right? We can still see that. He's like, why'd you get my feedback away? And then I'll just make it even bigger, right? We can leave that resolved.
Okay, now we're getting there.
How do you feel about that, Terry?
Now we're finally getting there.
So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna show
we
you.
We hired a guy to do that logo.
Right.
Animate and everything. We want that logo bigger.
Yes. And someone's saying, question for chat, if you use a template and replace it with a picture and would like to zoom into the photo, how do you do this?
The animation?
A couple ways, yeah. If you're talking about like just zooming, you can Control+ and zoom in. If you want to animate, what you can do, and this may be what's happening with your template. I'm trying to think of the problem you're having. I think what's happening probably is the image back here might be attached to the background, and that may be causing you some trouble. You can detach it from the background if you want to try, or if it's in a group, it may be moving it differently, but you should be able to just loop in here. And as Terry moves the logo, Terry, do you want to add the text while I do this? Maybe we'll just do big summer blowout. So as I show you how to do the animation, Terry is going to be actively adding text to this document. So we probably want it to grow, right? We're saying that we want it to zoom in. I actually want it to maybe like fall in. I think that that looks a little bit better. So let's go ahead and we'll do, change my animation here. We'll do an in, which is gonna shrink. And then while it's there, I don't want it to do anything. So I could do a nice little breathe. This is very disorienting to me with this texture. So we're not gonna do anything, but you can have it do something while it is sitting there. And then on the out of that, we're gonna add one more animation. And maybe the out, we are going to have it shrink, right? Shrink into nothingness, which I think could be really cool. So we'll click there, looks good to me. We'll have both of these go pretty slow. Cool. Let's do smooth. There are different versions that you can use of how it animates. So there's energetic, all these different options so that you can kind of find the right thing for you. So we have our animation done. It's looking good. And check this out. Terry has placed our text while I've worried about the animation. And so if you want that zoom effect, boom. We got the zoom effect in there. And you'll notice it is animating while Terry is changing that text, which is insane.
This is, yeah.
Does it animate for you? It doesn't animate for you,
No.
right? Oh, this is so cool. Okay, so we've done a lot of demos of this. I've never done the live collaboration to this extent. And like, this is so fun.
This is, yeah, that's awesome.
So imagine you're working with your entire team. There's 3 or 4 of you working on this document. Everyone's doing stuff. And what's cool is if Terry is working on this scene, I can actually add in another scene. And while he's working on that, I can make another scene in our document. So let's say that we want it to cut to media. And this time we want to go to the beach. So we're gonna go to the beach right here. This looks good. I'm gonna snap that to the background. And then I'm gonna add in my own text. Let's do escape today. And we can set this here to the dynamic, which will fill to the size of our text box. We're gonna bold this. What font did you use over there, Terry?
You think I remember?
I don't. I can actually go look. Ooh,
You can go look.
Look at what fun one this is. So we can literally hop back here, and all I need to do is click back, and I can select this box, and he's using
It
Balboa.
is Balboa.
Oh, which is perfect for the beach vibes that we're having. All right, so I'll type in Balboa right here. Looks good. All right, so we got it. I'm going to rescale this. So we have it right here, maybe. Looks good. I'm gonna darken this background photo a little bit by just tossing an effect on it. Cool. And now I'm gonna add one more effect here with animation. We're gonna loop this in. We gotta get the bounce. The tumble is my favorite. And now, even though Terry was working on the original document here, I can play and you'll see his document that he's been working on is still there with the animations. And then it cuts to my document, right? So we can export this as a video. We could go scene by scene, and each person works on a scene, and then it comes together.
Very nice.
So cool. All right, so let's hop back over to you, and
All
let's
right.
show some Photoshop stuff.
So I was going to actually show a couple things.
Oh, okay.
First of all, I added a page. I don't see your new page yet, but that's okay. I added my own page. And what I want to do is, so I'm going to tie into one of the Photoshop questions, but I also want to just show something that I didn't pay attention to until this morning. And that is there's a button at the very bottom on the left-hand side called add-ins. And I was like, well, someone's going to ask, so I better click on that and see what it is.
Oh, yes.
And it's third-party connections to Express. So I was very excited to see Dropbox, because I use Dropbox. And so when I click on Dropbox, I've already connected my account. And it's showing me my Dropbox, and I'm going to go to my Photos folder. And in my Photos folder, I'm going to click on Antelope Canyon. I photographed Antelope Canyon a while back, and I'm just going to go ahead and pull over. We'll use this one.
Sweet. And someone's asking, is there any history of who changes stuff if we're offline? I don't believe there is, but you can use the comments and the pins to maybe do a little like, hey, here's what happened, here's what we changed, and use that collaboration there. But I don't think that there's a history.
All right, so I got this scene from Antelope Canyon that I'm going to go ahead and put in. But now I want to add something to it that's more Photoshop related and to answer one of the questions that was asked earlier. So let's go ahead and close the add-ins. Let's go to Media, and let's go to Upload from Device. And I'm going to upload in that same, that's not the one, so let's go to Dropbox. So the Dropbox integration works with standard, oh, that's not in there either. It works with standard, hold on.
We got it.
I'm just going to the wrong folder here.
We're here together.
There it is.
There you go.
It works with standard JPEGs and PNGs and things like that, but I want an actual PSD. So that's not supported in the Dropbox integration, but it is supported locally. So I have a Photoshop file here, and this is what it looks like. So it's got a text layer on it. It's got another couple layers on it. I'm just going to go ahead and open that file. Hey, this is synced across Creative Cloud. Cool, great, glad you showed me that. And I'm just going to go ahead and make that bigger, and I'll put it up in the corner. Now again, so the background's just a JPEG. The other element is an actual PSD. And when I click on that PSD, you'll notice a button lights up over here that says Open in Photoshop.
Ooh.
So placing a PSD, it knows it's a PSD. That means it can always go back to Photoshop and make any changes. So if I say Open in Photoshop, it takes me over to Photoshop. Sure, update the layers. And now I can go in, grab my type tool, click here, put lifestyle on the next line, make it bigger, because you know bigger's better.
Oh yeah.
And we'll just go ahead and adjust the leading. There we go. We'll get that there. Desert lifestyle. Fun. We'll add a word. All right, so now we got that in place, and we'll just go ahead and save it, close it, switch back to Express. I get the button that Andrew was waiting for.
Magic button. How did you get it so fast? I feel personally attacked.
There's the button. That's the button he was waiting for.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'll go ahead and click Update, and like magic, I get my update. So going to Photoshop from Express, the only real way to do that would be it would be a flat file. You would export out a PNG or a JPEG, and you could open it up in Photoshop like any other PNG or JPEG. But there's no way to get, no way to get an Express document with all the pieces over to Photoshop. But you can round trip from Photoshop into Express and back.
Which is really cool.
That is really cool.
You also could go from Express to PDF, and then back to Illustrator. Yeah. So you could pull those pieces out that way. You also could pull from Illustrator into Express, and this is kind of the workflow that I used to use that now is completely changed. Is I used to build stuff. Let me find the file real quick. Right here. So I used to build stuff in Illustrator, right? I'm sure that we all have stuff like this, that it's, here's all your social media images, all that fun stuff. You can actually take this Illustrator file, right? So this is just an AI file, and I come over into Express, and we are going to create start from content, and then I can come in here to my chaos of a downloads folder, and just find the next gen templates. And it's not just going to take like a PNG, it's not just going to take one of these artboards, it's gonna convert all of 4 of those artboards. So we have 4 different artboards, 4 different sizes with 4 different kinds of content. It's gonna convert all of these into Adobe Express documents all together, so that I can cycle through the pages, and then I can go in, all those elements will be animatable, will be able to be animated, or I can resize to other sizes if I need to. Are we doing a little lookbook over here? Sorry.
Oh yeah, I was just having a little fun with
I
it.
peeked on the side.
That's okay.
I love that you're getting like instant conversions and updates, and I'm here sitting, what's happening?
I'll tell you my secrets when the screen's
Yeah,
off.
please tell me the secrets after. Chat, if you have any questions, we got about, 7 minutes left in the stream, so we'd love to answer questions, kind of show things that we've missed.
And hang on, I think there was one more thing I was gonna do while you're waiting. It was, just looking at my notes. Oh, a couple things. Okay. So we switch to me. I can show you some things while we're waiting for his conversion. All right, so I've got this project kind of being worked on. This is the one we're collaborating on. So I've got the couple pages here, the one I've been updating. But I'm gonna go out of this because there's something I wanna add to it. I wanna add a QR code. So if you're on either the recommended tab or the document tab, because those are the 2 places where or especially documents, where you're probably gonna use a QR code for something printed or something that people can scan on TV or whatever. So that's why it shows up in those areas. But if I scroll to the quick actions, there's the generate QR code. And people always ask me, do I have to pay for this? No, this is part of Express. It's free. If you got access to Express, you can use this. And I'm just gonna go ahead and put in my one for my social. So there it is, terryleewhite.social, and then I'll go to style. So you can play around with the different style. None of this impacts the way it works. It's just literally the way it looks. So if you wanted a cooler looking QR code, you can make one. That's
With
it.
style.
With style. All right, so now that we got that, you can also go into color. You can make it whatever color you want. I think I'm gonna put this on the blue, so let's make it maybe a dark blue or an orange. Yeah, make it orange. And then file format. Whether you want to ping, JPEG, or SVG. So I'm gonna download it as a ping. That will put it in my downloads folder. So that's in your downloads folder. It's yours to keep and use forever. So that's you now have that asset to use. So if I go back to the document I was working on, and I then go to media, upload from device, go to my downloads folder, there it is, and there's my QR code.
Boom.
And if I were to zoom in on this right now, I bet if someone scanned that in the chat,
Oh
they
yeah.
can let me know if it works.
Scan away. Here. We'll do a. My head is. I'm so sorry, chat.
I'll move it.
There we
I'll
go.
move it.
There we go. Here we go. Let's see. Magical. There we go.
Boom.
All your
It
socials.
worked.
Look at that. Go
All right.
follow. All right. So we are converted. I did it on my screen. Here we go. So here's where we started over on my screen. There we go.
There we go.
Thanks, Paco. So right here, this is what I built in Illustrator, right? There's a lot of different elements happening here, most of which are linked objects. But I can go ahead and come back. We uploaded our AI file. I can open an editor and watch what happens. Boom, boom, pa, pa, poo, poo, pa. Everything is uploaded here. I don't just have one. I have all of these multiple sizes coming in all together, which is really cool. And then if I wanted to, I could animate all of these individually, or I could share this as a collaborator with my client, and then they could generate even more sizes, right? They can keep things going. So let's say that they want this one to be also a flyer size. I can hit resize right here. And boom, flyer size. So you can really, really use the power of what you've built in Illustrator maybe in the past, or things that you build in Illustrator if you're more comfortable there, and then bring it over to Express. And there is so much that helps you take your Illustrator files just to a whole new level. And someone's saying, this one looks too chaotic. Yes, I exist only in chaos. And that was the brief for the project, is that we wanted it to be chaotic. So, got
was
it.
the definition.
We did it,
You
yes.
nailed it.
All right, we have time for maybe one more thing. Was there one more thing that you wanted to show?
Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Let me look at my list. I thought I saw one more thing I wanted to do.
You sounded like you had one more thing.
I know, but I like, we did the QR code. We did that. We did that. You know, the default, if we need one more thing.
Oh, there's one more thing. Hey, everyone. Here's the one more thing. We got 1 minute that I'm going to show you
Right.
this. Let's say that I wanted to take this to social media. Guess what? You can schedule it. So we can actually go ahead and go to the scheduler, which is right here on the homepage, and click on schedule. This is a great tool for you to explore on your own time that I'm sure I'll actually show you more in about an hour or two. I'll show you more about this, but we can click and we can upload a post. You can play around, you can drag and drop any content that you've created here in Express. You can do it right here. So you can do all of that in the
And
same
you can
place.
schedule videos too, right?
I think
so. Yeah.
I think
videos
so.
will work now that it didn't before.
Yeah. Yes is the answer. The yes with a little bit of question
I'm
mark there.
going to say yes.
Okay, yeah, let's call it, yeah.
I can be wrong, but
Okay.
I'm going to say
oh, yeah,
yes.
add the images and videos you want to include in your post here. Yeah,
See,
why not?
there you go.
There we go. It's right there. So you can schedule all your posts. If you want to learn more about that, stick around. Yes, got a little tease. If you want to learn more about that, stick around. We will be streaming for another 2 hours throughout the rest of the day. So thanks for joining us today. Terry, the question I ask at the end of every stream, what advice do you have for someone who is maybe checking out Adobe Express Beta for the first time, hopping in, trying to get creative?
Take advantage of the beautifully designed templates that are already there. And don't be afraid to change it to your own. Because a lot of times people see a template and they see something on it and it's like, oh, I gotta leave that there because it was part of the template. If you don't need it, delete it, move it, change it, resize it, whatever. The template is a starting point. It's not the law. There's no template police that are gonna come to your house and say, you took that thing off our template and we need it to be there. No one cares.
Yep.
So start with the templates, get a feel for it. Also, just remember some things are grouped in the templates.
Yes.
So if you're clicking on something trying to edit it and you can't, double click. and then you should be able to get into edit it.
You got it. Go have fun, explore the Adobe Express Beta, and we'll see you back here in about 5 minutes for a stream with Alex Lazarus and our friend Voodoo Val. Best of the best. We'll see you there.
Best of the best.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. I am Alex and I'm your host today, and I'm here with the wonderful Katrina.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katrina Trios. I'm the Adobe Express evangelist, and I'm excited to show you all what we're going to do today with generative AI in Express.
Yeah, and if you aren't familiar with Katrina, she has her own YouTube channel. She has all these tips. She's a seasoned vet at this stuff, so we're really excited to be jamming on this today. If y'all haven't tried the Adobe Express Beta yet, make sure you do. Firefly, I know we've talked so much about Firefly and all the great things you can do with it. I see a bunch of people in chat. Hello, Sam Peterson, Nina, and Lewis, AAR Creativo. What's up, everybody? If you guys want to see anything throughout this next hour with Gen AI, throw some prompts in there. Let's get wild.
Yes.
Let's get weird with it. Let's have some fun. So without further ado, we'll jump to your screen and we'll start checking out the new Adobe Express Beta.
Perfect. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for the intro. That was awesome. Okay, so this is the beta of Adobe Express. So if you haven't checked it out yet, go ahead and go over to adobe.com/express and you'll be able to try it out from there. But this is essentially the home page. And today we're going to be talking about the generative AI features that are in Express. So we have two that are powered by Adobe Firefly. The first one is text to image, and then the second one is text effects. So today we'll be playing with both of those, and there's kind of two different ways to get to these features, so we'll just be covering both in a second.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar, and I think we need to swap screens so you can see Katrina's, but if you're not familiar right now, in the beta version, it's a little bit different from your expected experience so far with Express. So you're gonna start seeing stuff on the left side of your screen a lot more. You see that new tray up at the top, and you see all this text to image stuff that you don't see on Express that's live currently. So make sure you come over to the beta and start playing around with us live. So without further ado, I'll let you sort of take it.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay, so here on the homepage, this is kind of like the first area where you will see the text to image and text effects generation. So you can see some of the images that are featured here and prompts that have been generated using Adobe Firefly. But if you look over to the side here, there's a little tiny text box that you can actually type a prompt into. So you can just start generating images. Like, let's see.
And if you need inspiration,
Yeah.
all the keywords and the prompts are already on all those images.
On hover, yes.
So that's a huge way to start. If you're like, I don't have any ideas, but maybe I want to do a puppy, you know, you can type in Yorkie if you want, or Husky, you know, not
Yeah,
biased.
of course. I am not great at prompt writing.
Okay.
So this part of like showing the inspiration and showing like what exact keywords folks have used is really, really helpful for me to see how to get the best results I can possibly get.
1000%.
So let's start off with something like I'm hooked on when you said dog. So
Okay.
and this morning Andrew was talking about pugs. So I'm just
Okay.
gonna do like maybe like a pug, I don't know, wearing a bow tie, sitting next to a cake.
Great.
Something like that. I don't know. We were doing birthday cake earlier, so
Great.
I'm still in that mindset. Oh my gosh! And then, and then
There you go,
just
short
right
graphic.
when you hit generate, it takes you straight into the editor, and it, this interface looks kind of similar if you have played with the Adobe Firefly Playground. So yeah, the image pops up as its own page, but you can also, if you look to the side here, you can adjust your prompt in the text box. You can change the content type. Right now it's not set to anything. You can set it to photo, graphic, or art. You can change the style here, so it's all categorized. So you see 6 right now, but if you click on these different subcategories, you'll see a lot more options. And then when you scroll down, you'll see the different results that you can look through. It's so sad. And then if you want to see more results, just hit load more, and then it'll generate 4 more images. So it's really straightforward and easy to use, but that is one way to use it. It's so
These are so cute, honestly.
I know, and I didn't even set like the content type. It's like a hybrid of like photo and like graphic. Let's do photo. Oh my gosh.
I feel like we're already getting like pretty good photorealistic images. I'm so curious.
Like the fur and stuff
yeah,
is really
like
coming through.
it's getting, yeah, exactly. They kind of remind me of like like a fireplace painting. Like I could see somebody having this like printed out and hung in their house right above a fireplace.
Yeah, exactly. And so this is actually similar to the text effects. So if we jump back to the home screen, same thing with text effects. Maybe we can do
Like a cake themed. Yeah. Maybe it's like the pug's name and it's
the
like
pug's name. Okay.
but in cake.
Cake.
effect.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Birthday cake.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
Sam says very classy, regal even about the pug, which is, every pug.
Yeah.
Just so regal and classy.
Gibbs said, awesome feature, Bowtie Pug AI is wild. Yes, it is wild. And okay, so it automatically put in the word make, right? And then honestly, this was better than this morning. You should have seen this morning. We did cake. Andrew and I did cake on letters as well. And
that's why I saw the hesitation.
Yeah, I was just like, we should do that. But no, this actually looks pretty good. And then you can see that there's the preview here as well, like the different letters and stuff, and you can flip through it. So it's a very similar experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, like, kind of making me hungry. Like,
Don't talk about food.
sorry. You didn't eat? Oh, no. All right, let's get off the birthday cake.
Yeah.
No food-related themes. Oh, sorry, chat. No more food-related
No
themes.
more food. And I always do food on my master classes as well. Like, I just love working with food, I guess.
Honestly, food is life. So.
Okay, so now another way you can use text to image and text effects is in a project. So let's go ahead and actually start from a template.
Okay.
So let's see. What is relevant today? Maybe like a graduation flyer or something. It is grad season, right?
Is it?
People do like invitations and
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
It's spring, right?
Yeah.
So maybe let's do like invitation.
Chat, if you're graduating soon, let us know.
Yes,
and where are you
congratulations.
graduating from?
Yes. Okay. So we have a bunch of templates here. And also, one thing that's pretty different in this, in the beta of Adobe Express is when you use the search bar at the top, it doesn't the old version used to pull up only templates.
Yep.
But when you put in a keyword or key phrase up here, it actually pulls up more than that. So it pulls up the templates, it pulls up photos, videos, backgrounds, and design assets related to that keyword. So you really get a lot more than just templates when you are searching.
There's some really cool templates in there too. There always has been, but especially now, it's just cool to see.
Yes, we have a bunch of different invitation templates. Let's go with this one. Perfect. And then, as like normal, we're just going to go ahead and start messing with it. Should I do like a overview for those who are just tuning in?
I think so.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay,
Because
so
things are also in a different spot now.
yeah, exactly.
So even if you're a seasoned Express Pro, there's a little learning curve in terms of like where are your buttons now, because layers are now top right. It used to be top bottom left or bottom right.
Yes.
I don't know my directions apparently.
It's okay. Same. Okay, so if you're just tuning in and you're seeing Adobe Express for the first time, so this is the new editor in the beta version. Again, you can go here by going to adobe.com/express. And then, so here's the editor. It looks very familiar, but as Alex said, everything is on the left-hand side. So no more right-hand panel.
Except for your layers.
Except for layers. Except for layers.
Which are still top left, or now top left.
Yeah, so when we just click into these tabs, we have the search bar up here where you can search through different assets. We have this thing called Your Stuff, which actually has a lot of things. So it includes your project files, but also your brands and libraries. So if you create a brand kit or a library, it'll also be stored in one place. Before, we used to have a different tab for each one. Now it's all under Your Stuff.
This is honestly huge, like especially with all the library stuff, and we'll do that in my stream next, but libraries being integrated and not having to have separate brands in one section anymore is really lovely.
Yes, it's less things to click through, honestly,
Correct.
to get to where you need to go. And then the next tab is templates, which has the template library. Then we have media, so this holds all of the stock assets. So also, it's not only just photos anymore on this tab. You have photos, you also have stock videos, and also stock audio, which is amazing because it's all from Adobe Stock, especially when you're creating video. Audio and music is super important because of like the copyright and
There's
stuff like
nothing worse than seeing like a social post and you like click it to hear the audio and nothing is there. So even just like having a background track of some sort is gonna at least satiate your audience, you know? So that is much better.
Exactly. And all of these tracks are free to use and they are royalty free, so you will never have to worry about getting a copyright strike on your videos. So
very important.
Yes, that's a win. Okay, cool. And then so moving down, we have the text tab. So of course you can add your text. It'll pop up a new like text block, and then you also have text effects here that you can explore.
Cool.
And then we have elements, which is all the design elements. And again, everything is all under one tab. If you look up at the top here, there's design assets, backgrounds, shapes, and icons. So literally everything that used to have its own tab is now just together in one place.
And I think this takes us into, Valeria is asking, how do you get your text to image to appear on your screen? They don't see it. So could you use text to image in your Express? Like this graduation post?
Yes, of
Because
course.
GIF asks for the invitation, can AI put a graduation cap on a pug?
Yeah, we can definitely do that. For these, that's why I picked this template, because I see 2 image slots, a lot of text to work with, and then even a background if we wanted to do something with that. But yeah, so essentially that's what's going on here. And then as you mentioned, the layers panel is now on the right-hand side, the upper right, and it's still easy to use, just a click and drag to reorder layers. It's exactly the same, but you know, now it has its own spot to shine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. So now let's just dive right into this, and let's start with the images. Okay, so when working with images, if you want to replace an image in a template, normally you would click on a photo, right, and then hit replace, which by the way, it's now up here. This tiny little icon is the replace button. It'll just take you to the photo tab. And that's, that's not exactly where we want to go. So
not today.
Yes. So if you want to replace images with text to image, photo, a text to
AI generated art.
AI generated arts. Thank you. You'll have to do it manually. So just go into media and then go to photos, and then you'll see this button that says text to image, and then you have to pick the dimension that you want, and you can do it in square, landscape, portrait, or widescreen. Which don't worry, you can always like crop and stuff if like you change your mind later. So let's just go ahead and do portrait because it is the closest orientation to this. And then let's see.
It was graduating hat on a pug. Graduation cap on a pug.
Graduation cap on a pug. Okay. Okay, pug wearing graduation cap. Do we want to add like maybe like a background or something? Like surrounded by confetti. I don't know.
Oh, that's
or
a
like
good idea. I was gonna say like a stage, like at graduation ceremony, maybe, or I don't know.
I think they say commencement, right? Commencement.
Yes.
Sir, this might be chaotic.
Yeah, it might be too
it's
crazy,
okay.
but I like it. Maybe we'll
It's
see.
okay. It's better to just go for it and then like trim down.
I love that, especially when this takes no time at all. Like it renders out the images super fast for you, and you're ready to go. So.
Yes.
Do you want it photorealistic? Do you want it? I feel like a photo.
A photo, yeah. We could do a photo. I'm more of like an art person.
Okay.
So like I don't know. It just
let's do it.
It's cool. It gives me wiggle room to work with like any crazy colors or filters and stuff if it's like.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right. Okay. So and now we wait.
Cool. Kelly asks, copyright-free music and photos. Do you have the subscription to Adobe Photos for this access? Where is it free? So yes. You get free assets within Express. It does get better with your Adobe Creative Cloud subscription, but you have a bunch of different tools already at your disposal for free within Adobe Express.
Yes, it all comes with Express already. So
You look sad.
I know.
Maybe we need to put like Happy Pug.
Happy Pug. Is that nightmare fuel though?
It might be.
Okay.
But we won't know until we send it.
Okay, Happy Pug.
He just looks like he just studied too hard.
Or should we?
Yeah, see, that's way better.
Okay, it's getting better.
I don't know where your head was at with that, but that was exactly what I was thinking.
I thought it would put like fake teeth on it or something, like a human smile on it. Because I've seen that.
Yeah, I can do that in Photoshop right now, which is great.
Oh no. Oh my my gosh.
Oh, adorable.
Wait, this one's adorable.
That one's so cute.
Yeah, did you just reach out to hug?
I wanted to give it a hug. I
wanna
feel like
give
it
a hug,
deserves
too.
it. It's a
really
good boy.
does. It's the goodest boy. Oh, man. Okay, so we can just put the image right here, and we'll mess with the spacing and stuff later. We'll just place it right there. Okay, second image. We need a second image.
All right.
Maybe a different dog? I don't know.
Ben for photography is like nightmare fuel laughing emoji. Jado says, yes, happy boy. Yeah, we nailed it.
So happy
Good job,
boy.
AI. Yeah, I was thinking like maybe a diploma surrounded by dog treats.
That's
You know?
adorable. Okay, diploma surrounded
Maybe it needs to be like graduation
by-
diploma surrounded
Probably,
by.
yeah.
Let's get as like granular with it as we can.
Graduation. Are you good at writing prompts, would you say? How would you rate your
I
prompt
think I'm
writing?
better than some, but I'm always learning, and it really depends on the AI tool. Like each AI tool is so different, and how you communicate with it is so different. So, yeah,
Yeah, I'm bad at it.
I'm really good at mimicking what other people have set for us.
Yeah. They
Yeah.
put a dog in this one. I'm sorry.
that dog kind of looks like a Wallace and Gromit dog, a little bit, like a little claymation dog a little
yes,
bit.
I know what you're talking about. Oh my gosh. These are...
Those are kind of scary. There.
Wait, does this cap have eyes?
I think so.
I think it's the dog treats that's
Yeah,
like
let's take
trying
out
to-
the dog treat, the dog part of the dog treats.
Just treats?
Yeah, I feel like treats is fine, or maybe cupcakes. I don't know. Puppuccinos. I don't think Express knows what a puppuccino is.
Oh, I put treats twice. Oops.
There you go.
Okay. All right.
Tri-Counties Bank. Do you have to have the subscription for Adobe Stock for free audio and photo views? No. Your Adobe Creative Cloud will get you all the access to the stock assets inside of Express. Jeanette says a pug sitting on a desk with a laptop. That could work too.
Yeah.
Can you use Express for social media? Absolutely, you can use Express for social media. You can use it for PDFs, print jobs, logo creation, AI art, audio, video, pretty much a streamlined, easier to use version of all your favorite Adobe products is the best way I can explain it.
Yes, I agree. I'm thinking maybe we should add like maybe colorizing it a little bit.
Oh,
Like
colorizing I think would be a
simpler.
good idea, especially because you have some of the like blues and pinks coming in on the original. Because I'm assuming like we like the guy on the right the most, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's way cuter. I mean, the treats are good on that. So yeah, I think if we just colorize it.
Oh, they put a cat here.
The cat lovers are going to come out of chat immediately and say, you know, we got to represent both.
Here's some cute ones. Oh, this is cute.
Oh, kind of has like a cyberpunk feel to it.
Bone-shaped trees.
Young Chia says, how does this engine work? What devices can you use it on? You can use it on your browser. You can use it on your phone. Pretty much anywhere you've got internet connection.
Yes, but for the beta, for right now, it is desktop only.
That is correct. Trying to see.
A lot of questions.
I love it. If we missed any of your questions, please feel free to retype them in chat and I'll get to them.
Yeah, these ones. This one's kind of cute.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, I feel like it's starting to pull in some of the colors from
Yeah.
the right image.
Yeah, maybe this one. I like this one.
Yeah,
Okay,
cool.
cool. So we have both of our images, yay. So of course, this is one of the most popular ways to use the generative AI tools. Let me just bring this text to the top layer just by expanding the layer panel and bringing it to the top so it's above the image. Okay, so now we're going to explore the text effects. So to get to the text effects, all you have to do is just select the text box And if you scroll down, you'll see text effects right here. So you just open that up, and then it pulls up the text box for you to put in a prompt, how tight or loose you want the effect to stick to the letter. And then there's also sample effects. So if you're like me and have trouble writing prompts, or you want a prompt that works 1000%, there are a bunch of different looks to try out. So there's like textures, arts and crafts, food, materials.
Skip the food. Skip the food.
Skip the food. Painting. My favorite is the flowers. The flowers one is really nice.
Let's do the flowers.
So, yeah. So I think there's the
Oh,
tropical
chat.
one.
I need
What?
your help.
What happened?
Chat, give us a pun invitation. Chat loves puns.
Okay.
So we need your help copywriting. So
Yes.
we've got this great invitation for the Pugs graduation ceremony.
Mm-hmm.
Give me your best little short snippets that we should include in this. I don't know. I was trying to think of like funny pun names. Like
Like for which part? The you're invited part or the,
Yeah,
like, the
any of that.
invitation part? Okay.
yeah, like
I'm bad at puns.
oh no.
I have to think about it. I love it. But if you look, I'm gonna zoom in right here. This is the tropical flowers effect, and it just looks so nice.
Yeah,
it's
it's
so
great.
clean.
I would probably do like
We can do balloons. Balloons is another popular type of
balloons would
effect
be cool too. I think one of the lines of copy could be something like "It's our treat." You know, something like that.
I love that. Wait, there's a pink balloon somewhere here. Under sample effects, pink balloon. I'll just click on that.
Show me the pink balloon.
Look at it,
Oh,
it
that's
looks
really
so
cool.
Good.
Yeah, that's great.
Yes. Okay.
I haven't seen it. Do they have a neon sign one? Because I feel like I'm always looking for a
Neon sign. Let's test it out.
Yeah.
We have the time today.
I'm literally always looking for neon signs. I don't know why.
Okay, let's see. Like neon sign.
Yeah.
Is there a specific like color?
We can do pink. Let's
See?
just keep it on theme, I guess.
Pink neon sign.
Yeah, like a, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like the
Yeah.
neon, yeah.
Let's see what happens. Oh, it's giving us
That's pretty good.
It's giving pink neon sign.
I kind of want it like more like outlined, but yeah.
Yeah, one thing that's really cool about this that I was playing with this a lot yesterday, but you can actually stack different text effects on top of this. So not like the generated text effects, but you can also add a shadow shape animation down here. And under shadows, there's actually different kinds of shadows, which is also new in the beta. So we can
So you get
add
like the
a glow.
halo or the glow to like.
Yeah, we can add the glow, and then we can use this color picker tool. Let me grab this pink color. Steady hands on the trackpad. You can see my hands are shaking. There you go. Yeah, exactly. So here we can add a glow if anything. You can also add the halo or a drop or a stronger drop shadow or anything like that. Or you can do a custom effect too. You can adjust the blur if you want. More
Nice.
Blur. Change the angle if you want. Or
Man,
the
if we could
distance.
add to the feature gods, a little bit of grain or noise to it goes so far with glow.
Really?
Oh yeah. If you're ever Photoshop tip, if you're ever doing glows, just adding a little bit of noise to it makes it like actually work a lot better. And this comes from like Signal Noise, aka James White, and he's like the master of the synthwave, glows, gradients, all that stuff. Just a little bit of noise, a little bit of grit to it helps that glow feel a little bit more authentic.
Yeah. No, I love that.
Janet says, I finally completed my my master's degree in Bork, which I think is solid.
I love it. And then text box. Should we do another neon sign down here?
I don't think we need to do a neon sign. I think we can even go back to the balloons if you want. I just was very curious.
You're just out of curiosity?
I really like the
Yeah, that's
balloons.
good.
For
Okay.
some reason, it's working a lot better for me.
Yeah, it's very like celebration kind
Yeah,
of
I think
thing.
maybe we can explore what it looks like with like the tighter versus the wider
Oh yeah, we
text
can definitely
effects so
see what it
people
looks
can
like.
see what that looks like.
Yeah, of course. You're invited to a positively amazing graduation party. Winner.
GIF. Or is it GIF?
Ooh, don't get me started.
Oh, chat.
I was team GIF until I was roasted so hard
Good.
for it. Oh,
Rightfully so.
Good.
Yeah, it's GIF. It's
Okay.
GIF. It's
Okay.
GIF.
You know, to each their own. To
It's
each
GIF.
their own. You know, I've been training myself to say GIF more often, okay?
I'm proud of you. It's good to break bad habits.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, Alex. I met you like 5 minutes ago. Already roasted each other. Okay, wait. Let me actually remove this shadow. So
And while she's doing that, chat, let us know if it's GIF or GIF. Let us know your
Don't
preference.
do that to chat.
Why? Chat.
That's funny. Okay, so yeah. So in terms of the letters, since it's a balloon, I feel like it doesn't really... Oh no, I have to hit generate every time I make a change. So we're at medium, and I do this, and then I have to hit generate again. So that's another tip. You know, if you don't see your effects coming through, you have to hit generate every time you make a change or an adjustment to your prompt or any style.
Yeah. And Janet says, it's GIF.
Oh. Oh.
It's GIF like gift, but with no T. Thank you, AKKIR. Michael says, time to ditch the books, farewell GPA, hello freedom, caps, gowns, and happy dances. Degree unlocked, game over, no more all-night study sessions. Those are great, but I want them more dog themed.
Yeah, they need to have like dog puns in it.
All bark, no bite.
I guess I didn't deserve this. Oh, Gif. Nah, you're good. We
Sorry,
love
Gif.
you here.
That was a great suggestion.
Amazing suggestion. Okay, so we have the balloons here.
Gareth says it's GIF or my name would be spelled Jareth. Thank you, Gareth.
Okay, so I'm just adding some text. Imagine how chaotic this post would be if we added text effects to every single text on this.
We can do it. I mean, I think this is an invitation for dogs.
Right.
So we don't have to care about color theory. And
Good.
we don't have to,
I know nothing
I don't
about
think that they care as long as the invitation smells like treats.
That is right.
So we can just go wild with all the text effects and AI art.
Yeah. Okay, so for the second one, we're doing.
GIF says, post-graduation, unleash your potential.
Unleash your potential.
I really like that.
Yeah, you want to do it?
Yeah, I think we could do unleashed potential now that it's graduated instead of like a call.
Unleashed potential? Is that what you're saying? Graduated? You're invited. Unleashed.
Parties unleashed. Party now unleashed. Party. Ooh.
Working title. Okay.
Working title. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Let's keep thinking on it. Do we have a name for the dog?
Do we have a name for the dog? I don't
It's
have
GIF.
a name for the dog.
The name's
It's GIF. The name is GIF. One F though. We don't
One
want
F,
we don't
yeah,
want
yeah.
the chatter to think
Yeah,
we've
no.
named the pug after
No,
them.
no. Yeah, is graduation.
Thank you for putting additional copy there because I felt like without the extra copy in there, it's just like, did we accidentally leave a file format in there? You know, like a .gif. GIF. What's GIF's last name? .gif? Never mind, I'm done. All right.
Unleashed chaos. Okay.
Lisa asks, are you able to create rounded corners on the images, and are you able to create a border?
For images, I do not believe so. I'm just double checking. No.
You can crop.
You can, yes, you can definitely crop them. And they have these preset shapes. And then, so if I wanted to crop this, you totally can, like that.
I now need that for like a profile on like my Instagram or something as a profile image.
Yes. And then I think for some shapes though, they're a bit more freeform. Yeah, so like an ellipses here,
Yeah.
you don't have to like, scale it like this. You can make it as long or as wide as you want. So some of the shapes have more of a freeform kind of crop thing, but yeah. If you want to add like, what's it called? A stroke or anything outside, border outside the image, you would do it in the shapes.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unleash
Awesome.
potential.
Yeah. like that.
Yeah, that works. I'd probably uncap the U.
Okay. You.
Potential. Potential. For sure. Yep.
Okay. Potential. Wait, that's genius. Potential. Oh my gosh.
Nailed it.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, so now we can add the text effect, and as you can see, you know, we lose part of the word here, so hopefully the text effect can save the day. So we're gonna click on this, go to text effects. Should we do like blue balloon is right here.
Let's do balloon. Yeah, blue balloon.
Low hanging fruit.
Blue balloon. What a tongue twister.
Blue balloon. And then, you know, we have this font here, which is, it's all right. But you can also change your font by clicking on one of these.
Yeah.
But you are also actually not limited to just these fonts as well. Once you, what?
GIF asks, do scientist dogs do lab reports?
Anyways, just kidding. No, that was a really good one.
That was great.
That was a really good one.
I'm here for all the dad jokes, chat. If you bring them to me, I will laugh at them.
Oh, I'll laugh at them too. I love dad jokes. Let me copy this one, but make it blue. Just so we have the same kind of look going on. 5 points to GIF. Yes,
Yeah.
5 points. Okay, so we have this balloon. You can change your fonts. Maybe we'll do this one. Will it do it? It won't switch. Or maybe this one. Usually.
Did you actually click on them?
I did. Oh, wait, hold on. I need a. Let me see. There you go.
Okay, cool.
Yes. So this is another thing to note. If you are editing text and what is this called?
The
Cursor.
the cursor thing.
The cursor thing is
It's
blinking.
a scientific term
Yes,
for
and
that.
this is this is across when you're trying to adjust text altogether. Is that if you are in the text box like this, any font changes, colors, or anything like that, even text effects won't apply to the text unless you're like kind of like clicked out of it. But if you are clicked into it, all you have to do is just highlight everything and then apply the effect and stuff like that.
Got it.
Yes. These potential. What is happening with these words or these letters?
I think the lowercase has a harder time. So I think it might just be everything needs to be all uppercase.
That's fine. Unleashed.
So yeah, chat, whenever you're working with certain like text effects, it helps to give it like, in my opinion, a like sans serif. Because it gets a little bit finessy or I didn't even say that correctly. And
Finicky.
Yeah, finicky was what I was trying to go for. Then it became finessy.
Finesse that. New word of the day.
There we go.
Okay. Oh, see, I am in the text box. Let me click out of that. And then we can adjust the letter spacing and stuff like that. And then here's where I said that you can still continue to change the text or the font. So if you just click on one of these, let's just go with this one, it will still change. So you still have options. You can still use your brand font if you want to.
And honestly, like, I really love all the new text changes. Like, it's so much more robust now than it was before, and it's pretty sick.
Exactly. I love it too. Okay, so now like the text is still kind of hard to read, so we're going to add in a shadow, and we're just going to lift the text from the entire project. So we're just going to click on the lift effect, and we're going to change the color to black, so you can see how it kind of popped out of the page a little bit.
There's no way I can like adjust the balloon hue slightly.
The hue?
Yeah, like I can make
Like
it like
the
a
color?
lighter blue, like a shinier silver.
If you put it in the prompt.
If I put it in the prompt. Okay, got it.
We
That
can
makes
put it in the
sense.
prompt. Yeah, because it is just.
Yeah,
it
because
says
it's
blue.
like a dark blue on like black, which is
Yeah, we
giving
could
us
do
that
like
light blue.
light blue. That's what
Because the pink looks great.
it does. I love it. So
There
it
you
did
go.
go up a little bit, yes.
Nice.
I like it. And then we're just going to add the same shadow effect to the pink ones. So we are consistent. And there you go. So that is text effects. But here's another way that I really like. Yes?
I love it.
What?
This flyer. I want it in my
flyer?
mailbox. Like, absolutely. I don't know if I'm going to be alive in 2099, but if I am, I'm there.
Yeah.
I hope that GIF is still also alive. I think it's a little outside of dog years.
Yeah.
But maybe it is in dog years.
Maybe. It could be. I don't know. But yeah, so you can definitely stop here, but I feel like we could just do a little bit more with the background. So one of the ways that I really love using text to image is actually to generate backgrounds. Because for me, I don't think I would do this whole pug thing. Like if I was doing a creative project,
Wow.
yeah, sure. No.
Creator.
Just
It's fine.
in my own personal projects and in my own workflow,
Yeah.
like, sometimes I'll do like an art concept or something, I'll put it on a flyer or poster, but for the most part, a lot of my stuff has a lot of gradients, a lot of backgrounds.
Okay.
And sometimes I would go to the Adobe Stock photo collection and look for my gradients, but sometimes they're not in the colors that I want. So I will use the text to image to kind of finesse that and just create a gradient using like specific colors or like pastels or jewel tones or anything like that. So that's a tip for folks who don't think they're gonna be generating pugs with graduation caps in the near future, but just another way to use.
I saw GIF
Pug
in
betrayal.
chat.
Okay,
I knew GIF was gonna take offense to
Growing
that.
up, I actually had 3 pugs.
And you would turn your back on them so easily.
No, that is not what I'm saying. No, I love pugs. They're one of my favorite
Jado
dogs.
says she's a cat fan.
She's a cat fan. I actually have never owned a cat. I've visited cats.
Visiting cats is a good.
That sounds weird, but like I have a lot of friends who have cats, but I'm more of a dog person.
Have you gone to a
actually.
cat cafe?
No, I don't think so. But
I think you would know if you went.
Yeah, I think I would know. But like, so a lot happens up here. I forget sometimes.
Henrik says, "Yeah, love the pug theme." Thank you.
Yay, Henrik, hi. Okay, so back to text to image. We'll do a portrait. And then, so let's say, what kind of background do we want? Maybe
Well, you said you love doing like gradients and stuff, and you wanted to show some of the recoloring, I think. So
yeah.
we could do that, or maybe it's like confetti.
Oh, we can do confetti, yes.
I mean,
maybe we can do both. So maybe we
gradiented
can do,
confetti. Okay.
So maybe we'll do like maybe a rainbow gradient.
We could do even rainbow. Yeah, rainbow gradient confetti.
Where? Like gold confetti, maybe? Gold confetti?
Mike Chambers says team lunch at SF Cafe. Yeah, Mike.
Yes.
I used to walk by a
I've never
cat cafe every day
been.
on my way to work when I was living in SF.
I have never been to the SF Cat Cafe. I didn't even know there was one.
Oh, I'm sure there's one in San Jose as well.
Oh, really?
Oh, I would assume so. I feel like every type of cafe exists out there now. And it's just a matter of like Googling it.
Look at this.
Like I went to a raccoon cafe in Korea, and they're really, really cool. That's my story. They rob
really
you
cool.
if you bring any of your change in.
Uh-huh.
They will like go through your pockets to get the change.
No way.
Oh yeah, because they got thumbs.
Oh.
They're a little sneaky.
It's very
They like can tell if you
sneaky.
have like anything on you and they want it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh
So you
my
can't bring
gosh.
anything in.
Nice.
Mike says there's one in Kitty. Yeah, right there off of
Oh my gosh, we need
I
to have
think
an
Goth.
offsite.
it's Gotham Market, right? I
That'll
think
be
so.
fun. Okay, so here are some of the gradients, the different kinds of rainbows and stuff, and it added some of the gold confetti in it for us. So yeah, this is great for generating backgrounds for your projects as well. But as I said earlier, sometimes I'll use it to like pick certain colors. So maybe if I want like pastels, you know. So let's just do like pastel gradient with gold confetti. Raccoon Cafe, that is wild.
Yeah,
Yes.
Jacob, there's like a million different types of cafes. There's a lemur cafe. There's a Hello
Lemur?
Kitty cafe in Korea. There's a like a poop themed cafe. It was just poop emojis everywhere.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
no,
was so
no.
concerned.
The PG version. Never mind. Great stream for this. Cool. All right, Adobe, please have me back. All right. Anyways,
Yeah, so we have a
every type
bunch-
of cafe you want, it's
Yeah.
there.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's wild. Okay, so we have a bunch of pastel backgrounds now. So as you can see, like the color change, still the gradient, but you can do this. You can even do like warm tones or maybe like orange and red gradient or something
Cool,
like that. So you
yeah.
can get really specific with that.
So would you want to do it in like, do you have a preference typically when you're using the like text to image? Are you using mostly like the photo reel or the graphics or illustration or the art style? Which type do you typically
It
like?
really depends on the project, the type of project I'm doing. So let's say if I'm doing like a Pinterest pin, right? I will lean more towards using photos and more photorealistic assets. But let's say I'm making like a flyer or a social post or something that, you know, I don't necessarily need a real photo, especially if the picture has people
Yeah.
in it. You know, people's a very slippery slope sometimes. So like then I will gravitate towards more doing like art and stuff like that, or and even landscapes too. I love doing that in like the art style.
Nice. Yeah, that's really cool.
But yeah, so once you have the image here, we can click out of it and then go back, click on it again. It'll open up this menu. We can just set it as the page background and boom, new background. Love it. And then, you know, the dark color is still the background color, so we can even change the opacity. Like if this is like too much,
Yeah, it's a little hard to read.
yeah, then we can like bring it down here, make it less of the focus,
Cool.
and boom, now everything is legible again. Cool.
Yeah, and I see Barbara says, hi, everyone. Hello,
Hi,
Barbara.
Barbara. How's
What's
it
up?
going? Love it. Okay, is there anything that we need to add for this?
Renewed Gospel asks about, what about copyright for Express assets for commercial? You can use all of the Express for commercial projects immediately, except for, I believe the AI art is still
Yes.
in beta and not for commercial use right now. So you can use it like we're doing it today, just for funsies and everything like that, but not for commercial stuff yet. But everything else in Express, all the stock images, all the stock video assets, all the stock audio, anything you create, any templates that you use. I get this question a lot for like the logo streams, you know, because people are like, wow, that's so easy to make a logo. Can I use that? Absolutely. Get cracking. Use it.
I love it. Okay, so we have the invitation here. I feel like this is pretty good to me. I mean, the only thing left to do is like maybe resize it.
Like
for
print it.
different- Yeah,
Just
print
go.
it. We can have it for print, for
Yeah.
social, anything. So like.
So you said you'd
yeah.
resize it? Is that what you said?
Yeah, we could definitely resize it. So I have not actually done this before, but we still have the one-click resize tool where all you have to do is hit resize and then it pops up. Everything pops up on the left-hand side. You can do a custom size, just put in the width, the height, or you could do any of these recommended or these preset dimensions, and it's all sorted out now. Thank goodness. So we have the recommended, we have popular social media. Then it breaks it down to what platform. So
Yeah.
there's all the Instagram dimensions, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, Pinterest, other, and then all the video stuff. So it's just all organized now, and I love it. As a Type A person, this just I love this. So let's just go ahead and resize this to, maybe we'll post it on stories. We'll post it on gift spread.
So do you typically duplicate the artboard before you resize it, or do you just resize it immediately?
I'll just,
Like
I'm
what's your
chaotic, so
workflow?
I'll do it immediately.
Chaotic good or chaotic evil?
It depends on the day.
Okay,
It really depends on this season right now. I'm definitely more my chaotic evil.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Let's just resize it then.
Let's just resize it. No. We have to keep this to print.
Oh,
So we're gonna actually duplicate, but it's gonna be automatically resized. So we're
Got
just
it.
gonna, boom, there it
Boom.
is. Second one here. And then we just accepted where the assets were going to land. But
honestly, I'm always blown away by the resizing tool because it does it so well, and there's always such minor tweaks to make.
Exactly.
This is great because if I was to post this on my story or whatever, it's already got padding on the top and bottom for
The name,
the
right, at the top
user
and the-
interface from like whatever platform you're posting on. Maybe you would nudge the verticals a little bit just
Yeah.
to get it, but like that's about it. And like this is good enough to post immediately. And it took you 0 seconds.
0 seconds.
So that's pretty sick.
Yeah, if we want to do it again, let's see what happens when we do like a YouTube thumbnail. Let's say we vlogged it. Okay, we vlogged.
vlogging now.
We vlogged the graduation party. Let's click
Yeah.
on YouTube thumbnail and duplicate and resize.
The
Let's see what
duplicate
happens.
resize button is, I think, such a good addition because I normally have to duplicate it on my own first and then do the resize, or I
Right.
forget and then it's
Right.
it's Manzy and everything. So yeah.
Exactly. Okay, so the landscape, it pretty much still kept its the placement of all the assets. So in this instance, then you would just move everything around and optimize it for the platform that you're posting to,
Yeah.
right? And so then it's just super easy. Just a click
Mm.
and drag. You can even like tilt it if you want to. That's another question that has come up is where are the notches? You know, when you
Oh yeah,
click
yeah.
on it, there would be like a moving notch and then a rotate. That's gone now. You just directly just click on it, and then if you hover over a corner, you'll see the curved double arrow, and then you
Yeah,
can
the
just
rotate- the rotate icon?
Yeah, and then you can just do it like that. So
Nice.
Adobe Live presents the birthday.
I'm really
graduation.
impressed by the pink bubble letters. Like I don't know why I can't get over it, but it's really good.
It is. It looks realistic. I keep staring at it too.
Yeah.
You're not the only one.
I think it's because it's so hard to do that quickly in like Photoshop and stuff.
No way. I mean, you
Like-
work in Photoshop a lot more than I do.
Yeah,
right?
but like I would never have I ever wanted to do that. Like, Never would I have been like, I want to make bubble letters today that are photorealistic and look like this, because it just sounds like so much work. So the fact that I can do it in like 30 seconds with an Express is such a time saver. So yeah,
How would you do that in Photoshop?
literally,
Explain
I
it
don't
to
know.
me.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to. I would have to pull so many different layers and probably effects, and the file would just be massive and it'd probably take a day to do in Photoshop. But there's probably other people that are faster.
What about Illustrator?
Charlib asked, anyone here real? We're real. Everybody here is real.
We're real.
What's
What
up?
do you mean? We are definitely real.
It's called Adobe Live because we're live.
Yes. Let's move this here. I think the font was 35, something like that. Oh, oops.
Ah, the classic.
I clicked out.
I've been doing that with my trackpad a lot lately, where like I type it and then before I press enter, I like fat fingered my trackpad and I just scrolled it down to like 8 pixels.
I hear ya. I feel like, would you say using the mouse is better?
I forgot to grab my mouse. Yikes. Well, make sure that you stay tuned in 12 minutes for me to struggle without a mouse. I do I play a lot of video games, so I do like video game controls for my design flow.
Oh.
So I do like the magic pad or the trackpad like on a laptop
Yeah.
to like zoom in and scroll through artboards really fast and like kind of move it around instead of doing like the space bar.
Yeah.
And then I've got a mouse on the side to like
Yeah.
click in action.
Wow, that's
It's a
really cool.
Very weird way of doing it, but it works for me.
Yeah, not that weird. Not weird at all. Excuse me while I be a perfectionist.
No, you're good. I'm just wondering where I put my mouse now. Like, did I even pack it today? I don't know.
Did you? Okay, I'm just gonna select all this, bring it down because I forgot to put what
Aw.
party this is.
Yeah,
Whose party
poor
is it?
GIF. I'm getting left out.
I know. 35. Oh, I did it again.
Yep, I do it.
Okay, there you go.
It's great. Oh, I love the spacing tool that
Yes.
That's new.
This is new to
That's
show
so
the
lovely.
spacing. Yeah, because before it would just be like
Uh-huh.
telling you like,
Like
when you're
centered.
centered. Yeah, exactly. Now you can center between
Yeah, you
different.
get to see the equal
Yeah.
spacing, line heights, and all that good stuff.
Perfect.
And Jeff says we're all AI pugs in response to Harleb's questions.
Oh, pug eyes. I think if
Oh.
will give you a wide.
Giff says, I think if Giff played football, he'd be a wide retriever. That's so funny.
He's too good at this. Hold
Yeah.
on.
That's what I'm saying, man. Chat is on a fire with the puns.
Okay, so let's see. Let's look at what we have.
Yes.
So now we're in thumbnail view. So we have the flyer, we have the story, and then we have the landscape or the YouTube thumbnail for our vlog. Except our vlog wouldn't have all this text. But besides the point, a landscape version.
Yeah.
So three
So-
different ways.
Really quick recap, because I know we have like 5 minutes left. How did we get to where we are?
How did we get to? That's a loaded question.
Okay.
Okay,
Without doing the
okay.
full recap of an hour
Okay.
and all the puns and all that great feedback from chat, like, how would people go about recreating it if they just tuned in right now? Did they
Okay.
like give us a little walkthrough really quick on like the text to image and the text tool?
Without
And
doing it?
we can like
Okay, I was
you
like,
can
hands
like
behind my
open
back.
up
Okay, yeah.
the artboard, I guess.
Yeah, of course. So how we got to this, we started off from a regular invitation template. We adjusted the text, but to add in the effects, like the images, all we had to do was, honestly, if we're not starting from that, all you have to do is just go to media, hit text to image, and then pick the dimension, and then just put in your prompt,
Cool.
choose the art style, the type, all that stuff. And then for the text effects, it's very similar. You just click on it, the text, hit text effects down here. Again, prompt, choose the style, and then just pick whatever result you're happy with. And then we just mess around with the spacing, stuff like that. Oh, and we also use the text to image to generate the background. And yeah, then we just messed around with that, resized it for different platforms, and that's how we're here.
Cool. And in that time, we've got 3 different sizes already done, and that takes no time at all now with the duplicate and resize tool, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Did we explore what the thin to extra wide type treatment would do?
In
you
text
do the
effects.
effect,
Yes. So the balloons was kind of a bad example for this. So we can
Okay.
actually, let's just go
Yeah, let's do a
ahead.
new one then, like just a new art layer on there,
A new
so we
one?
don't ruin it. Just like duplicate it,
Okay.
just for showcasing purposes, since we have like 2 minutes.
Oh, we do. Pressure's on. Okay. Add page, blank page. That's fine.
Cool.
Text to image. So, no,
No, it's
wrong
a
one. Text
text.
effects.
Yeah.
My bad. Okay. Text effects. Here we have our own text. Yay. And then, so let's go into text effects. Let's pick something. Okay, I think let's go to the flower example because
Yeah.
I think it shows it really well.
Cool.
So we have this. It's going to generate very slowly. And then we're going to make it a little, I just selected the O. Let's just do all of this.
Cool.
And then, so the difference when you do the tight, medium, and loose is basically how far the effect can leave the letter. Like how, strapped is it to the shape of the letter. So let's do loose. And if we generate, let me zoom in here so you can see more detail. So as you can see, the flowers start to kind of go off of the letter a little bit.
Cool.
Versus if we do tight and then we generate, it's really just gonna snap to what the native shape of the letter.
Yeah, so if you're like a Photoshop user, this would be like a really tight mask on your letter form or your effects, but then you've got like a little bit extra padding on your fatter versions of it, which is great. Marat asks, if you change the text, and what happens if you change the text for one example in one version? Essentially what we just did right here, you can retype anything you want in there. It'll regenerate the artwork on top of it. So you can keep changing the stuff out. So it's not a big deal at all. So, yeah. Tri-Counties Bank says, do you foresee being able to take a brand's logo and using AI on it? Yeah, absolutely. I'll show you a little bit of that in the next stream. This is actually a great segue.
Great segue.
Thank you,
for the
Tri-Counties
next
Bank.
stream.
But thank you, everyone, for hanging out with us today. I had a blast. Hopefully, y'all did as well. I loved the puns and the feedback we had.
Yes,
So thank you. But thank you, Katrina. I learned a lot today.
Oh, thank you for having me. Thank you for hosting.
Of course. Pleasure. We'll be back in 5 minutes with Voodoo Val hosting me, and we'll be getting into brand libraries and all that good stuff. So stick around. We'll see y'all soon. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Adobe Live. My name is Voodoo Val, and I am going to be your host today for an epic stream with my good friend, Alex Lazarus. I'm so excited. How are you, Lazarus?
I'm so excited.
Laz, Alex, we've got so many nicknames for you in the chat. Pretty popular guy. But we're going to be working on brand kits, libraries, all kinds of stuff.
Yep.
Do you want to kind of explain what you're going to be working on today and let us know how we kind of jump into it?
Yeah. So I'm Alex Lazarus. I run my own little design studio called Lazarus. You can come over to our website, wearelazarus.com. I'm going to actually be working off a resource that I have. If you go to the website, go to the resources tab, beep, 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 up there. Go to the simple brand guidelines kit, and we're going to be using that. So just go in there, grab it. It's free. And I have 4 pages that I'm going to be bringing into Express just to show you kind of some of the new cool features that you can bring in with PDFs and Illustrator files and all that stuff. So today I'm going to be walking you all through a project called Total Service. It's a real client of mine, and we did all the branding and everything, but now I want to show you how to bring it into Express and how you can build that brand kit yourself. So I think this is a good summation of a bunch of the cool new features that you can do within Express today. So yeah, make sure that you sign up for the beta.
Yeah, I'm excited. We've got the link to wearelazarus.com in the chat. We'll also get some links if you would like to check out the new features and try out the Adobe Express Beta for yourself. You definitely can dive into that and check out Alex's assets and create something with us today.
Yeah, it's easy peasy, so just play along. So cool. Without further ado, I know some of y'all have been around with me on a bunch of Express streams. Adobe Express Beta has a new look and feel. Same great tool, just supercharged and awesome. So what we're going to be doing today is you have this ability to start from content. So I'm just going to click that button, and what I'm going to do is actually click inside my files and downloads. Simple brand PDF. This is a stripped down version. I wanted to keep it under like 100 megabits just because that's the upload limit for the beta. So I'm going to click that and then upload it. So that's going to do its thing. It's going to start separating out stuff onto different layers. It's pretty sick. Oh, look at that. Super fast.
Yeah.
Much faster than my hotel Wi-Fi. So I can open it in the editor. And so what this is going to do is it's going to pull out 4 different pages, and I'll show you. So we've got like logos, do's, and don'ts. We've got like your color page. And you've got typefaces.
Nice.
And so I've already got all this stuff built out in the Illustrator file for you. Whoop, that's a different template. But in the Illustrator file, you'll have a layers panel. You'll have the guides already built in there. There is a small like upload difference when uploading it to Express. The brand guidelines section, like these like type sections, kind of fell off of the grid for some reason. Don't worry, the Illustrator file is pixel perfect. You just got to do a little bit of nudging when playing along today.
Gotcha.
That's pretty simple, but you can see it also is trying to figure out all these different layers. So I think from a grouping perspective, you're just gonna have to go through and deal with it a little bit manually. The reason why is because it's trying to like figure out each layer, because these logos became like smart objects. So let me just delete the grid. If you go in there, like this O is its own.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Like, yeah, so this is its own shape now. And by uploading it, you can actually just start messing with it and starting to change the thickness.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So you can basically take whatever you want and just make it fully editable.
Yeah.
And oh, that's perfect.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do this every day.
Yeah, you literally can start uploading all your stuff. I mean, I've shown on Adobe Express streams before, taking a logo that you made in Express, downloading it, playing with it in Illustrator, and bringing it back up. But now you can actually like start messing with the shapes that you're uploading from Illustrator directly. So I think that's a huge superpower that's going to unlock for a lot of people.
Yeah.
I didn't intentionally build this page for Express, so it is a little bit more bloated right now in its current form with all these like different shape layers and things like that. But I do think like this color theory one is a great one, just kind of show you like what you can do. So I can grab these 2 type layers, and then I'm just going to nudge it over and get it back in alignment with that grid. So what we can do here is also go in. Let me grab my Illustrator files. Let me grab it from here actually.
Another thing that comes to mind when thinking about like working this way is when I like go to Adobe Stock, for example,
Yeah.
and I'm searching around for something to use, I typically snag Photoshop
Yeah.
like files and things because I don't typically work in Illustrator.
Yeah.
But now I could, because I could just grab an AI file and just bring it into Express if
Yeah.
I'm less comfortable in Illustrator. This makes it so much more like buildable and possible for me to work with all different kinds of things.
Yeah.
So I love this.
Honestly, I don't know how much logo work you've done in Express, and a lot of my streams are like logo built in Express. I've loved building logos in there and just fine-tuning them in Illustrator. Because it's like super easy to just get your ideas out and then
Yeah.
download the PDF, and that PDF is a vector.
Yeah.
So you have the ability to just start working with it. So it's super great.
That's a great workflow. I'll have to test that too.
So what we're going to do right now is I'm going to start showing you how the libraries work. All right, so what we're going to do is skip the tutorial because we are the tutorial today. All right, we're going to click Create New Library. We'll do one called TS2, which sounds like a PlayStation 2, but it's not. It's TS, not PS. All right, so what we're going to do here is I'm just going to grab like this logo, and then I'm going to add it to my libraries, click Graphic, and then call this like TS2 horizontal full. As you can tell, I offer a lot of logos to my clients so that they have like a responsive brand kit. So that's super helpful for them. I've also, instead of just having like my guidelines document open and constantly having to like reference it, today I really wanted to show kind of like how we can bring in the colors and stuff. So I'm just going to screenshot this and just bring this into Illustrator, and then I'm going to add this to my libraries.
Okay. I love those colors, by the way. I feel
Thank you.
I mean, I'm very biased because it's all of my favorite colors.
I chose them specifically for you, Val.
It's a good combination.
Yeah.
It was a very good combo.
I mean, the purple with a green accent is just chef's kiss.
It's poisonous, but it's also like futuristic. It's
Yeah.
like can be so many things. It can also be like, 90s, it could be 80s, it could be modern. It's a great combo.
So what I'm doing now is just like quickly eyedroppering all this stuff. Obviously, I could take it from our guidelines doc, but I'm going to show you how to do it from scratch. Just in case you need a million of these. Boo, boo, boo. How many colors is too many colors for a brand?
Honestly, I don't know, because I feel like you could do a brand that's got like 3 solid, strong colors, but then I feel like I've seen people do really, really cool stuff with seasonal color changes for a brand, where things kind of evolve throughout the year, and technically they've got like 24 colors. They're only using like 6 at a time. Or 4 at a time, which can be fun. So I don't think that there is a limit. I think it's all about how you use it. And I will never say no to various shades of purple. So that's literally the color of my glasses, like the lavender color.
Yeah, exactly.
So perfect for me.
So what you are not seeing because it's behind our heads, but now it's not because, Paco and I are simpatico, is I'm taking everything, I'm just grabbing those color pieces from my Illustrator file, and now I'm just clicking on the bottom right corner, and then I'm clicking fill color, and that's adding it to my library immediately.
Nice.
I'm just gonna,
And there's something so satisfying about slowly starting to fill up all the different categories of things you need for a good library.
oh,
It's
yeah.
very, very satisfying. I always feel very accomplished.
Yeah, it's, I always make this joke with Claudia because she's so much more organized than I am, but it's really therapeutic when everything is like actually layered and organized, and you as well, you're very organized.
On stream. On
Great.
camera.
Great.
Camera. But I mean, Adobe Express is something that can help you be better at that too, because
for sure.
and then it will bleed over into other areas of your work, because if you are incentivized to organize your libraries and stuff so that when you jump over into Adobe Express, it's all there where you need it. Then you start to be a little more responsible, we'll say, with where you put stuff, which only helps you in the long run because then you don't have untitled 24 final sitting in a random folder somewhere. It's labeled.
Yeah,
where, you know,
absolutely.
you've got your colors in a row and everybody's happy.
Yeah, absolutely. So what I ended up doing just right here was I went to my stuff. While we were talking, I refreshed the page. Sometimes it's important to just refresh the page so that Express kind of knows that your library has been updated. Since that was a brand new library, I found that I've sometimes gotten stuck where it's like, well, I've already put that library in there, but I didn't see it. So just refresh really quick. Your stuff is already saved automatically to the cloud. So there's no risk of you kind of running into some issues. So you're fine. All right, so go to My Stuff and then go to Brands and Libraries. It'll default show you your files, which is great and awesome for if you're working within some stuff. But Brands and Libraries, as you can see, there's a bunch of random things in here. I need to go through and spring clean.
My libraries look exactly like this,
Yeah.
so don't worry.
So I'm going to the TS2. I'm actually going to probably play off of the one that I've already built. We'll do a little bit of that Martha Stewart oven
Yeah,
thing. Where
here's
it's
the
like,
pie.
oh, here's the pie.
Yeah.
It took us 6 hours. All right, so what you can do is also go in there and then add character styles, and I have one already built out in the total service one. This is with the character style already, so I can just use that to start. And I can go in there, boom. So now what I can start doing is just go to like fill colors, and then just start pulling them.
Beautiful.
So you can see this is a super simple thing. You've taken 2 seconds to download the PDF, upload it, and now you can go in there and make it your own if you're not comfortable in Illustrator. I know some people prefer InDesign or Photoshop or whatever to make their guidelines. You can now use it for Express, which is pretty sick.
I love it. I think that this is definitely, a really, it's really intuitive, right? And I think that it's a feature that you can utilize and really get a lot out of, no matter what app or program you're coming from primarily.
Yep.
Like, because everything just kind of connects in. Everything shakes hands. So it just makes it really easy to, whatever you're using Adobe Express for, this could be a final place where you show up here and you do something like this from here and you set up your library, or if you're an Illustrator person and you decide you want to move things over so you can send stuff out to clients quickly, you can do that. Same with Photoshop. So I love it. We've also got some folks in the chat. Nina is saying that they really love this color palette. I'm right there with you, Nina. This is really, really great. As he's placing the purples down.
Yeah, trying to keep it a little, gradiented.
Yeah, I think that's also quite satisfying to like kind of see everything like, fade in. And I think one thing that I really admire just about your work in general, which I'm sure everybody will see when they check out these files to use in their Adobe Express projects today, is you always have an excellent sense of color and you always have like really, really great, like powerful presentations. And so to be able to see you like do it so flawlessly here is really fun.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me.
You're welcome.
Yeah, this was actually a really great case of like this company is a SaaS, software as a service company for HVAC, electric, industry services. So they needed a brand that stood out in their market, and all their competitors were blues and greens, and we're like, well, we need to stand out. And it was like, let's go heavy with purple. It felt really, really lovely for everybody. So yeah, it was cool that the client, purple's like one of those things that you either hate it or love it. And I think we found a really nice balance of like a good purple that has staying power, is a little bit industrial, and like just normal people can gravitate towards it.
And it can be something that is playful and fun, or it can be like really regal too. Like there's so much that you can do with it. So I love it.
Yeah, I think that's the regal part is why it's so challenging for some people, because it's like not really found in nature, right? It's like a harder, it's not your blues and greens that are like calming. So yeah, I agree. Cool, so that's pretty much the color page. We can obviously spend all day going in and tidying it all up, writing in your hex codes, your CMYK. You can duplicate this if you wanted to and add a Pantone in there if you wanted, but We're not going to do that. We've already turned over the brand guidelines for them, but just really simple stuff for people to kind of make it your own at home, you know, play along. Gonna zoom out, too much zooming out. All right, let's go to the type system. I always love providing these, and this is why we put in the template. It just gives a good ramp, and I really, what I like about this, so you can pull this grid. If the grid is too distracting, just pull it all the way down. The layers panel has moved from the bottom right of your screen to the top right of your screen, which is a little bit different than, you know, Express in the past. But now you can edit everything. So that layer no longer above, and it's just behind it. Go in there, you can type in whatever logic you want about the typefaces. Sometimes we'll write our own manifesto around why we chose a typeface. Other times we will maybe use the type designer's words and talk about why the typeface is such a great typeface. But you can go in here and just quickly, you know, select the fonts and text tools. I love the changes to the text tool. I don't know if you played around with it much, but I think that this is so much easier and simpler to work with now.
Yes, I agree 100%. I feel like I can see, you know, like all the different categories and things. I was able just today to kind of jump in and have everything accessible to me that I had used, and it's very, I feel like it's just easier for me to dive into now. It's a lot more intuitive, which is wonderful. Yeah, this is just really, really quite smooth, in my opinion. And I like the lockup too, like being able to do the dynamic lockup is really fun, and I have been using that as well.
Yeah, I am not getting it to work right now. That's okay. We'll just play around with this.
Well, yeah, I think that one of the things that is, you know, because you know, as you make your way through your piece, I would love to know how many typefaces do you actually end up presenting to people? Because typically when you see a brand, you might have like a header font, you might have something that is like uber decorative, you know, and then something that's like best for copy. But how much is too much in your opinion, and how many have you, like when you do a project like this, what's the most that you've ever done? Like, is there a limit where you're like, don't do it?
I'm a big fan of trying to find variable typefaces for most projects now, I feel like. If you don't know about variable typefaces, they are the bee's knees.
They're magic.
They are magic.
It's literally magic.
Yeah.
The bee's knees is acceptable as well.
Yeah. If you don't know what magic is, then bee's knees is fine.
I mean.
So we'll typically do 2 to 3. It really depends on the client and their needs. If it's like a digital project or like a product that they're doing, like a software company, we care about the end use case of the product. And so making sure that it works on mobile devices and the iPads and desktops is really important. So that is sometimes a different typeface than what the marketing collateral would look like. So the marketing collateral is more about being in your face and grabbing attention and like being like loud and larger sizes. And so we'll scale it down and give them a separate typeface for the product oftentimes.
Nice. And then here, I mean, you know, if you're using this template, then you can add multiple pages. If
you can add multiple pages.
For more,
there's you can just duplicate all this stuff by just selecting it all, shift, and then drag and option drag it. And one of the new things that you'll see on my screen now is the spacing tool, so it'll start picking it up. Aligning things is so much better now in the beta. It's really lovely. In case the mic didn't pick up, Val's like quite like, yes.
Yeah, I did.
The success kid meme right there. Just, or as we say on
the what?
Adobe
the
Live.
Oh no.
Memes?
The memes? Oh no.
Memes.
I'm gonna pretend you didn't say memes because it is
I love
the word
that
is memes.
I can feel the cringe radiating
in the
off
force
of you.
over here.
Yeah, there's definitely a disturbance, and now she's not behind the chat to hide it.
I'm just gonna hang out with chat for a little while.
So another thing while you're building out this, so if you did want to add like a tertiary typeface to it, the recommended typeface section is always super fun, and it works really well. I'm starting to see a little bit of these crowns in my screen, so I wanted to just talk about them really quickly. I'm going to zoom with my fingies. There we go.
Fingy?
I zoomed it with my fingies.
We
So
make our own words here, and we love it. We do.
the crown icon you'll see is going to be on your typefaces, on some of the Adobe Stock assets, some video assets, and some of the audio assets as well. That crown just means that it's kind of gated by your Adobe Creative Cloud subscription. So Adobe Express is free for you to use, and you get so many benefits out of it by using it, but it does get better with your Adobe Creative Cloud subscription. So just wanted to throw that out there. If you're seeing the crown and you're confused why you can't use it and you're on the free account, that's why. It's paywalled.
But I mean,
They're
I
great.
think that it's something where you can get a lot out of it if you're
Yep.
using the free version. You definitely can get quite a lot out of it. And for a lot of people that have talked to me about their experiences with Adobe Express, it's something where they jumped in and they used the free version of it and then felt like it was worth it to upgrade just for extra stuff as they got more comfortable taking clients and creating stuff for them. So
No, this is great. Like honestly, like even the free version, you're not.
it's great.
There's no features that are locked behind it. It's just
Yeah.
like stock assets.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
that's like
So
you can do everything.
in the free version. It's just there might be more images and things or templates available to you with the paid version, but you're not barred from using any of the amazing features. Also, we've got Adobe Live chiming in. Oh boy, the meme war between Alex and Val. We have apparently developed a reputation. Sam Peterson in the chat saying, I believe it's pronounced memes. That's not.
That is
that's
Sam's
not
take
right.
on it. I mean,
That's the remix.
it's a second.
Yeah,
It's
it's a dialect. It's a dialect.
Silent.
It's the chat is singing basically at this point, and I appreciate you all. Let's see. There's a lot of lag when playing videos on Instagram Reels templates. Gustavo, so I did a bunch of messing around with the videos, and I found that similar to how you might jump in and use like Adobe Rush or Premiere Pro or After Effects, I let it play through once, and then it was smooth after that, which I think is, a lot of people may be familiar with like doing that, like letting it go through once and
if you're familiar with like video editing and stuff like that.
like especially in Premiere Pro, I typically go through it and you can see it kind of
Yeah,
do
the
its little
scrub.
bar. But yeah, if you let it play through, in my experience thus far, after a once over, then I didn't have any trouble with lag.
All right, you know what? I'm not gonna do the entire sorting of that. What we're gonna do is we're gonna start breaking the logo in the guidelines, which I think is a lot of fun. I think it's just one of those things in like the production side of building a brand guidelines kit that you're just like,
Yeah.
I deserve this.
I'm just gonna get away with here. Yeah.
Let me murder it.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna grab, I don't know, let's grab this guy. Grab it in there, boom. As you'll see, it's got the link icon there. That means it's linked directly into the libraries. What I can do here is show you what happens if I change that. So go into Illustrator, and I'm just gonna open up, actually, I'll double click into the logo, and I'm going to just Shift X and just outline it, and then I'm gonna Command S and save that, and I'll update my library.
Nice.
But it also will update it in here. So it says, look, your links of assets have changed. Boom, update. Which is a normal flow if you're used to working in Photoshop or Illustrator. Sometimes I'll push
Nice.
that notification to you so you can see that. Obviously, I don't need to do that for that, but
But I mean, you can see just how easily you can get in there and change it up. Another thing that it is like really, really great in terms of this right here is like when you imagine how not just the fact that you can do this, but what is this going to look like for you at home as you're working on a serious project? You put together because this has happened to me. You put together a brand guideline for your client. And you send them the brand guideline, and then they say, oh, we want X, Y, and Z changed. And then you realize, I'm going to have to go back and change all this stuff And
Yep.
like maybe if you've been working in Illustrator and you've got certain things like linked globally and
Yeah.
you can change, but I do a lot of my design in Photoshop because that's where I'm comfortable. So I have to go change stuff, and then I have to go to my design guide and like, you know, mess things around and change it. Now you can just, you know, using linked stuff, you could just make the changes for your client, and then your entire design guideline package can change
Yeah.
in Express. So easy peasy, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, because I had that background thing on there, I was like, don't put your logo on a busy background. So I decided we've got text to image working. We might as well try it out.
Yeah.
Throw something in the background, show how messy and why you should never put your logo on a busy background. Obviously, this is not available for commercial use right now. You can use AI to create your stuff and use it for fun, but not available currently for commercial use. So I wouldn't actually be able to use this, but for illustrating how to use the tool, we're going to do it today. But I don't want to do that for an actual client project right now.
I think this is a really great, yeah, there you go. No, you could see it underneath.
Yeah.
Definitely a logo don't. But
don't do
perfect.
this.
I feel like you can get away with it if you put like a gradient map on a busy image so that it's subdued, and then like make the logo bold and bright, maybe.
Did you just say make the logo pop?
Have I just become creative? I've become the manager. Oh no.
Golly. Voodoo Val has become the hovering art director.
Oh no, guys, it's happening.
Just make the logo a little bit bigger.
I like that one, but can you make it more?
Yeah, exactly.
Can you?
All right, so we're going to grab, I want to, wow, words, hard. I believe I can now paste directly in.
A lot of, let me see, Tri-Counties Bank in chat, do you foresee being able to make a brand's logo and using AI on it? For example, the logo being used like the text effects feature, or logos look like flowers, or like it's dripping in chocolate. I don't know, I mean, once we're able to use the AI features within Adobe's services for commercial use, you could, use them in any way you see fit. But I don't know that I would add that much detail to a logo, because a logo with like all kinds of dripping effects and flowers and things, that sounds more like a work of art to me, rather than a logo which is like supposed to read in so many different spaces, but mainly very, very tiny spaces, and so I think that keeping it as simple as possible with a logo is the best way to go. But I think at some point you would be able to do whatever you wanted.
I would say it depends on the brand. Like, I never like having hard and fast rules, and
That's true. Yeah.
like that's just because I'm persnickety and I
Persnickety.
like to make my own rules. I don't know where any of it's not my normal work thing, my work laptop. So
Every once in a
increase my
while,
stroke.
I know the feeling when you're like, where is my window?
Yeah, where are you, stroke? Layers, properties. All right, there we go. So like for like creator-led brands, like I would say leaning into the community can be like a really fun thing. So like a good example, Nike did their blackout logo. I don't know if you ever saw it. It was really cool. It was a complete flex that only Nike could do. It was just like blacked out the Nike and it had the swoosh still. And then they ended up inviting artists to their Soho location and then filling in that blacked out area with a bunch of artwork that they had. So in that use case, I could absolutely see like AI art or just normal art of any kind being leveraged to enhance the brand or tell a story or do a certain campaign. So there's definitely a time and a place for it. I wouldn't say like your primary brand and all executions of that logo are going to have paint dripping off of it. Because like you said, small sizes, readability, being remarkable, all very important for a strong brand. So yeah.
I think that's an excellent answer. And I want to point out Sam deciding that I've evolved to my final form, and Gareth demanding 27% bigger and 0.05 inches to the left with that design.
Okay.
Here. So they've all turned into the hovering art director in the chat. They've
Honestly, I appreciate it. I don't think Express allows me to get percentages bigger yet, but thank you for giving your feedback for the beta.
We appreciate it. Thank you. I'm going to need a hovering art director mode.
Yes.
But Tri-Counties Bank saying thank you. Isaac saying great point. Let's see. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Using photos from Lightroom. I would say, you can access anything that you're throwing into your libraries.
Yeah,
so if
any
you're,
library.
so I would just go for the libraries, or
Even
your
Photoshop
Cloud
files.
Docs. Yeah, because I was using Cloud Docs, Creative Cloud documents today, and I had images that I had edited within that, just saved into the cloud, and I can access it in my files. So if you are having trouble accessing any files of yours, I think when in doubt, throw it in a library. And it's,
When in doubt,
Yeah.
throw it out. So right now what I'm doing is I'm just distorting everything in Illustrator, since I can't really do as many manipulations as quickly as I'd like to in Express. But all I'm doing is really just trying to showcase worst case scenarios. Don't do these things.
Don't smash it. Don't.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's
That
great.
last one hurts me.
It's pretty bad. Yeah, it's like frustratingly bad.
Yeah, it's making my eye twitch a little bit, but we're
Yeah.
doing this for the sake of education.
Yes.
Because
can
we care
power
about the
through
people. Yeah. Oh, I almost just fell back in my chair. I hope nobody
Chat.
caught that weird yelp.
I mean, when the design is so bad, it could potentially be a workplace hazard.
I was almost
That
thrown.
belongs in the don'ts.
Yeah, I was like, let's see.
Don't change the type in the logo. This is always a good one too. We can actually just do this inside of Express. I'm just gonna copy paste these things. So instead of using the libraries for the don'ts page, I only use the library for this top one. I'm just copying and pasting it in directly from Illustrator,
Okay.
which I believe is new. I don't remember it being able to copy paste easily into Express before. I know I can upload
It's been
stuff.
very, very seamless and smooth today,
Yeah,
and I've
it's
been
sweet.
copying between, between different projects and things, which has been a blast. You can also, you can do the.
I'm really disappointed in myself right now. I forgot to onload Comic Papyrus to this laptop.
You don't have it, correct?
Not
You do not have
not
it.
with me, no.
We're safe, everyone. We're safe from Comic Papyrus today.
All right. Well,
Sorry.
my chat fans wanted Comic Papyrus. Okay,
It's
yours.
funny.
You have a war on Comic Papyrus.
The problem with this is that your chat fans and my chat fans is the same people. They're the same people.
They're just split
It's Sam.
personality.
It's Sam Peterson at home, going, yeah.
He's got both banners.
It's just two big foam fingers.
Go team.
So there is a such thing as Comic Papyrus, and I begrudgingly do acknowledge its existence, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. And usually when Alex is in my vicinity, is that Comic Sans?
No, it's called Classic Comic.
Okay, it's not close enough.
I
For it
kind
to
of like it
harm
more
me.
than Comic Sans.
It's not actually that bad. That one's not that bad. It seems like, it looks like it should be like giving us the stitch on what Spider-Man is doing right now.
What a
it should be in a
segue.
good. Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Yes, I have.
I have not yet.
It's a work of art. Sam Peterson says, "#1 fan right here, got your back." Which just both of us. Don't worry, I got your back. And he deliberately does not say which one of us he's supporting.
Sam is playing this well.
Sam is doing a good
Both
job.
sides in it so
Yes.
hard.
But I love, one thing that I really love about this segment in particular is that we are going through and exploring so much within the Adobe Express Beta, which I've learned a lot from you just in this time, and I know that other people have too, but we're also getting some just really, really good advice and information on design as well.
Yeah.
Because this is
Like, use
really
Comic
cool.
Papyrus.
Anyways. No, we are, because these are things that I feel like a lot of people will maybe give advice on and say, like, yeah, don't squash it. But, like, we can see it here. So if somebody is maybe new to design and coming to check out Adobe Express or the Adobe Express Beta today, they might be brand new and maybe they've never done a design guide for a client, or maybe these are things that they're unfamiliar with. So you get a little bit of a intro into the service, and you also get some design tips, which is cool.
Absolutely.
I like
and I
it.
realized I sped through some of the stuff while we were just chatting. So I'll do a quick little rehash. What I ended up doing was just adding a text. We can also we'll do an AI version of it since it's all in the beta now. But what I did here was just aligned it to the left. You'll notice, if you're familiar with already working in Express, all this stuff used to be on the right side of your screen. It does look a little bit different. There's some differences in the type tools now. You're looking for the line spacing tool, it's going to be right here. You can change your letter spacing, you can change your kerning, tracking, all that good stuff. And I just tidied it up just so that it felt a little bit closer to the original, something that like you could see like a new designer doing to your brand after you handed it off. I just wanted to kind of like be like, don't do that. Just please don't do that. I typically look at these brand guidelines as kind of like, you as the designer, maybe the agency working on it or in-house at the brand, know these things inherently, but you never know who might be touching the brand. Maybe it's a marketing person who's never done any design work. It's good to just have these rules in place just to hand it off. What I ended up doing here was duplicating the linked asset. So this is also linked, and then going to the effects panel. Instead of assigning a color palette to it, I ended up just doing a photo filter essentially on it. This is Duotone, but because my logo is just monochromatic, it's only black, I just threw this pink filter on it. I can put on the green. It's looking at it and going, well, what's your darkest, what's your lightest color? So if this was two color, it would go
Like
from
a
one to
gradient,
another.
kinda,
Which is really cool. I think Spotify made this aesthetic very popular. Early days, 2016?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's been that long.
We're getting old, man. We're getting old.
Don't remind me.
I'm sorry. No, this is a really great, I like to just make all of the little icon design elements that I use and put in my libraries for use with Adobe Express. I just make them black, and then I set the first color or both colors to the same color with Duotone, because then I never have to, color an asset. I can just do what I need to do with it based on the project.
Yeah. And so this section here is like, don't place your logo over an object. So what I'm going to do over here is just go to Elements, and then I'm going to grab an object. Do you have any preference on objects?
A star.
I already had a star there.
Okay.
I think you're primed.
That's, yeah. I'm also,
Not star. Let's see what Express does. That's not a... Oh, no, come on. That's
the
it.
cat. Oh, that's okay.
I guess cats are technically an object.
Chat, if we don't get a new meme out of the stream today, of this moment, can we put us on the other side of the screen, and then you drag the cat over so it's sitting with us for just a moment? Can we, like, if I reach out, can I pet the cat? Hi. Yeah, just let him sit with us for a moment. There we go.
How lap cat do you want him?
I want him. That's fine. I want it. Yeah, he needs to be like, he's in the window, but he's coming over to see what we're doing. Go ahead and screenshot this, chat, because I would love to just have people DMing this to each other. This is my favorite thing so far. There's a lot of great things, but this is pretty great.
I'm not going to move the artboard until we're done with this page. And
Yeah,
I'm
leave
just
it
gonna
there.
Keep going.
Okay. Sam said, "Don't choose sides." Yeah, go ahead. Just
My girlfriend's a huge cat person, so this is
Same.
gonna work out well.
I think Jesus was just gushing about being a cat person earlier too. We got a lot of cat people in the studio.
Did you catch the previous stream about pugs?
No. Sorry.
Thought we were friends.
My apologies. I'm on the stream with you now.
That's true.
I'm here, Alex. We
Fine.
are friends.
I watch all of your streams.
All of them?
Okay.
Okay. Done. We'll post it in the Express Discord. Amazing.
Make sure
Amazing.
you go to the Express Discord and hang out there as well.
Yes, definitely. If you have any questions or needed a mentorship or any guidance and stuff with any of the new features in the Adobe Express Beta, definitely head over to the Discord where you can ask for features, you can make suggestions, you can talk to other people who are using the Adobe Express Beta, you can share your work and ask people for feedback, and generally just be involved in everything that's happening as far as the development of the service. So it's a wonderful place to be. And if you head over there, you can see a picture of me and Alex sitting with our cat friend. It's an Express Beta, Adobe Express Beta exclusive, for sure.
I didn't realize we moved.
Yeah, there we go. He's smelling you. He's smelling you. Bonus points to anyone who wants to give him a name. We will be accepting names at this time for the cat. The points don't actually earn you anything. I can't make any promises, but you do get them. Yeah, you do get them in spirit. The cat follows the talent everywhere. Wow, yeah.
Honestly, that's what we're missing in the green room.
Yeah, just a cat. We need a cat for the green
room. Can you
room.
imagine those poor people who are allergic in the green room?
Just sorry, he lives here now. Okay, I love that you are
you see how
doing
I
the
hacked
don't
that?
add drop shadow, by the way.
Yeah, so the way that I hacked that, because I was hoping that I could do that and I didn't realize I couldn't, was I just added a blur to one of the logos and then copy pasted it and then removed the blur. So it kind of created a drop shadow.
That's perfect.
By hacking it.
That is a great. By the way, the effects for all of that, like the glow and all that stuff, I've had a great time. I miss the cat. I like how you're trying, because it's flipped for us, so Alex is trying to hang out with the cat. You have a job to do, sir. You're supposed to be messing with drop shadows, and he's over here.
I feel like Ron Burgundy.
There we go. There we go.
Oh, dang it.
It's in between us. That's actually great. That's actually really good. Get a screenshot for his chat. We're making chat history. This is perfect. I love it. This is so much fun. Do you have the Adobe Express Discord link? Yes. So Sam Peterson has just posted. Join the community Discord here, and the link to the Express Discord. I would love if people took the screenshots of us hanging out with cats and made designs and things with them and posted them, like posters, like cat posters, and then us hanging out with the cats and the posters. I think that this could be a great design challenge for everyone.
I love it.
I love it. The cat's name could be Nosy. That's perfect.
What a great name.
Nosy the cat. Alrighty. So, does anybody else in the chat have any questions specifically as we
or
kind of
things
move
that you want to
here?
see?
Yeah, totally.
Like, I know that this brand guideline kit is pretty simple in its current form. So, what do we have, like 15 minutes? So, if there's anything specifically you want to see, bring it in. Let's go. Let's get wild with it.
Yeah, let us know in the chat. Also, Gustavo was saying, not sure if I can write in the Discord. Is it because it looks like we need to get an updated link is all, possibly. Yeah, there we go. I think Sam is snagging a new link for us. But yes, I'm going to be checking it. And there better be cats. There better be cats.
Absolutely.
And
what
bonus
I would
points
if somebody makes a T-shirt out of it.
Yeah, if you can Photoshop us wearing
I've got a blank black shirt.
Yeah, put a cat T-shirt on. That's perfect. That's so perfect. This is gonna be great. So yes, you have all been like we're challenging you. This is an art challenge now. We're gonna see all these designs. Use what you've learned from Alex today in the stream to create some awesome designs and put some things together. I would love for all of the people currently in the Express Discord who are not watching the stream to be totally confused as to why there is suddenly a tidal wave of cats flooding into the Discord. Yeah. And who are these people with the cats?
Yeah.
No problem, Jeffrey. You're very welcome. Perfect. Perfect. He's beautiful. He's sassy.
Sassy cat.
He's very sassy.
I think it needs to be more photorealistic, though.
Yeah.
It feels like he's wearing a fanny pack
around his neck.
Oh. Majestic.
It was beautiful.
Oh, I love you. You're coming home with me.
His name's Carlisle for sure.
Oh, yeah.
That's a Carlisle.
All right. Oh my gosh.
So cute.
I'm just gonna keep going. I love you. I love you.
Okay, I think we just found Alex's kryptonite because this is I've never witnessed you like this.
This is my catnip.
Yeah, apparently.
No.
Apparently.
Okay. Oh my god, they're adorable.
They are pretty adorable. We've got about 10 minutes, so if anybody has any ideas
Yes.
for how, like, I mean, we could do
Keep me professional. Thank
yeah,
you.
what other kinds of cats? Could we do like a hairless cat?
Sure.
Because I think hairless
You like
cats.
hairless cats?
They look like sweet little old men, you know? They just like real precious, you know?
I've always been told that I'm gonna look like a hairless cat when I age with my tattoos. I don't know why, but that's what people say.
That's cool though.
They're like, your
That's cool
skin's
that-
gonna look like a hairless cat.
And you're like, you know what?
Huh?
I'm gonna be you're gonna be a hairless cat with excellent taste though.
Oh,
You know? Yeah.
thanks.
Don't worry, buddy.
Thanks. Val and I are gonna end up at the same retirement home.
Yeah. Sitting on the lawn,
Yeah, exactly.
shouting at passersby, just giving them random design
Hey,
advice.
you hairless cat, get out of the way.
Stop merging your layers! Use smart objects! The cat's name could be Snazzy. I think that is an excellent idea. Miros, that's a great idea. Yeah, let's get like a hairless cat with a blazer on, like a leather jacket.
I'm gonna break the thing. Sorry, let's just do that.
Yeah.
I forget that I can't talk to AI like I would you.
You can try. Sometimes
Oh.
it knows. Wait, oh.
That's the boss.
Yeah, he just came to check his new location he's acquired, and he's not pleased with how you're running the place at all. This guy is done with you, Alex.
Wow.
He's like, I told you to manage this place, and there's catnip everywhere. Who let the dogs in? Who? It's the last 10 minutes of the show.
I love it.
Yeah,
This is great.
Just, like,
I
put
love
it-
that. If you're just tuning in now, we're doing brand guidelines with Adobe Express and hairless cats and cats.
Yes. This is real content. This
Hon-
is what
honestly,
I came here for today.
I'm genuinely impressed by this.
That one's really good. Like
Yeah.
I feel like I want to use that as design reference
Yeah.
so that I can like develop a character.
Yeah,
That
and I
looks like
think-
Silco from Arcane as a cat. It's just like
Wow, what a reference.
I'm sorry.
Wow. No,
Everyone
I'm
in
here
chat
for
just
it.
found out I'm a nerd. Just found out. That's right.
It's new. Yeah. We haven't even brought up Star Wars. No, we did.
A sense of disturbance in the force. That hairless cat is the art director for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so glad that everybody's having such a good time.
Good.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is great, and especially from like a mood board perspective,
Oh,
I'll probably
yeah.
just say like, do a mood board.
And there's so many capabilities here just with the ability that you have to like crop and reshape the images too. You
Yeah.
can make so many incredible design mood boards for your clients here in the Adobe Express Beta
Yeah.
that are like hyper stylized too.
Yeah.
Like, because we're doing like a very like straightforward layout, very clean, very professional, very striking. But you could get all kinds of crazy with how you decide to lay it out for whatever brand really that you're going for.
Yeah, I think if we're gonna go like down the mood board route, probably want to add some like textures. If this is for like targeting like industrial, HVAC elevator companies, maybe I need to put in some like metal textures, metal
yeah.
hallways or something like that.
Yeah. Barbara said her husband's wondering why she's laughing out loud.
Hilarious. That's amazing. Metal textures with cats? No, I'm not going to do that. Metal textures
With,
of industrial design.
let's just see what we get. Water Tiger says catnip. We are trying to evolve from our previous
Yeah.
state we devolved into of just giggling at the cats. We're trying to do.
Which,
It was mostly you though. That wasn't really me.
no, you're professional, and
Yeah, I was.
thank you for being here,
You're
chaperoning me. Honestly, so I was playing around yesterday.
amazing.
With, the generative AI and like was prepping for this, and I was like, maybe need to put some HVAC and like, radiator, air conditioning units and stuff like that. And none of them were actually real because it's AI's interpretation of it. But some of the renders looked so good, I could see it as like a starting point
Oh yeah.
for product design and industrial design in a way that's like unconventional, but like really beautiful.
Yeah, you know what could be interesting to do is like, because if you type in to generate a product like that for the mood board or for a layout or whatever, and you send that to the client, and they're not design type folks. They might be very confused by like this strange mechanical design that they've never seen for a product like theirs before because it is generated. But it could be really interesting to use AI to generate placeholder things that look like just a plain 3D model, like with no texture on it, just like white in an empty space. Like here's the product, and here's the product, and here's the product, and they would fill that with their own images. But just to have something that looks like the suggestion of a product to fill the space instead of an empty box or a picture that is, I don't know how many excellent photos you could find, especially coming into a business like that without prior knowledge of it.
Oh yeah.
You could find like really high quality. I wouldn't know what to look for myself. You know?
As somebody who just went through this with this company, we searched everything on Unsplash. We looked for it, on Adobe Stock. There's some really great, especially like architectural photography, like people that get really interested in like interesting compositions from it, where it's a little bit abstract. The issue is like, and a lot of Behance projects that you do like industrial design on there, if you're just searching there, have these like abstract architectural pieces. It gets a little harder for like an actual business owner to be like, oh yes, that's communicative. It's really pretty to look at, and like these textures are cool. But like these people are selling to customers, and then they want to see the customer. So getting like a good hard hat photo is like going to be one of your stock photo sites, like Adobe Stock. And then it really pops.
Make it pop.
Circle back, full circle.
Yep.
So like a good example is actually, we haven't even looked at this stuff, is like construction worker hard hat. And like these are all within Adobe Stock, and like this is a solid photo.
Yeah,
like,
that's great.
I would just use some Photoshop filters or maybe do some effects on this adjustments, just to like brighten it up a little bit more because it's a little bit dark, but too much. But you can see it's like
to throw the duotone and then kind of push that contrast. To use it in like the back of a banner, like all the guys are lined up and you've got information over the top, like
and this is one of
community.
the ideas that we originally had for the photo treatment for Total Service, and I felt like it for the client itself, I think it cheapened it, so we ended up doing a different
approach,
cropping mechanism to make it interesting but still tell the brand story. But 99% of the time, a little gradient map like this, super effective. I know we're running out of time, so we'll do a quick little recap.
Yeah, we got about 3 minutes left here before we pass it back over to Andrew Hockrattle, I believe.
So in case you missed it, make sure you go to my website, wearelazarus.com, grab the Simple Brand Guidelines template. It's free for you to use. You can use it for all your projects. I just ask, don't sell it. It's free, so don't be that person who sells it to other people. Give it away for free to everybody. All right, go there. If you want to, you can export it as a PDF and then upload it directly into Express. From there, you can, you might need to trim it down a tad bit just to make sure that it works in the beta. Right now, it's 100 megabits size constraint. And I think the file's a little bit bigger than that. We ended up going in and doing the logos, do's and don'ts section, or the don'ts actually, because we've already got the logos done in our library. We added our beautiful kittens. Meow, meow.
There's Nosy and Sassy, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Nosy and Sassy.
We started giving names. There's a lot of names.
Yeah.
Snazzy. Snazzy and Nosy.
I like now just making that a permanent fixture.
Yeah, that's part of the brand design guideline. Honestly, one of the logos don'ts is removing this cat. from
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. I think
A
we'll
major
just-
don't is do not get rid of him.
I think I'll have to add it to the template for everybody from now on. We went in there. You could see how you could quickly just pull in your libraries, pull your color from your library panel, go in, adjust each element, write in your hex CMYK Pantone values if you want. Go in there with your grids. You can swap out the typefaces really quickly. You can either use the recommended ones from Express, or you can use your own brand versions as well. You can upload them or pull them directly into your libraries.
Looking good.
And then we explored what different images could look like.
Yeah.
So all in all, effective hour.
Yeah, I agree. This is great. We hung out with a lot of cats. We made a lot of jokes. We learned a lot of stuff about design and the creative, or the Adobe Express Beta. Thank you for joining us. We are out of time, but it's been an absolute blast hanging out with you, Alex. Definitely give Alex a follow online. You won't regret it.
Give Val a follow.
Lots of knowledge and memes.
Lots of memes.
Lots of memes.
Thank you, Val.
All right.
I've had a blast.
Stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you another time.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome in. My name is Megan Billy, Marketing Manager for Adobe Live.
And I'm Andrew Hawkrattle.
And this is Andrew Hawkrattle.
Hello. It was a slidey chair, and I've been waiting to slide on it all day. Hey, everybody. Sliding on in for another stream here in Adobe Express.
Yeah, what are we talking about today, Andrew?
So today, right now, is going to be your time.
Yes.
I am here to support you. So
Amazing.
Let's talk a little bit about you and what you do, and then I'll say how I'm going to support you. So
Okay,
give us
great.
the intro.
Well, if you don't know who I am, my name is Megan Billy, and I am the marketing manager for Adobe Live. So if you're ever getting emails from Adobe Live about the streams that we have going on, that's from me, or see any of our social media posts, that's also me. So Andrew is going to support me today in creating some of our materials that we'll be using to actually promote an upcoming bootcamp that we have.
Yeah, so we wanted to show a creative workflow for professionals, and this is the dynamic that actually happens in our working relationship.
every day.
Is Megan needs a lot of stuff, I have to create a lot of stuff. I get to create a lot of stuff, excuse me, my goodness. So we're gonna be showing you the workflow today of how you can collaborate with your clients to create awesome content in Adobe Express Beta. First of all though, Megan, I'm gonna give you this opportunity. Can you just tap the table right up here, both fingers, just tap the table. If you want to subscribe, go ahead and subscribe to the Adobe Live YouTube channel. Hold on, we get it. We're gonna get it. Is there a button? Do we have a button? Do we have an animation? There it is. We did it. So go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube channel. I felt like you needed that for
Thank you.
marketing. Yeah,
Thank
I got
you
you.
so much.
Hit that subscribe button, and we have content coming to you every day from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time during the week. All right, let's hop over to my screen, and let's start here on my screen and have you talk about something very special that we have coming up. What's going on here?
We have a very special Adobe Express Bootcamp that's happening later this month, from June 20th through the 22nd. We'll have some amazing people coming in to show us different workflows in Adobe Express. They might look a little bit familiar to you.
Friends!
They were here with us today on the stream, so you saw a little sneak peek of what they'll be showing you, but come back for some more in-depth workflows in Adobe Express. There's a lot of fun things that you can do in terms of engaging with the content that these people will be creating, and of course, it is all live.
All live, so you can ask your questions, which this also is live. You can ask your questions here, and I would love to answer those. But looking at this page, we need to do some marketing for it, okay? So as we look here, we've got some colors, we've got some like elements in the background, and we need to build out a bunch of stuff to promote this, right? I know that Megan needs this. I am going to make it for her, but we can make it together, which is pretty cool. Right. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come over to Adobe Express right here, and I'm going to go to Quick Actions, and I'm going to generate a QR code. And that QR code is pretty much just for you at home. It's nothing to do with the stream that we're building, but I'm going to paste the link in there, and then I can choose the style that I want. I can even change the color here, and then I can leave it on the screen for you at home to scan. You can scan, you can add the events to your calendar for the boot camp and join us June 20th to the 22nd. That was good, right?
Yeah, great transition.
Yes, marketing approval. So you can check it out, join us for that boot camp. It's going to be a great time. I'm also curious, where's everyone watching from? I know we're at the end of the day, we're winding down. Let us know where you're watching from. Okay, so we're actually gonna start over on Megan's screen. And I'm gonna kind of guide you through this. Don't be afraid.
I'm not afraid.
Not afraid. So over on Megan's screen, this is what the Adobe Express Beta looks like. You can go and apply adobe.com/express. And by apply, I mean just get in because it's an open beta. But we have shared a file together. And this is what you can do with your client. So imagine I'm not here. Megan gets an email from me that says like, Andrew Hawkrattle would like to collaborate. She clicks on that, and where does it take you, Megan?
It takes me to Adobe Express Beta.
It does. And we've already opened it, which we can't show the workflow because we already practiced. Down in the bottom in Recents, that first one should be our document. So we have shared this document, and if you click on that email that I would have sent that we've already done, if you want to open that up.
Yeah, another way too
yes.
that it makes sense for me as a marketing person is this little notifications tab, because I'm used to notifications tabs like this. So if I clicked in here, I could also see that you sent me this as well.
We're here together on an empty,
Yes.
an
Is
empty.
that where we were supposed to be?
This is where we're supposed to be.
Yes.
Yes, 100%. So as you can see, she is now in this file as my client and collaborator, and she can see me working. You can sit here and be like, is Andrew actually working on this? Yes, I am. But we also can work together on what we want to create today. So. What we're going to do is Megan is going to get started on the marketing side. And hello, Auburn, Washington, North Carolina. Nice to see you. We are in San Francisco. So Megan's going to get started by adding some comments. So up at the top there is that little speech bubble, and Megan can add any comments. I'll be able to see those comments, and while she does that, I don't have to worry about what's happening on her screen because I can go work on my screen. So let's go ahead and hop over to my screen. And what I'm going to do is I am going to open up Illustrator. So I'm going to show you all what I have done is I just had a blank Illustrator document and I have pulled out some assets, and those assets are just downloaded for me. So I downloaded these assets, and let me go ahead and find them right here. Nope. Right here. Nope. Right there, got it. So I have these. These were just living in my Creative Cloud storage, so I had them, their individual PNGs. And what I did is I pulled these over into Illustrator. And again, this looks like crazy, but that's okay. So all that I did is I just need to click and drag these into our shared Creative Cloud library. So I also shared a library with Megan so that if she wants to change out an asset, she wants to kind of try something, she can. And she can collaborate with me in Adobe Express Beta. So all you need to do is build your Creative Cloud library and then click up here on the share button, and that will allow you to share it with your client. Anything that I put in here will be put into that library so that Megan can also go ahead and just create stuff with that.
Yeah.
Now, I do know that I'm missing something here.
Okay.
And the thing that I'm missing is that I am missing the background color of the page. So I'm gonna go grab that real quick.
Yeah, and while you do that, just to mention as someone that is in marketing, why that's so valuable is that I don't need to go back to you for every single little detail to get something changed if it's maybe just one or two assets that I want to look a little bit different. Because you've shared that library with me, it's super easy for me to go in there and help myself. Which is super valuable and saves a lot of time and messages and Slacks and emails, which is always a good thing.
Yes. So it's pretty close to black. I'm just gonna leave it at black. It's fine. If I wanted to though, let's show you the workflow, why not? If I wanted to, all I need to do is select this box that I made in Illustrator if I wanna extract a color, and then click on Fill Color right here. I'm actually curious if this is black. No, it is. It's a little bit of a blue, so I guess we'll put it in there. And all I need to do is click here, and then add Fill Color, and then boom, it is added right here. Now, I always do something when I am creating stuff for Adobe Live is I have all the colors here. And anytime you're working with a brand, and especially with a collaborator, hi, so glad to have you here, I love to create a color swatch panel. And we could set up a brand, we could do a little bit of a different workflow. Where is it? There we go. But I wanna show you the workflow that I like to use. So Megan.
Yes.
You need to create some assets using the right color schemes, right?
Of course.
You wouldn't know how to find the right colors.
Nope.
No
idea.
Yeah. No, and we're not like we just know. We know the truth here. So all that I need to do is I can come into your stuff and go to brands and libraries. I'm going to find our Adobe Live Insiders brand. And as I scroll down here, we'll find, let it load, it should be at the very bottom. Right here, we have this artwork 36. So I'm gonna click and it's going to place it onto our document right here. And this is my little hack, is I love to put a nice color palette together for whoever will be designing it. They can delete it at the end, but you're able to sample colors, right? So if you wanted to add in some text, you can sample colors directly from this palette.
I like this too, being able to see all the colors next to each other
Yes.
and which colors look good with each other, which don't. It's very nice.
And what's cool is, right, we have all these. This is Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, Video. We're working on the boot camp. The boot camp color isn't in here. But as you're working, so maybe you want to put in, if you want to maybe start putting some text on there.
Okay.
So Megan's gonna start putting some text on there, but we'll stay on my screen. And she's missing the background color. So this is the color right here. I wanna add it to our color swatches. So all I'm gonna do is double click on this color swatch in my libraries. It will open it here for me, which looks good. And I'm gonna go ahead and just add one more set by clicking and dragging down, holding Alt or Option. I'm gonna scale this down to be in that same space. And then I do wanna add in our bootcamp color right here, that nice dark black. And then I'm just gonna add in a white for posterity so that we have it. And so Megan, if we want to, let's switch over to Megan's screen and watch what happens here. This is really cool. So on Megan's screen, she has that. She's working in Adobe Express. I'm working in Illustrator today. We can Control Save. So I'm going to save this page right now, and then watch what happens over on your Adobe Express Beta. Dun 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 dun.
Waiting.
It'll take a second to sync. It'll definitely take a second to sync. All right, while you do that,
Okay.
we have some text on there, which is looking good.
Yes.
Oh, actually, let's look here. So it says, hey, Andrew, let's start working. Oh, yes, there it is. Okay.
Did it go?
So that bottom piece right there that says a linked asset has been changed.
Okay.
Megan has been focused on writing her copy and doing her titles and getting everything in, right? You feel
Yeah.
accomplished. So you're like, I did
do.
my part. I was doing my part while she was doing her part. Now all you need to do is click on update.
Oh my goodness.
Da, 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 ba, bow.
Wow.
Right
That's
there.
incredible.
It's magic.
I love that you don't have to re-upload it from the libraries.
Yes, so nothing has to re-upload, nothing has to change, nothing has to sync. You don't have to worry about anything. You can
Yeah.
literally just work on your workflow. I can do the design stuff, and then boom, we can be done.
Incredible.
What's really cool about this is that in theory, let's just do this workflow. This is gonna be a really fun workflow. Okay, so I'm gonna put you in charge of the part that you're in charge of.
Okay.
Which is copy. And like titles and copy.
Got it, okay.
So here's what we're gonna do. This is gonna be a fun workflow. I am going to make a object that is 1920 by 1080. That is the size of our current artboard. So I'm doing this in Illustrator, and I am just going to make this object a white box that is 1920 by 1080. Okay, so this might not make sense to you, but that's okay, because we're working together collaboratively. I made this box 1920 by 1080. I'm going to drag this box over into our Creative Cloud library, right? Looks good here. We are going to go into Adobe Express, where she is going to be working, and all I'm gonna do is I am going to drop that, I'm gonna drop that asset from our library all the way down, white box, where are you? Oh, I need to update that. White box, where have you gone? I'm actually going to make it a dark box. Wait for it. All right, we're syncing there, we're synced there, we're syncing here. Let me hit a refresh. Basically, the workflow that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw a blank box in the background. You are gonna work on all the copy, and while you do that, I'm going to design, and then it will sync and update, and our worlds will slam together.
Okay.
I think this
Let's
is
do
gonna
it.
work. I really do think this is gonna work, which
Okay.
will be really cool. So, let me see. It still hasn't synced in here. Oh, yes it did. No, it didn't?
Let's see.
Yes, it did. There it is. Okay, so I am going to place our document right here. Looking good. Let me drag that in. Go,
Okay.
Express, go. You can do it. Don't be scared. Oh no, something went
no.
wrong. Okay, we gotta
Okay.
refresh.
Maybe. Let's see if I can add it.
Oh, Megan's gonna add it. Okay, let's flip over to Megan's screen. That's actually a really good idea.
Is it this one? Artwork 23?
No, it's at the very bottom.
This one.
Yes.
38.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so go ahead and click on that. Perfect.
Okay.
And then we're just gonna scale it out to the whole size. Looks good.
Perfect. And then I will bring it down. Okay.
Magic. All right.
Great.
So Megan is going to just work on getting the copy in. And while she does that, I am going to go back into Illustrator. And all I need to do is double click on this piece that she just placed. And now I can design as much as I want, and she can work on the copy at the same time. Oh,
Wow.
I didn't even think about this workflow until now, and it's gonna be freaking amazing.
This is great because I do hate when you need something but you have to wait
Yes.
for people to get it to you before you can make your edits or do your part. So this is wonderful.
Yes, I'm very excited. So I'm gonna drag stuff in from my Creative Cloud library. I could be doing this in Express, but I just wanted to show kind of the elements that we can use to really update this quickly to create something super cool in no time. All right, so I like that we're both working, and so it's just like quiet stream. Chat, if you have questions, let us know about literally anything.
Yeah, let's see.
Except for how magnets work. I don't know how magnets work.
We had a few links that were dropped in the chat for everyone. There is the bootcamp link for this bootcamp that we're designing these assets for, so you should definitely come join us for that bootcamp. So click on the link that Sam posted, and you can also see these beautiful designs that Andrew is working with now on that homepage, so you can see where we've got these branding ideas from in the whole process. And then also Sam dropped in the link to the Express Beta. So make sure you download and get into that as soon as possible.
All right, so if you want to do maybe, actually, check this out. So what I can do is I have some feedback as I work on mine. I have some feedback that I want to make sure that she takes into account. So I'm going to open my comments, and I'm just going to pin up here and say, let's keep the text left aligned
Okay.
around the top half. So I'll give you the kind of top half corner. And so I post that comment. It also goes onto hers, which is really cool. And someone's asking, where do we get those amazing assets that I'm putting into Illustrator? These are from an awesome agency called, oh no, it's killing me. Oddfellows. Oddfellows
yeah.
did a lot of animation for us for the Adobe Live intro. Do we have the intro actually? This is like totally against anything. Can we roll the intro real quick? Is that against the rules?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna show you where we're getting those assets from just because you asked. This is where we generate a lot of the assets here at Adobe Live. It's this awesome intro that Oddfellows did. 1 second, we're pulling it up.
We're gonna play now.
All right, here we go. So those are where those amazing, it feels weird to do that in the middle of the stream. That is where the assets are from. So we're pulling, and they're actually floating above our heads in a million tiny pieces right here. You can see it right there. So that's where I'm grabbing these assets from if we want to pop over to my screen. That's what we use, is I've broken them apart and then made them linked objects in a library so that I can edit them if I need to, and it will change everywhere that I've ever used these. So it's looking good right now, but we're gonna go ahead and hit save here. And I'm gonna continue to work on it, but let's cut back to Megan's screen and see what Megan is working on. So Megan has some of her copy in there, it's looking good, and she just got the notification, hey, something's changed, something's updated. Maybe Andrew updated something.
Let's see.
So she can update it. I'm so excited about this workflow. You have no idea.
Oh my goodness.
Yes!
Love
That's so good. So now Megan has a little more context about where I am and kind of where I'm throwing my content. So now I can keep going on my design in Illustrator, and Megan can do her thing. So
Yes.
I'm gonna keep going over, side by side. So we're gonna keep going in tandem, and I'm gonna keep designing here. I'm just gonna go ahead and make a square version of this as well, just so we have it, because I know that we'll end up needing it.
Definitely will need it. You can see in my comment that we will need a square version for YouTube.
You know what? That's important. Let me go ahead and read this out to everyone. Hey, Andrew, let's start working on the assets. We will need an Instagram post, an Instagram reel, and an Instagram story. We also need a YouTube community tab post. Cool. All right, so I know the dimensions of those off the top of my head. They also are in Adobe Express Beta, but I'm just going to go ahead and make our linked objects here in Illustrator. Quickly and easily. Again, I'm just using these blank boxes. This is like probably 95% not the right workflow and probably not the workflow that they want us to show, but it's really fun and it's really good. And as someone who like does this a lot, this is so helpful to have the ability to just like change things on the fly. I actually definitely did this in the wrong place. All right, let me go ahead and make those somewhere else. Saving, cool. All right, I am gonna put a frame on this whole thing, and I think I have a frame here in my libraries. Again, when you're designing, always design as if you are working with a scrapbook, right? Every single piece that you can pull out as a separate piece, make it a separate piece, because it makes it so much easier to work on stuff as you go. Because this frame is a separate piece, I can bring that up to the front here. What is happening? Oh, the frame is there. I'm gonna go ahead and lock that real quick. We're gonna bring these flowers. There we go. I want those above. Cool. So that looks pretty okay to me. Not mad about it. All right, pretty cool. I'm actually gonna delete this because I have an idea for that the Firefly. The hummingbird, that's what it's called. All right, so let's go ahead and hop back to Megan's screen.
I'm having fun over here with text effects. Just trying to make things a little more fun.
So Megan has gone completely off the rails and is trying to have more fun. But you can see there at the bottom, hey, you have an update. So
okay.
I updated again, just real quick. I wanted to go ahead and put a frame on it. I wanted to, there we go.
And my disco is looking a bit chaotic with your new update, so.
It was close. It was almost cool.
Thanks.
It was almost cool.
Obviously, I'm not the designer here.
Yes.
But that's why we have collaboration features, right?
It's true. So then I can pin up here and just let her know. I'm not gonna tell her because we're collaborating. All right, so I left her comments so that she can fix that type. But what I wanted to do is I knew that I liked this little hummingbird that was in here. I thought that was really cute. And because I'm working with Creative Cloud libraries, it is in my stuff. And so what I can do is I know that it's sitting right here, and I can drag that in and bring it over to this flower. And again, the background has been made in Illustrator as a linked object, but then I can add elements on top of it, which is really cool. And so this little hummingbird, I want to have some animation to it. So I can click on animation. And again, Megan's doing her thing with the copy at the same time, right? This is so much fun to be able to collaborate. And I want this guy, yes, to drift in.
Oh, yes.
Right there. Energetic, let's do smooth. There we go. And I don't want it to go out. I'm gonna kind of just leave it right there. So I'm gonna go ahead and update that. And that looks pretty good to me at the moment.
It's looking really good.
It is. So we've got some content here. It's looking good. I think I'm gonna add a couple more elements that kind of just like bobble around. Like you saw, actually like you're seeing currently behind us, that are like little bobbles that can fit places. So I'm just gonna drop.
One thing to show too is
Hit me up.
If you do, I did make this text bold as Andrew had suggested. One thing you can do is this little resolve button here. Done. I know I don't have to do that anymore. Everything is now aligned to the left around the top half. Done. Get that out of here. So that way you can know when things have been done, when things have been updated.
Megan said, stop bothering me.
All right, back to you.
Yep. I like the spin here. So I'm gonna actually have it spin in very slowly. Ooh,
fun.
It's so
Super
good.
fun.
Smooth the intensity, is that how much it spins? Oh. All right, we want a little soft spin. Rotation the other way? No.
No.
I want it to fall in that way. I think it looks good. I'm actually gonna rotate it.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a W.
It does. I'm just gonna rotate it here. Now is it an M?
M for Megan. I love it.
Your feedback is, it kind of looks like a W. Could we try it the other way?
The other way?
Oh, it's an M
Flip
for
it?
Megan now.
Love it.
Yes, love that. So we can go ahead and, yes. So I don't like how these are coming in at the same time. And what's cool is we can actually convert this and change it so that we can change the timing. So I need to click on Show Layer Timing right here. And then I'll select this object. And I definitely want this one to come in a little bit later than the dragonfly, then the, God, what the heck is this thing called?
Hummingbird.
Hummingbird, thank you. I want the hummingbird to come in first. And then I also have realized that our object in the background is not quite aligned. So I'm just gonna align this. No, it's okay, it's okay. You're not here to design. We got it. We got it. Yep. No, I was talking to you. Yep. All right, there we go. We are aligned to the edges now, and it looks great. We might need to
Pop this
adjust the
text
text a little
over.
bit. Yeah.
Yep.
But now our animation is good to go, so I can bring this over and watch what happens with my retimed animation.
Amazing.
So cool.
So cool.
And you know what? Like, okay, you can move the text. Actually, can you move it while I have it selected?
Let's see. Yes.
I don't want to drift. I definitely want it to slide.
Good.
Okay, slide is kind of intense. Flicker? No. Fade? Yeah. All right, so I'll fade that in. Looks good. I'm gonna fade this in as well. All right, and I'm gonna change the timing so that that fades in a little bit later. And then the 10 p.m. that you're working with right now, I'm gonna grab this when you don't have it selected.
Unselected.
And I am going to fade that in as well and just take that timing way down. All right, you may continue.
Thank you.
Your permission is granted. And here is our current animation. Cool.
That's so cool.
That's so cool.
It's just gonna make for such a more eye-catching graphic when we do use it in our marketing, that it has just these tiny little aspects of animation going.
Yes, I agree.
Love.
So fun. Oh, jelly.
Sorry.
Oh.
Getting very excited.
So Megan, would you like to show off one of the new features here
I really
in
would.
Adobe
Thank you for asking.
Express Beta?
This is the text effects feature, what you may have seen in the Adobe Firefly beta program as well, but now it's right here in Adobe Express, which is awesome because it can make your text just a little bit more fun, which I need to have a little bit more fun with this text. So I am putting in our unsupported language. Let's see.
Did you spell something wrong?
Probably. Sounds like me.
Adobe.
Well, it is going to be on adobe.com, so let's try that.
Oh, we're just gonna type in adobe.com and see what happens?
Yeah.
This is my favorite.
Wait, that's the prompt to make. I thought that's where you did the
Everybody,
text.
thanks so much.
Okay. Just ignore me.
No,
Goodbye.
this is what the
Going
stream
back.
is, and here's the thing.
We are live.
I'm not about to dig on marketing people. I love you so much. This is why collaboration is so important.
This is why we need you guys.
Yes, and this is why we need you.
Yes.
So yes, you can choose your style, and then you type in the text.
Okay,
in the
you do
other
it
spot.
here, adobe.com.
Ooh, little caramel.
I need some sugar, so that's what's inspiring this caramel
Yes.
right now. Okay, well, my designer is probably going to say a big fat no to this, but let's see what my designer has to say. I am going to add a comment here. I'm going to pin it using this little tool right here that can pin it to whatever asset you want the feedback on, and I'm going to say, Andrew, what do you think? Smiley face.
Wink.
And I'm going to submit it to him, and then Andrew, being my designer, can tell me no.
All right, let's
Or
take a
yes,
look.
or we go back to jelly. I don't know.
I reopen my file, and I'm like, all right, like I know that Megan's made her edits. Let's see what happens. I can hit play. And be like, okay, yeah, that's okay, that's there. Let's see what Megan had to say here. Andrew, what do you think? Smiley face, question mark, question mark, question mark. I think that the placement is maybe a little bit off, so I can
Okay.
actually reply to this.
Yeah, reply.
And be like, let's drop this under the time. It's right there. We'll hit enter.
Okay.
Oh, we'll hit submit right there. And let's say that before I sent that, I came in here and I'm like, oh, I definitely want to make sure that this like fades in with everything else. So I'm just going to adjust the timing a little bit. And then I decide, hey, it's time to go to bed. I go to bed, and Megan gets that feedback. So Megan, what are we gonna do
Yes.
about the feedback that we just got over here?
Let's drop that under the time. Okay, I agree with him, but I am not seeing this because I didn't have my animation going. So then I just push this little play button to get the animation to come, and I'm gonna make it a little bit smaller. And then I really like this red color that we're working with, so I'm gonna try to find a text effect that is red. So I'm gonna say red caramel and see what happens.
This is my favorite stream I've ever done. I did a lot of streams. This is absolutely my favorite.
I think it's fun because I actually do like think sometimes we have different ideas than like maybe our designers.
Yeah.
And I think that this looks amazing, and then you gently are like, hey, actually, this is more on brand, and that's so helpful to be able to have this collaboration tool, have all of our branding set up in there so that you can be like, hey, let's try this.
Yep.
You know, it really just makes the design process so much easier, and I really like this now. It's fun, it's what I was looking for in terms of a pop of color, but it's more aligned to the design that we were doing.
Yep. So I just left another comment,
Okay,
and
what
this
did
is
we
going to be
say?
the power of setting up a really good and robust Creative Cloud library. So I left a little comment right here for Megan that says, hey, let's add some more elements from the library.
Okay.
And I, as the designer, have curated this awesome Creative Cloud library over in Illustrator. So I pulled all these elements in here. There's so many different things for my client to use that I know that they can't break their brand because I've only given them the elements to use, right? So I give it to Megan and I say, hey, Megan, go ahead, let's add some more elements in here. Pick the elements that you want.
Okay.
And Megan, on your screen, what choices are you gonna make here? Also, sorry, can you go back and show people how you're getting to where you're going?
Yes, that's a good point. So I was here in the text effects, and I came into your stuff. It originally brought me into my files. You can click on brands and libraries, and then you can see all of the different brands that have been shared with me. I'll come into Adobe Live, and then I can pop in something that Andrew has created. And what I really like about this is, as someone who is maybe not a creative, but you know, marketers are still creative minds, I would say. It gives me the freedom to be able to create a little bit and have fun and play around, but like Andrew was saying, stay on brand. So super helpful. I dropped something in here, Andrew. What do we think? I'm gonna say to you, done.
I really wish we could have done this stream in separate rooms without talking.
Yeah.
Like full on reality show style, or like just in a confessional.
It would be me being like, Andrew, what are you doing?
Yes, it's
What's
true.
happening here?
So let's say that Megan, also I decided that as the brand owner, I wanted to add in some kind of element that was like a fun kind of like sizzle element. And so I wanted to do like a little white, little pop of white. So I'm gonna go ahead and make this green just so we can see it. And I'm gonna make a new layer, and I'm in Photoshop now. That's right, you can literally just like do whatever you want, there's no rules. So we are over in Photoshop now, and I'm going to grab a very, very soft brush and just do a white kind of like, I don't like that. Let's go ahead and just do a white line. I'm gonna click here and then drag across, hold shift, and just make a white line, right? Little graphic. And yes, this is a beta, Derek. It is the beta. So I'm gonna set the blending mode on this to dissolve, and that's gonna be this really cool spray paint texture. And here's a little pro tip for you. If you use the dissolve feature, you can take your layer that is dissolved, have a blank layer underneath it, and then hit Control E to merge it down. And now that little spackle is completely saved. So if you don't merge it down, then it stays as just an effect, but once you merge it down, no longer an effect, it's just there. So I'm gonna take this layer and I'm going to name it Sizzle, right there. And I'm going to use my Creative Cloud library, and I'm very, very confident that this is maybe gonna work.
Okay.
Okay.
We have a question on how to get the beta. Sam Peterson Art had dropped the link in the chat a couple of spaces up, so you can just click that link.
And
Derek.
Megan, do we have to apply for the beta? What's the vibe?
You don't. Nope. You just click on that link. That's it.
Click on that link. Okay,
It's
there we
that
go.
easy.
That's what it is. So all I have to do is I can grab this layer right here and click on this plus and then go to graphic. And that is going to add the graphic. It is Sizzle. It's taking the name of the layer, and so I can add it in there. And Megan, guess what just showed up in your Creative Cloud library?
The sizzle.
Yes. So
It's here.
Let's hop over there. It is in her library that is shared in Adobe Express. And right there at the bottom. So let's go ahead and put that I don't know, wherever you want.
Let's see. Okay, and then I'm gonna make it bigger and turn down the opacity on this as well. Let's have it go kind of like here. And I'm gonna turn down the opacity on this. And I'm actually gonna put it behind the text as well so that the text, because that's important, doesn't get obstructed. But it kind of breaks up the page a little bit, which I like. So I'm gonna add that in, and then I'm going to text Andrew and say, is this what you were imagining for the sizzle? And Andrew can get that notification and let me know what he thinks.
Yeah, so I'm gonna come back and check out our animation. So part of what I don't like about the sizzle is that it's kind of just here. So I definitely want the sizzle to like come in and animate. So I'm gonna come to the middle once everything is animated in. Where's our, there it is. And maybe let's add that sizzle at the end. And hello, Arlene, nice to see you. We're going to fade it in. I want to slide in. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wait, can you sizzle it in?
Oh, I don't know. Let's go. Let's go through these.
Let's look at them.
So you have bungee, drift,
Mm-hmm.
drop, fade.
Okay, that's giving me a little
Pretty
sizzle.
close. Yeah. Flicker.
Yeah.
That's intense.
Too much.
Bro, no.
No.
Pop. Ooh. Oh, I like pop.
That's kind
Pop
of
is kind of fun. Yes.
Wait, do it again. Yeah, I love it.
Do we want to do pop?
Not that one.
Okay. Slide.
Ooh, twist. Next one.
Spin.
I want to see them all.
Oh, tumble is my favorite. Tumble kind of just falls in.
It kind of makes me giggle, the tumble.
I've used tumble so many times on
I
stream.
kind of like it.
Let's do fade
Okay,
for
fine.
now. I'm also going to move this so it isn't interfering with our text over here.
Okay.
Are you okay? Is that okay? It felt,
okay.
it felt stressful for you. Okay, so we also can play around with our layers here. So there are a couple things that I might want to overlap with our text. So like this little piece right here, I think it'd be fun if it overlapped with the text just a little bit, maybe at the top. We had a little element right there. And then let's go ahead and close our comments. I do want to add one more piece right here. So I'm going to add in just a little, I think we have something in our assets that is like a ball. Oh, let's use this guy. So we're gonna grab this vase and I'm gonna toss that over in the corner. And this one, I am not going to have an in and out. I'm just going to put the animation to be this nice little bob.
Oh, yeah.
I
In
love
a
this one.
loop.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm gonna this timing is probably good. So let's go ahead and check the timing one more time. So he's just there, but he will bob the whole time, I think. Yep, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
He's my favorite.
Oh, this guy needs to bob in the middle too.
Oh, you can add multiple
Yes.
effects.
So everybody, I think at this point should be bobbing. Let's check our timing. Okay, we have the guy there. All right, I don't like this guy coming in that early, so I can adjust the timing right there. Just move it over. And I think that we're gonna be pretty close. I mean,
it's pretty good.
it's pretty good.
For 30-ish minutes.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
us collaborating, each making our own decisions on it. I like it.
I do too.
Yeah.
So we have questions from chat. Does this integrate with all? This is going to be just a quiz for you. Does this integrate with all? Actually, how do they get the beta?
How do they get the beta? Go to the link that Sam Peterson Art has just dropped. It's www.adobe.com/express.
Yes, 100%.
Here it is.
Here it is, and at the very bottom, there is a little button that says join the free beta. Yes, it is free. Yes, it is beta. Yes, it is open to you. You can go use it and create some awesome stuff here in Adobe Express Beta. Second question from chat. Does this integrate with all products? It does not, but almost does.
Yes.
So it integrates really well with Creative Cloud libraries, which are available in Illustrator, Photoshop, and InDesign. I want to say Lightroom, but I'm not fully confident. So I'm going to say the three I'm confident. InDesign, Illustrator, Lightroom. It also creates directly from Photoshop and Illustrator. So
Yeah.
let me show you that workflow real quick. So we have a, let's see, where are Adobe Live thumbnails? All right, so here's an Adobe Live thumbnail. This is one that we use to create our thumbnails here on Adobe Live. I just said Adobe Live so many times.
Subscribe to Adobe Live.
Subscribe to Adobe Live. So I'm going to go ahead and save this on my computer as a PSD. I'm a little concerned about what the size is of this file, so we might need to do some cleanup here. So I'm going to make a copy because we have a cloud document that I don't want to mess with because that's the actual one that we use. But I am going to open up right here that Adobe Live thumbnail test. So this is just a PSD that I've created. And I'm going to go ahead and delete a lot of this just to save us some time. And I'm actually really curious what this is going to look like. So I'm going to save this. And there is the ability now in Adobe Express Beta to start from a PSD. So if you have any other things you want to change on there, girl, you go.
Don't give me that license.
So I'm going to click here and go start from your content. And in my downloads, you'll see that I have the Adobe Live thumbnail test, which is right here. That's too big. That's way too much. All right, let's do this. I'm going to open up a different PSD for a different show, just so I can show you how it opens up PSDs. So I have a show that I do every Wednesday called
Office Hours.
Yeah. And Office Hours is where we help you level up your creative career. So this is our thumbnail that you can see here. This is a PSD. We can hit open, and it will convert this file for me into an Express document. A couple questions from our friend Derek. Hi, Derek. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining us in chat. Do you have a lot of templates?
Oh, yeah.
That's the answer. I think that there's over 5,000 is the number I've seen.
Yes. And what's cool is not only do we have templates for still graphics, now there are templates for videos, which are very exciting.
Yes. So video templates as well. Where do we find tutorials?
Great question.
Great question. Can we cut back to the double screen with us? Let me get ready. Right here. It's going to float probably right there. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel at this button that is floating right below my fingers right there. That's it. That's where you can find tutorials. Megan, how often are we live?
We are live every weekday.
From?
From 9 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Got it. Pacific time.
Pacific time.
Tune in pretty much every single day. It's going to be a great time. Next week, what's our special next week? I'm excited for this.
We have Pride Week.
Pride Week. Happy Pride, everybody. We're doing Pride Week next week, so tune into Adobe Live to help us celebrate Pride Week. And let's flip over back to my screen and let you just roam in the jungle over there. So we have our PSD that we uploaded. It is the AP thumb. This is something that I created in Photoshop. And actually, let me show you what it looks like in Photoshop. I'll prove it. I felt like I had to prove it for some reason. So I'm going to go ahead and open this. Here it is in Photoshop. These are my layers. This is a legit Photoshop file that I use for all of my shows. So with this Photoshop file, we have brought it into Adobe Express Beta. And I'm going to click on Open in Editor right here. And every one of those layers is now in the document in Adobe Express.
That is crazy.
Okay, Megan, do you see any problems with this between
Yes.
what's happening here and what's happening here?
There is a few fonts that didn't transfer over.
Okay.
Go back.
Yep.
Is that right? Is that
Yep,
correct?
that's correct.
Oh, one is in black and white
Yes.
and one is in color.
There we go. So what's happening here is we used a font in our branding that's not an Adobe font. This is when I get fired. But it will replace that font with the closest match from Adobe fonts, right? Which is really cool.
That's
So
awesome.
if your client sends you a PSD that doesn't work for you, it will replace it with the closest font from Adobe fonts. Now, the next thing is that this photo in the background has no color to it, or it needs to not have color to it, right? You can see that I actually have marks here in white where I very lazily painted over things. So in my Photoshop file, there is literally a white layer above this. Let me find it right there, where I've painted over stuff. So you can see those pens.
Yeah.
I just got lazy, and when the filter turns off, right? When we bring it into Express, it's going to get rid of that adjustment layer because the filters work a little bit differently. But we can fix that very easily by opening our layers, clicking on the image here, and then going to adjustments. And check it out. This is everything that you have in Photoshop that is like adjustment layers and whatnot, we can change here. So I know black and white, I want to bring the saturation down, bring the contrast up, we'll increase the overall brightness, and then maybe the highlights get pumped, right? Let's take those shadows down a little bit. All right, and now I can check it against what I have in Photoshop. Pretty good, pretty good. I'm not mad about it. Let's make it a little bit brighter. All right, so it looks pretty good. And you're saying, Andrew, why would you take it from Photoshop into Express? Well, let me show you. Let me show you the magic. What I can do is I could animate this in like seconds. Not gonna do that. But what I am gonna do is go to Resize, and I'm gonna choose a square post. We're gonna do an Instagram story, and then we will do a YouTube thumbnail. And I'm gonna hit duplicate and resize. Watch what happens. Boom, now I have 4 versions of this, right? 4 versions, pretty close to being perfectly sized. And if I wanna change one of these, I can just click in, and all these are separate elements directly from my Photoshop file. And so I can play around and figure out what looks the best here for me to be able to change things. So I'm gonna go ahead and group these 3. Oops, 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 oops. Andrew, pull it together. I definitely want our logo up here in the corner.
This is great, the resizing. How many times a day do I ask you to resize me something?
Literally every time.
Every hour.
Every times a day, can you resize this for me into this size? So this image that I have in the background of us, I'm just gonna go ahead and blow it up, but I do know that there is that image of the white parts that I have so carefully placed to cover up. So I can group those different layers.
Smart.
In theory, we wouldn't need that. I'm just very lazy on my Photoshop. So I'm gonna hit group, and it's gonna group all that together. And then I actually can just blow this up all the way. It's probably gonna cut off one of us, actually. Let's put it right there. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
So then this circle is a little bit too big. That's fine. I can adjust right here. And if you want to rotate, you can just hover just outside of that little node right there and rotate. We can bring this up here, maybe scale it down a little bit. And maybe I want to duplicate this. Let's do that. Let's duplicate, there it is. Bring this down here. I don't want this guy here. Let's move him over there. Bring this over here. So we can do office hours with Andrew Hockrattle and Nick Longo. Bring our keyword down here. Our layers are a little bit off, so I'm just gonna pull that up here. Looks good. Let's make all this text white. And what's cool is you can see that it did convert that text into the closest Adobe font, but it does keep it live, so I can still still type with it, my goodness. And I even can change this to dynamic, and that will fill whatever space I want to put it in.
Ooh,
right?
That's a cool little hack.
All right, so let's put that down there. That looks pretty good. I don't like how much this is going over my face, but I do like this little arrow, and I'm probably gonna put another little arrow down here. So we're gonna do duplicate. And this arrow I probably want to be white. And here's my little hack. I think I've shown you this already today. But my little hack is to change something to white. All you need to do is go to Effects, Duotone, and make both of those duotones a single tone, an uno tone. And now since they're both white, we have changed the object to white. Looks pretty good.
Looks good.
Derek, you can answer Derek's comment and question. As a marketing person, what is this good for?
This is good for a lot of different things. You're totally right that it is good for Facebook covers, YouTube thumbnails, but you can also, like Andrew was just showing, resize the same image into all of the different social media sizes, and it actually has it for you in Adobe Express Beta, where you can automatically resize it. Really easy. We can show you with the bootcamp one that we created here. It is easy to resize, and we'll show you that shortly. But I wanted to show you something that I did, something fun. I'm really happy and excited about.
I
here.
love that Megan just like totally owned the transition. She was like, let me answer that question. Also, it's my turn to share the screen. All right, here we go.
Here we go. Look at this. So this was all one text box, Adobe Express Bootcamp, June 20th through the 22nd. I wrote this all in one text box. This was not possible in the original version of Adobe Express, and I'm super excited about this, is that you can edit just pieces of this text box. So instead of having to make a separate text box that says Bootcamp, I'm able to just edit certain aspects of this text box. It might seem simple, but it is impactful. And the other thing I did was drop that swatches of the colors that you made in here so that I can make sure that all of the colors that I'm using in this title are on brand with the brand that you have put together for me. So it makes it very easy for me. That is very bright and colorful, I will say. But if we get rid of this, we can show you how to resize things. So it's as simple as clicking this button up here, and then you can go ahead and choose what different formats that you wanted. So in my original brief to Andrew here in the comments, I said that we needed an Instagram post, so I will click square Instagram post. We need an Instagram reel, so I'll click that. We need an Instagram story, so I will click that. And then we need a YouTube video, or excuse me, a YouTube community tab, which is actually the same as this square post. So I will say duplicate and resize. You can see here is our original, and then it has populated into the different sizes. So we'll have to go
And what's cool, so we built this a little bit of a different way, sorry. We built this a little bit of a different way using libraries, but if you go back to that last one, what's cool is if we would have built this a little bit differently, when you hit play, the animations will stay regardless of what size. So someone's asking, can I use social media, including Adobe Firefly? It is not for commercial use yet. So it is still in beta, not for commercial use. Can you do this on phone too? No, this is desktop experience only. But not to steal your thunder, you're very excited about that idea. I'm gonna show what it looks like to resize with animation when it's set up properly.
Okay.
So let's go down over my screen. So not that you set it up wrong, I showed a workflow that was wrong for the application.
Okay.
But I set this one up in the right way. So we brought in a PSD, right? So we're in Photoshop right here. This is our Photoshop. We brought this into Adobe Express Beta. We saw it here, it pulls out all of my layers. And then we went ahead and did resize so that we created a different size. And I animated this, and let's see what this looks like. So from Photoshop to this.
Oh, so cool.
Right? And look at the little bouncies up there.
Yes.
So really fun. And what's cool now is if I wanted to do this as, let's say, a Facebook header, I can go to resize, and then I can actually just choose the size that I want. So let's do, where's Facebook header? Facebook posts, Facebook ad. I want something that's like wider.
Wider and shorter and
Twitter.
thinner,
Let's do
right?
Twitter header.
Yeah, that should be similar.
Let's do Twitter post. Let's do that. So I go to Twitter post, and I can click resize, and boom, look at that. So it pulls the size out, but now I can very easily just move my pieces around. And again, that's what Express is all about. It's about moving these pieces and creating kind of a cohesive look through pulling these pieces together.
Yeah.
All right, this is looking pretty good. I think all of this can scale up.
Yeah, that worked really well. Like the transitions there into resizing, you really don't even have to do that much for this one.
Oh, not at all.
Which is amazing.
Yep, and what's cool is
such a time saver.
I'm moving all of this, I'm resizing all of this, but the best part is now in a matter of what? That took me 10 seconds? All the animation's still there. So
cool.
All the animation stays, which is really cool from what you did as you change through different sizes. We can come back. I didn't duplicate it. That's my favorite thing ever. So you can duplicate it. I didn't. I just changed the size of the actual document. So if you duplicate it, it will change. Actually, you know what? We have 2 minutes. Do we think we can do this in 2 minutes? Absolutely, we can do this in 2 minutes. So I'm going to duplicate, resize. We're going to come in to this one that we just duplicated, and I'm going to grab these pieces, and we are going to rescale this real quick. So I can click and drag. It will grab me all the pieces that I need. This is us. Let's go ahead and pull us up pretty big for Instagram. Looks good. Keyword. And I'm just holding Shift to select a bunch of pieces. And that's going to allow me to move things around. And all of the traits for animation are linked to the actual objects. So it doesn't matter that I'm moving these pieces around because they will all stay the same. So we're going to go ahead and pull this here. Oops.
Amazing.
Here, we have 1 minute. I got it.
While you're doing this, I wanted to mention that we do have a briefing tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Our team is going to be doing a really in-depth look at all of the new products, or all of the new features rather, in Adobe Express. So we'll be dropping that link in the chat. We'd love for you all to join us on that briefing and just learn a little bit more about all of the amazing things that we covered today.
Yes, yeah, hang out in the briefing. Come see everything. So let's hop in to wrap things up. We created this in Photoshop, brought it into Adobe Express Beta, and here we go. This is our thumbnail size. Great. And then I did the resize over here, and guess what? All of that animation stayed the same, right, for the different ones. So animate how you want. You can resize to everything, and that's it for the day. Megan, you get to close us out. What advice do you have to people who are hopping in to try Adobe Express Beta for the first time?
My advice would be that there's a lot of things to explore in Adobe Express Beta, so just have fun with it. Take your time, see all that there is to see in Adobe Express Beta, and also subscribe to the Adobe Live YouTube to learn more about Adobe Express Beta and all of the other Adobe products.
All right, everybody, thanks for joining us today. That is the end of our stream. Come back tomorrow bright and early for the briefing.
For the briefing.
All right,
at 9
everybody.
a.m.
Yes, we'll see you another time. Make sure you subscribe to Adobe Live. Follow us on Instagram at Adobe Live. And thank you so much for joining us all day. Go be creative, make something new, and tag us on Instagram. Bye.